Chapter 1 Furious to Death. If you hadn't failed in raising your son, how could the Marquis of Wei Yuan's mansion be in this state? How could your sister-in-law have fallen ill from such poverty? It's only right that you spend money to buy some birds' nests to nourish her. The snow fell for 3 days and 3 nights, whitening the world and Xin An's hair. Half a year ago, her son was involved in a case that led to the Marquis of Wei Yuan's mansion losing its title, and the entire household was driven onto the streets. Fortunately, they had a residence left by her maternal family, otherwise, half of them would have perished in this winter. The heavy snow seemed endless, just as the days ahead seemed endless, and she had become everyone's sinner. Madam. Chunyang entered with red eyes and knelt before Xin An. The young mistress is gone. Please accept my condolences. Xin An felt a heavy blow to her heart, gripping the doorframe tightly. Half a year ago, her son died in prison, and 3 days ago, her grandson also left her. She knew that without her husband and child, her already fragile daughter-in-law couldn't survive. She lowered her eyes and gently touched the bracelet on her wrist, vividly remembering the day her mother tearfully saw her off to her wedding, the reddened eyes of her usually stern father, and the reluctance in her younger brother's eyes. In the end, she hadn't lived the life they wanted. Pawn this bracelet, give her a proper send-off, and bury the 3 of them together. Tang Rong glanced at the bracelet, his brows furrowing slightly. Top-quality mutton fat jade is worth 1,000 taels of silver. Keep the funeral simple, and use the remaining silver to buy some bird's nest for your sister-in-law to nourish her body. It's cold now, so get her some silk bedding and high-quality charcoal. Now that we've lost our son and grandson, we can only rely on Zihui to take care of us in our old age and see us off in our final days. Put away your unforgiving ways and be kinder to your sister-in-law. I promised my stepmother that after I pass away, I would give the title of Marquis to Zihui. It's your failure to raise your son that has brought this upon us. You owe Zihui a title. I remember you still have an old ginseng. Zihui was just implicated. With some maneuvering, there are other opportunities. Bring that ginseng as compensation for Zihui. This was the longest conversation Tang Rong had had with Xin An since the Ho family's residence was raided. He didn't want to linger after speaking. Bring it here quickly. My sister-in-law isn't feeling well. I'll go see her. Tang Rong's figure quickly blurred into the snow. Xin An looked at the heavy snowfall. She still couldn't understand how her son, so outstanding and upright, could have embezzled so much and even openly slandered the emperor. The ginseng was gone, leaving only an empty box. Chunyang said Tang Hui had come the day before yesterday. The meaning couldn't be clearer. Xin An slowly exhaled. For the past 6 months, she had suffered the pain of losing her son and had lost all spirit, which only emboldened the mother and son. In the west courtyard, Tang Rong looked at Tao Iran with great satisfaction, her face glowing. That cold-avoiding pill really works wonders. You look much better these past 2 days. Tao Iran gently touched her cheek, her eyes filled with joy, but she said, the cold-avoiding pill is incredibly precious, and I'm not even seriously ill. It's a waste. Tang Rong poured her half a cup of warm water. As long as it works, it's worth it no matter how expensive. A faint smile played on Tao Iran's lips, her well-maintained face showing a touch of girlish charm. You've made my sister-in-law spend so much again. She should. You're just too kind. Chunyang, who was helping Xin An over from outside the door, looked shocked. Xin An stood there stunned. That day, the little child had nestled in her arms, asking if her grandfather would be cold going out in the snow to buy him medicine, asking if the pain would go away after taking the medicine from the imperial physician. His eyes sparkled as he looked towards the door, hoping his grandfather would bring the medicine. Just before he closed his eyes, he said that his grandfather was bringing the medicine to wake him up, that he wasn't afraid of the bitterness, and that after taking the medicine, he would grow tall as his father. Tang Rong returned empty-handed, saying that they were now criminals, and the imperial hospital refused to sell the medicine. He also reprimanded her again for failing to raise her son properly and even implicated her grandson, leaving her completely without confidence in front of him. It turned out that the cold-avoiding pills had been bought, but ended up in Tao Iran's mouth. The conversation inside the house continued, and it was Tang Hui's voice. "Uncle, I heard that Aunt's family is on their way. I'm afraid they will keep harping on my cousin's death. If they find out the truth and it gets out, I'm afraid my life will be in danger. You can rest assured about this matter. I made thorough arrangements. Everyone believes that those treasonous remarks were made by Zixuan, and the money confiscated from the mansion also belongs to Zixuan. The evidence is irrefutable, and there is no way to overturn the case." Tang Xian was Tang Rong's biological son, but at this moment, he was like an unrelated person. Xin An was unsteady on her feet. Her Zixuan was taking the blame for Tang Hui. She knew that her family were salt merchants, and they had no shortage of money. How could her Zixuan embezzle? So her Zixuan really was wronged by his own father. The words that followed from inside the house made her blood run cold. As for the Xin family, you don't need to worry. I received news the other day that they encountered bandits on the road and met with an accident. They'll never reach the capital. Be kind to your aunt these days. The Xin family has been salt merchants for 3 generations. Although she lost her money after the incident, the Xin family left her some valuables. If she's willing to use them to pave the way for you, someone implicated, might still have a chance to rise again. Nephew thanks you, uncle. Since father passed away, my mother and I have been cared for by you. In my heart, uncle is like my own father. Pfft. Xin An coughed up blood. Chun Yang was shocked. Madam. The sound startled everyone in the room. Tang Rong's eyes showed a moment of guilt upon seeing her, but then he regained his arrogance. Before Xin An could speak, he preemptively said, "Since you know, I may tell you. You've spent your whole life striving for everything, scheming and calculating, ruthless and merciless. Tang Xian is just like you. When trouble came to the family, if he had just admitted to doing everything, I would have been able to save his life. But he refused to admit it, and even tried to expose Zihui himself, disregarding his own brother. As for the cold-avoiding pill, the doctor said that Kur is beyond saving. Giving him the cold-avoiding pill would be futile, so why waste it?" Xin An laughed, laughing at the absurdity of her life. If she hadn't schemed and calculated, could she have made it this far in the officialdom with her arrogance? If she hadn't been so calculating and ruthless, could their family have survived under the even more ruthless stepmother? If she hadn't fought so hard, would the Marquis have fallen into his hands? He enjoyed the benefits she brought, yet he despised her methods. Tang Rong, you're utterly shameless. You drove your own son to his death and caused the death of your grandson. A person like you doesn't deserve a son to see you off in your final days. Her son was driven to death by his father. How desolate must he have felt then? Chapter 2, you're back too? People always have to experience certain things to understand the true meaning of life. When all she saw was vibrant red and joyful music filled her ears, Xin An instinctively covered her mouth, suppressing a trembling gasp. She had clearly been driven to death by Tang Rongxing, and before she died, she regretted not even having the chance to die with him. How could she still be in the bridal sedan chair? The Xin family's bridal sedan chair has arrived. The Tao family's bridal sedan chair has arrived too. Countless laughter and jeers pierced through the sedan chair, assaulting her mind and making her lose her ability to think. Then, the sedan chair landed, and the wedding attendant's congratulatory voice rang out, "Please, young master, kick the sedan chair door." Long-forgotten memories flooded her mind instantly. This was the voice she heard on the day she married into the Tang family. Back then, she came full of love, only to leave with a reputation full of infamy. All those past events flashed through her mind like a fleeting dream. She couldn't hear the jeers outside, couldn't feel the sound of the sedan chair door being kicked, and didn't see the hand reaching out to take hers. She had actually returned, back to the day she married Tang Rong. But how could she marry Tang Rong again? Tang Rong was the young master whom the Marquis of Wei Yuan's family in the Southern Yu dynasty had painstakingly cultivated after abandoning martial arts for literature. Everyone said he was well-behaved, self-disciplined, and refined, never vying for anything, like the bright moon in the sky. She had fallen for him at first sight, and when the Tang family sent someone to propose marriage, she was overjoyed. After the marriage, she pitted him for losing his mother at a young age and was indignant at how his stepmother bullied him. Whatever he said he wanted, she would fight for it for him. What talk of never vying for anything, what talk of the bright moon in the sky, it was all just a facade, built on her shoulders for fame and fortune. It was hateful that she had devoted her whole life to Tang Rong, only to end up with a reputation for being cunning, calculating, and mean-spirited. The bride lingered in the sedan chair, and the matchmaker smiled and offered auspicious words. Amidst the laughter, Xin An snapped out of her daze and slowly raised her hand, letting Tang Rong lead her out of the sedan chair. The sedan chair had already arrived at the Tang family's gate. She couldn't escape this marriage, nor could she afford to. Opposite the sedan chair was another sedan chair. Tang Rong, the eldest son of the legal wife, and Tang Mo, the son of the second wife, were getting married on the same day. Neither brother showed any joy. They politely nodded and then entered the gate together. Time seemed to overlap with her previous life. Xin An completed the wedding ceremony meticulously and then was escorted to the back courtyard by the matchmaker and a group of maids and servants. The matriarch of the Marquis of Wei Yuan's mansion, Madame Wang, was the second wife, quite cunning and shrewd. She disliked her son marrying Tao Ran, a woman who only sang sentimental songs, so she used the excuse that Tang Mo's courtyard lacked sunlight to switch courtyards with Tang Rong, her intention being to switch brides. In her past life, she kept a close eye on the Tang family's situation, receiving advance notice and speaking up to warn them when they took the wrong turn, thus successfully marrying Tang Rong. Today, however, she walked in without any hesitation. Actually, Tang Mo didn't like her either. Like his mother, Tang Mo was someone who would do anything to climb the social ladder. The two had direct conflicts of interest and had clashed many times behind the scenes. Although they disliked each other, she still envied Tang Mo's wife, Tao Ran, simply because he would fight for what he wanted and never let Tao Ran worry. As if fate had played a cruel joke, Tao Ran was renowned throughout the capital for her beauty and talent in chess, music, calligraphy, and painting. However, like Tang Rong, she was aloof and proud, and she despised Tang Mo's mercenary nature, easily sending away what Tang Mo had fought for. Every time this happened, Tang Mo would be furious. Entering the bridal chamber, Xin An sat on the edge of the bed, automatically shutting out all sounds outside the veil. While waiting for Tang Mo, she finally had a chance to sort out her thoughts. It all felt strangely like a dream, yet the dream felt so real. She didn't regret her sacrifices for Tang Rong. After all, she had given willingly. It was just that Tang Rong shouldn't have been so cold-hearted in the end. When the delicate touch beneath her fingertips reached her, and she looked down at her own fair hands, a surge of inexplicable joy rose within her. What woman who had experienced aging and decline could refuse to return to 17? She had truly returned. She didn't know how much time had passed when black boots appeared in her meager view. When the veil was lifted, Tang Mo showed no surprise at seeing her. Rather, the feigned panic on her face was somewhat comical. Tang Mo's eyes were unfriendly, and he sneered inwardly. This woman had been at odds with him since the day she married into the Tang family, guarding him like a thief. If it weren't for her constant opposition, he could have had a smooth and successful life. Seeing that he remained silent and unsurprised, even looking at her with the gaze of someone looking at an enemy, Xin An understood. She tentatively asked, "You're back too?" "Yes." Xin An stood up, ripped off her veil, and threw it aside, scoffing. In their past lives, they were uncle and sister-in-law, and the kind who had a falling out. In this life, they were husband and wife, knowing each other's past. Heaven had truly played a cruel joke. What about Tang Rong? No. Tang Mo could confirm this. Logically, He should have noticed the bride had changed long ago, so why didn't he come looking for her? Tang Mo scoffed. The old man thinks the Xin family is beneficial to the Tang family, but he doesn't see it that way. How can you, a salt merchant's daughter, compare to the daughter of a fourth-rank official? With the opportunity presented to him, wouldn't he have seized the chance? Tomorrow, when asked, just say he was drunk and didn't see her clearly. Xin An smiled self-deprecatingly. You've even come up with a reason for him. You're quite a nice person. You might still be able to snatch her away if you go now, maybe even before they've taken that final step. Turning to tidy up the peanuts and dates on the bed, seeing her still in the mood to mock him, Tang Mo snorted coldly. The husband you're desperately protecting is currently making love with another woman. Aren't you upset? Aren't you going to cause trouble? How can he be so heartless? You've been the Wei Yuan Marquis's wife for many years. Xin An stuffed a handful of red dates and peanuts into his arms and walked straight to the dressing table. Seeing her young and beautiful reflection in the bronze mirror, she showed no trace of the harshness that comes with years of hard work and exhaustion. A slight smile played on her lips as she gently touched the hairpin in her hair and retorted, "Your darling is moaning and basking in the pleasure of another man right now. You're no different from a cuckold. How dare you lecture me? That person is always thinking of you, afraid that you might get a bad reputation. They have returned so many things you fought for. Why don't you show any gratitude? What man could tolerate such words?" Even if he never wanted to be associated with that woman, he wouldn't allow himself to be insulted. Tang Mo's eyes flashed with malice, veins bulging on his forehead. He grabbed Xin An's wrist fiercely. "Do you believe I'll kill you right now and say you couldn't bear the humiliation and committed suicide by hitting your head against a pillar? Unable to bear the humiliation?" Xin An smiled, a smile that was anything but dignified. "What? You're drunk too, all tipsy? So that excuse was just for yourself?" Her figure was like a mountain rising and falling, her hair like clouds brushing against her snowy cheeks, her eyes sparkling with affection, her breasts soft and her waist slender. Tang Mo was momentarily stunned, realizing for the first time that this woman resembled a femme fatale, a woman capable of bringing ruin to a nation. Before, he had only thought of her as a cruel and ruthless demon. Chapter 3. You're so lucky to have died so young. Perhaps because she had died once, Xin An felt much more at ease. She was even a little restless at this moment, wanting to vent all the frustration and helplessness she had felt before. Her death was really too pathetic. Your desire to kill me didn't just start today, did it? Well, you've got your wish. You know what, up close you're even 3 points more handsome than Tang Rong. With such good looks, it's a wonder Tao Iran didn't pester you to stay home all the time. Instead, you always seemed unsatisfied, giving everyone the cold shoulder. Truly, you have high moral character. Tang Mo released his grip, a strange glint in his eyes, his face full of amusement. That's right. Up close you're quite attractive, with the face of a vixen. Yet you used to dress like a nun who had lost her husband. My good brother is so self-disciplined. I suppose he's the same in bed. Xin An rubbed her wrist where he had been grabbed. We're evenly matched. Who's more noble? She loosened her hair, washed her face with cold water, and calmed her inner turmoil. She walked gracefully to the bed. As soon as she sat down, Tang Mo panicked. Don't tell me you're going to sleep in the bed? Don't you even consider your place? By the way, you've already driven me crazy. I bet my older brother, who seems to never compete for anything but actually wants everything, resents you. How can he show off his virtue if I'm gone? Has he called you a heartless woman? Why did you have to do this? Xin An ignored him, took off her clothes and shoes in front of him, lay down on the bed, and even shifted her position further inward, patting the empty space next to her. I don't want to argue with you today. I haven't had a good night's sleep in ages. I really feel you were lucky to die young. You didn't live to see the Marquis's mansion get raided. Those days were too hard. She closed her eyes, exhaled a comfortable breath, and turned her head to state the facts. Remember this. It wasn't me who angered you to death. It was you who finally managed to get the manor in the suburbs of the capital from me. And before you could even enjoy it for half an incense stick, your kind-hearted wife sent it to your elder brother. You were so angry that you rolled your eyes, drank in silence, and didn't see where you were going, fell into the lotus pond, drank too much muddy water, and died 2 days later. It doesn't matter if you died young and don't remember. I will remind you in the future, no need to thank me. Hearing that the Marquis's mansion was raided later, Tang Emo frowned slightly, then put on an indifferent attitude, walked to the bedside and raised an eyebrow to question. I died so young. Didn't the family put any valuables in my coffin? When you were poor and destitute later, didn't you think of digging me up? This woman is ruthless, capable of anything. Xin An opened her eyes, her gaze filled with regret. Why didn't I think of this? Your mother certainly didn't skimp on the good things to be buried with her. Alas, it's too late to regret it now. Seeing that she actually thought this method was good, Tang Emo was furious again. He kicked off his shoes in a huff and lay down beside Xin An without saying a word. After a while, he heard Xin An's long, even breathing. He had finally fallen asleep, but was woken up in the middle of the night by Xin An's sleep-like movements. He turned his head irritably and saw Xin An with a pained expression, cursing and laughing at the same time. If he hadn't seen some of the world, he would have been scared to death. In her dream, Xin An returned to that heavy snow. In the snow, she burned Tang Rong and Tao Xinran, mother and son, to death. She laughed and then cried. She didn't know why, but she felt an unbearable sadness, as if only a flood of tears could release her grief. Tang Emo didn't wake her, but his eyes were scrutinizing, wanting to know what had happened to his family after his death. The Marquis's mansion, having lost its military power, hadn't been able to maintain its foothold in court, so how could it have committed the crime of having its property confiscated? Could it be that his cowardly father had rebelled? Seeing Xin An crying incessantly, her tears soaking the pillow, Tang Emo finally nudged her. Wake up. Wake up quickly, you're crying like a banshee in your sleep. People will think I did something to you. Xin An slowly woke up, feeling a headache coming on. After checking that she was still young, she exhaled a breath of stale air. Tang Emo had many questions he wanted to ask, but Xin An didn't give him the chance. She turned over, closed her eyes, and had a dream, her mind even more chaotic. The next morning, before dawn, there was a knock at the door. The two lay back to back, unmoving. Their thoughts were agitated the night before, and morning was the time when sleepiness would finally set in. One had been extremely arrogant before his death, the other the most powerful person in the entire mansion, subconsciously believing that no one dared to do anything to them, sleeping soundly. The knocking and Chunying's voice continued. Xin An kicked Tang Emo in annoyance. Think of an excuse to get out of here. Tang Emo, woken up with a strong morning grumpiness, shouted at the door, get out. The noise outside immediately stopped. Xin An closed her eyes to wake up, then drifted off to sleep again. During the 6 months that the Marquis's mansion was raided, she had hardly slept well. In the last few days, she was awake until dawn. Even now that she was back, she felt extremely tired and couldn't wake up. The maids and servants at the door were pacing anxiously. At this time, they didn't realize the seriousness of the situation. Hearing the noise next door early in the morning, they assumed that the second young master and second young mistress had gone to the front courtyard to serve tea, and were worried that their own young master and young mistress hadn't woken up yet. Young people are full of energy, don't they know to take it easy? He muttered and was about to knock on the door again when hurried footsteps came from the courtyard gate. The old woman beside Lady Wang, the wife of the Marquis, arrived, looking anxious. Before they could exchange pleasantries, she whispered a few words to the people in the courtyard. Everyone quickly covered their mouths and the old woman was almost fainting. How could such a thing happen? The people next door were the heir apparent and the original second young mistress, so the people lying in this room were the second young master and the original heir apparent's wife? At the same time, in the main hall of the front courtyard, Tang Rong knelt before several elders. Yesterday, I drank too much and was so confused that I didn't recognize anyone. I consummated the marriage in a daze. One had been extremely arrogant before his death, the other the most powerful person in the entire mansion, subconsciously believing that no one dared to do anything to them, sleeping soundly. The knocking and Chunyang's voice continued. Xin An kicked Tang Mo in annoyance. Think of an excuse to get out of here. Tang Mo, woken up with a strong morning grumpiness, shouted at the door, "Get out." The noise outside immediately stopped. Xin An closed her eyes to wake up, then drifted off to sleep again. During the 6 months that the Marquis's mansion was raided, she had hardly slept well. In the last few days, she was awake until dawn. Even now that she was back, she felt extremely tired and couldn't wake up. The maids and servants at the door were pacing anxiously. At this time, they didn't realize the seriousness of the situation. Hearing the noise next door early in the morning, they assumed that the second young master and second young mistress had gone to the front courtyard to serve tea, and were worried that their own young master and young mistress hadn't woken up yet. "Young people are full of energy, don't they know to take it easy?" He muttered and was about to knock on the door again when hurried footsteps came from the courtyard gate. The old woman beside Lady Wang, the wife of the Marquis, arrived, looking anxious. Before they could exchange pleasantries, she whispered a few words to the people in the courtyard. Everyone quickly covered their mouths and the old woman was almost fainting. How could such a thing happen? The people next door were the heir apparent and the original second young mistress, so the people lying in this room were the second young master and the original heir apparent's wife? At the same time, in the main hall of the front courtyard, Tang Rong knelt before several elders. Yesterday, I drank too much and was so confused that I didn't recognize anyone. I consummated the marriage in a daze. I am sorry for this, second brother, but since it has happened, I must take responsibility and be responsible for Iran. Marquis Tangang of Wei Yuan's face was ashen. The claim that he drank too much was complete nonsense. Tang Rong had mistaken someone for someone else, and Tao Iran was also drunk? Disappointment flickered in Tang Gang's eyes as he looked at his proud eldest son. If his son discovered the affair and spoke up immediately, the two brides could be secretly switched back, and the matter could be resolved without further incident. The thought of the ensuing scandal made Tang Gang's face grow increasingly grim. Before the engagement, he had personally asked his son who he preferred. Had he said he wanted to marry the Tao family girl, he, as his father, would naturally have intervened. But the son insisted on an arranged marriage. An arranged marriage, Tang Gang thought. Madame Wang, adopting the demeanor of a loving mother, first uttered a few words of self-reproach with reddened eyes, then rose and knelt down. "Grandma, master, this cannot be blamed on the eldest son. It is my fault for poor arrangements. But since things have come to this, we must consider the reputation of all three families. For now, we can only accept the situation. I will later bring generous gifts to the Tao and Xin families to ask them to acknowledge the matter." With all three families speaking in unison, even if there are some rumors outside, they will quickly pass. The Tang family matriarch was already panting with anger, disappointed in her grandson, and even more dissatisfied with her daughter-in-law. Go and see what's going on with the second son. Chapter 4. A bride enters the wrong bridal chamber. This news spread like wildfire throughout the Marquis's mansion. Before dawn, Tang Rong and Tao Iran's Chunhua courtyard was in turmoil, the servants trembling with fear, but Tang Rong quickly calmed things down. In the Qiushi courtyard, just a wall away, after a brief period of chaos, Tang Mo's angry roar also brought order. When Wang Shi and her daughter-in-law arrived at Qiushi courtyard, Tang Mo and Xin An were already up, dressed in yesterday's wedding attire. Without needing to discuss it, they knew what to do next. One, still half asleep, stared with swollen, downcast eyes, feigning despair. The other was quite grumpy, but who would know he was angry because he hadn't woken up properly? Seeing Xin An's still swollen eyelids, Wang Shi stepped forward and took her hand. "Good child, you've been wronged. Tang Emo was furious, gritting his teeth. Last night, after I realized my mistake, I went to find my elder brother. Who knew he'd act so quickly? We parted ways at the courtyard gate, and when I went to find him, he was already asleep. Was he so eager to make it a done deal? He was so drunk he couldn't even recognize himself, yet he still consummated the marriage. He's really something. With Tang Mo's support, Xin An only needed to lower her eyes and shed tears. She felt inexplicably relieved. Before, when she was with Tang Rong, he was always a pushover, and she had to fight for everything herself. When he got something, he not only didn't thank her but also complained about her. My elder brother must give me an explanation for this. Tang Emo adopted a relentless stance. The old lady already favored him, and now she thought he was even better. He hadn't made a scene despite suffering such a great injustice, showing consideration for the bigger picture. Compared to him, the couple next door were simply clueless. Good child, grandmother knows you've been wronged, but it's already happened, and even if you don't want to, you have to accept it. The old lady spoke earnestly, and after Wang Shi comforted Xin An for a while, she pretended to press Tang Emo to agree. That's your eldest brother. Even if he did something wrong, your grandmother and father will talk to him. You have no right to complain. Xin An is a good girl. It's your blessing to marry her. Don't take your blessings for granted. Why are you talking about him? The second son has already been wronged. You, as his mother, not only don't comfort him but also scold him. After yelling at Wang Shi, the old lady softened her voice and said to Xin An, "Good child, grandmother knows you've suffered a great injustice. Don't worry, grandmother won't let you suffer in vain. The family has already invited your father and mother to come and discuss it. We will definitely give you an explanation." Xin An nodded. "Thank you, grandmother." "Oh, good child, don't cry. Tidy yourself up. You're a beautiful new bride. Grandma has a set of headdresses. The pigeon blood red one is rare and suits you perfectly. I'll bring it to you later. Wear that today, okay? I'll do whatever grandma says." Xin An knew about that headdress. In her past life, after her marriage, she tried her best to please the old lady. Once, the old lady almost had a stroke, but Xin An discovered it in time and saved her, so she gave it to her. She had barely received it when Tang Rong said that as the eldest grandson's wife of the Marquis, she should be more composed, and that such a luxurious and dazzling headdress wasn't suitable for her, but rather for Tao Iran. At that time, she was blind and foolish, listening to Tang Rong and handing the headdress to Tao Iran. Tao Iran made all sorts of excuses, but finally reluctantly accepted it and wore it the next day. This displeased the old lady, and all her previous efforts were wasted. Now, thinking about these things, she couldn't help but want to beat herself up. What a useless thing. Seeing how considerate she was of the bigger picture, the old lady was very pleased. After a glance, Wang smiled and said that she had prepared a pair of gold bracelets inlaid with gemstones for her daughter-in-law to match mother's jewelry. After saying that, she ordered someone to fetch them. Only those who have been poor know how precious and lovely these things are. After the Marquis's mansion was raided, so many people up and down depended on her for support. Although she had some items sent by her mother through intermediaries, everyone outside knew that the Tang family had run into trouble, and even if she sold them, she wouldn't get a good price. At that time, she was always anxious until dawn and was very short of money. Xin An rose and curtsied. "With grandmother and mother here, I feel much more at ease." "Thank you, grandmother. Thank you, mother." The two had barely left when the gifts arrived. Upon seeing the dazzling headdress, Tang Emo clicked his tongue twice. "I remember this headdress fell into your lap before, but you were useless and couldn't keep it." Xin An picked up a cloud-patterned bird hairpin and sighed. When the mansion was raided, nothing could be taken. "I don't know whose pocket this ended up in." Ignoring Tang Mo's questioning gaze, she turned and let Chunyang come in to help her with her makeup. Chunyang's eyes were still red, but she dared not speak because of Tang Mo's presence. "Which outfit would you like to wear, miss?" She felt that since the young lady was so fond of the young master, this marriage with the second young master was destined to fail. It's my wedding day, so naturally I should dress festively to match this headdress. She had always worn the best clothes and the most beautiful jewelry since she was a child, and loved the lively and colorful attire. But Tang Rong preferred simplicity, so she dressed plainly to match his taste, looking like a nun all day long. Now she didn't like plain and simple clothes, and she didn't want to see that widow's outfit from her previous life again. Take out all those plain and simple clothes from my trunk and give them to you. You can do whatever you want with them, but they're not allowed to appear before me. Seeing that she wasn't too upset, Granny Wang, having composed herself, smiled broadly. I've been saying in the manner that the second young mistress is beautiful. Why should she dress so plainly at such a young age? Master used to say that he works so hard so that his family can live a good life, wearing the most luxurious brocade and the most dazzling jewelry. There are so many married ladies in the capital wearing bright colors, vying for attention. It's a feast for the eyes. Xin An's eyes reddened again. Wasn't that right? Did her father work so hard to earn money just so she could scheme and pave the way for Tang Rong? I was wrong before. All right, the marriage is already arranged and can't be changed. From now on, I'm the second young mistress of the Marquis's mansion. Go and meet the second young master. Tang Mo raised an eyebrow. Was this woman trying to cling to him? On second thought, this woman was incredibly calculating, always wanting to possess everything she saw. She was quite compatible with him, so a compromise wasn't necessarily a bad thing. She was better than that treacherous Tao Iran. Granny Wang led the people brought from the Xin family to pay their respects to Tang Mo. Tang Mo was generous, rewarding each of them with 12 taels of silver, saying it was for good luck. Xin An, not stingy either, gave each of the Tang family servants in the courtyard 12 taels. 12 taels was their monthly salary for the year, and they were overjoyed when they received it, kowtowing with extra fervor. Xin An suddenly felt a sense of satisfaction. Her generous rewards made the servants happy and grateful, everyone was pleased, and no one called her vulgar and greedy. The laughter from Qiushi Courtyard reached Chunhua Courtyard, just a wall away. Tang Rong, who had returned to await the outcome, was unaware of the situation and was having a heart-to-heart talk with Tao Iran in their bedroom. Chapter 5. The two courts form a feud. When I first saw you at the Chiho mansion, I wondered what kind of woman could be worthy of such a dazzling young master. When I learned that you and Miss Xin were engaged, I envied her. I never imagined that by some twist of fate, you and I would become husband and wife. Rong Lang, am I being too unreserved? Tang Rong was the eldest son of the Marquis's family, handsome and virtuous, and the first to inherit the title. Naturally, he was more favored by Tao Iran than Tang Mo. Seeing her tender and pitiful gaze, Tang Rong's heart softened even more. He held her hand and said, "It was something I never expected to marry you." The moment the veil was lifted, I was overjoyed. I've never liked to compete, but at that moment, I wanted to fight for it. I never thought I would be so reckless, even if it meant letting down Miss Xin and Brother Mo. Tao Iran's father was the governor of Zhongzhou, and many members of the Tao family held positions in the court. Tao Iran was not only beautiful but also very talented, surpassing Xin. Rong Lang. Tao Iran said, her eyes filled with joy and her face flushed with shyness as she nestled into Tang Rong's arms. The two were very affectionate until they heard whispers outside, at which point they separated. After sending someone to inquire, Tang Rong's expression turned displeased. He thought to himself, truly the manners of a merchant family, so vulgar. However, it was an unwritten rule to give money as a reward today, so he immediately ordered his men to bring out the money, 1 month's salary for each person. The servants in the courtyard were utterly disappointed. A month's salary wouldn't have been bad, but their neighbors had paid a year's. The servants in Qiushi Courtyard, watching the spectacle, were immediately elated. Their 12 taels were already a lot, and learning that the neighbors had only paid a month's salary, they were even more smug. Even the lowly maids sweeping the courtyard gave their neighbors a smug look. The servants in Chunhua courtyard were furious. Besides secretly resenting their two masters' stinginess, they were forced to watch their neighbors' smugness. After a brief exchange of glares, the servants from both sides went back to their work. On the first day of the wedding, the servants of the two courtyards officially began to antagonize each other. About an hour later, the Tao and Xin families arrived. Compared to the worried Xin family, the Tao family was somewhat pleased. They had their eyes on Tang Rong for the marriage, but unfortunately, Tang Rong had already become engaged to the Xin family's daughter. Comparing the brothers Tang Rong and Tang Mo, Tang Rong was clearly superior, though they still had to feign shock and anger. Damn it. Did the Bodhisattva and the ancestors of the Xin family not open their eyes yesterday? They received my incense offerings first thing in the morning. How could they do such a thing? Madame Xin slapped her thigh upon seeing Xin An, anxious, heartbroken, and cautious. Xin An's tears fell like broken beads. "Mother," she cried, throwing herself into her mother's arms, sobbing uncontrollably, as if she wanted to cry out all the grievances she had suffered over the years. That bastard Tang Rong said that the Xin family had come to the capital to find her, but had an accident. She hadn't even had time to ask what the accident was or whether their lives were in danger. "It's all my fault. I've dragged my parents down with me." She had been blind and foolish, falling into the web Tang Rong had woven for her. It was all her own fault. "I was wrong. I've been punished. I was really wrong." Madame Xin was heartbroken and also shed tears. Her daughter had been raised with the utmost care since childhood and had never shed a tear before. This Marquis's mansion was a cannibalistic place. She had only married into the family yesterday, and she had already shed more tears today than in the previous 18 years. "Don't be afraid, your parents are here. They've come to take you back. We'll go back to Huaijiang, and we'll never come back to the capital." Xin was immersed in grief, only able to cry. Tang Mo, standing beside her, remained silent, his mind brimming with curiosity about what happened after his death in his previous life. He knew how ruthless this woman was before his death. Whatever Tang Rong wanted, she would find a way to take it from him. Moreover, she could even contend with his mother. In several encounters, his mother hadn't gained the upper hand. What could have caused such a ruthless woman to be so heartbroken? Could it be that Tang Rong abandoned his wife and children later? When Xin cried herself to sleep, her eyes were swollen and dry, so Chunyang brought water to wash her face. Madame Xin instructed Granny Wang and the others to pack their things. "We'll be leaving soon." "Mother," Xin stopped her, not bothering to hide her words from Tang Mo. "Let's leave it at that. If I leave like this, I'll definitely offend the Marquis. The Marquis isn't magnanimous. Even father wouldn't be able to handle a little trickery from him." Besides, she glanced at Tang Mo. "Everyone knows I got into the Tang family's bridal sedan chair, entered the Tang family's gate, and even spent the whole night in the same room with Tang Mo. There will be so many rumors. We have to consider our sisters. The Xin family doesn't just have one branch. The second branch also has two daughters who are of marriageable age. My brother Juan just got engaged." The girl's family agreed because they know I'm going to marry into the Marquis's family. A voice interrupted before she could finish speaking. If the Zhou family breaks off the engagement because of this, they might as well not marry at all. "Sister, you don't need to worry about me." It was Xin Huan, Xin An's younger brother. Seeing him, Xin An wanted to cry again. Xin Huan was 2 years younger than her and had always respected her as his elder sister. For Tang Rong's sake, she hadn't forced Xin Huan to do anything. Xin Huan had repeatedly advised her to be more careful, but she wouldn't listen at all back then. It was truly impossible to persuade this damned devil with good advice. "You're talking nonsense again. If I didn't consider you, you'd be flying to the sky." It was Xin Huan, Xin An's younger brother. Seeing him, Xin An wanted to cry again. Xin Huan was 2 years younger than her and had always respected her as his elder sister. For Tang Rong's sake, she hadn't forced Xin Huan to do anything. Xin Huan had repeatedly advised her to be more careful, but she wouldn't listen at all back then. It was truly impossible to persuade this damned devil with good advice. You're talking nonsense again. If I didn't consider you, you'd be flying to the sky. Xin Huan scratched the back of his head awkwardly, looking at Tang Mo. So, what's the situation now? Can he be my brother-in-law? Everyone's eyes fell on Tang Mo. Tang Mo stepped forward and bowed. Although I didn't know much about Miss Xin before, it seems like fate brought us together. I only hope that we can be husband and wife and live in harmony. Madame Xin didn't like Tang Mo before, only hearing that he was always at odds with Tang Rong, narrow-minded, and always causing trouble. Now that he's her son-in-law, things are different. He's even better looking than Tang Rong. Although his mother is a second wife, it was a proper marriage. Having a mother-in-law's care is better than being disliked by a stepmother. The more a mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, the more satisfied she becomes, especially since his attitude is good, much more pleasing to the eye than Tang Rong's aloofness. Since that's the case, it's not a big deal if we change sons-in-law, but I can't let you suffer. Xin An felt the same way. Although this matter would eventually be resolved peacefully, she wanted to cause trouble for Tang Rong first, to make Tang Rong and Tao Iran feel a little miserable so she could have some fun. She beckoned to Xin Huan. Come closer, I have something to say to you. Madame Xin also beckoned to Tang Mo. Son-in-law, come with me to the front yard to see your father and mother. This matter cannot be left like this. The Tao family girl was shameless, and the Tao family members weren't much better. Didn't she see their smugness just now, which almost made her laugh out loud? She felt very uncomfortable watching them. Seeing that his mother-in-law was going to support him, Tang Mo was more than willing and happily followed her. Chapter 6. Tang Rong's unable to defend himself. In the front courtyard, Madame Wang had apologized again, and Marquis Tang Gang, the head of the family, had completely absolved himself of any responsibility, claiming it was all due to the negligence of his subordinates. Master Tao, suppressing a smile, hypocritically said it was fate, an arrangement of heaven, and that destiny had its own plan. Madame Tao, having seen her daughter, sat down calmly to speak with Madame Wang. Tang Rong continued his apologies and poured tea. The atmosphere wasn't tense, as if the matter had simply passed. Xin An's father, Xin Quan, sat calmly, coldly watching the drama unfold. The person connected to the Xin family was Tang Gang's father, the old Master Tang who had died on the battlefield. During the war, when things were tense, Xin Quan had provided financial and logistical support for the old Master Tang, and afterwards, the old Master Tang was betrothed to the Xin family. Over the years, the Xin family has indeed become increasingly successful thanks to the Tang family, but they have also paid tribute to the Tang family. Although it is a dependent relationship, Xin Quan is not prepared to swallow this insult. He is a salt merchant, and if he wants, there are many powerful and influential people in the capital who want to win him over. His status will only be higher than that of the Tang family. As soon as Madame Xin entered, all eyes turned to her. Xin Quan asked in a deep voice, "How is An? How is she?" Madame Xin asked angrily. What else can she do but cry herself blind after something like this? She was happily married off, and this happened right after. That silly child just cried all night in her bridal chamber, which wasn't even hers. Her eyes are swollen like walnuts, and even makeup can't cover them. She didn't even bother to send a message back. Xin Huan immediately added insult to injury, first snorting, then looking at Tang Rong with a mocking expression. What good would sending a message do? Her groom was already making love with his sister-in-law at that time. If she really spread the word, would Tang Rong and that woman from the Tao family still have the face to live? He emphasized the words sister-in-law with particular force, causing Madame Tao to lose her composure. This concerned her daughter's reputation, and her face turned ashen. This matter has been clearly explained. She was just drunk and confused. Who would recognize whom? Xin Huan had been waiting for her to say this. He sneered and turned his gun on Tang Rong again, unleashing a barrage of sarcastic remarks. You really are something else. Even when you're drunk and can't recognize people, you still think about your wedding night, and you actually managed to have a successful wedding night. You're truly gifted. Didn't you previously boast that you didn't have a single concubine before marriage? It seems you've secretly read quite a few shady pamphlets. You're quite the expert. The bride is no ordinary person. I've heard you're frequent guests at major banquets in the capital. How could you easily mistake someone you know? Could it be that she got bored in the bridal chamber yesterday, got herself drunk, and then let you do as you pleased? He bluntly exposed the veneer of propriety between Tang Rong and the Tao family. Xin An didn't say a word to stop them throughout. Madame Xin was still wiping away tears, but she immediately chimed in after her son finished speaking. Tang Rong, the marriage between our two families was arranged by your grandfather. We've taken it as a joke that the Tang family hasn't mentioned it all these years, given the difference in social standing. But since you've come to propose again, you should take responsibility for my honor. If you don't like it, just say so. It's not like my Xin family's daughter can't get married. Since you're asking for a marriage according to the rules, why are you making her lose face? Everyone says you're a gentleman, talking about self-discipline and propriety, about a gentleman being like a chrysanthemum. Is what you've done the behavior of a gentleman? The mother and son joined forces, and Tang Rong's face turned pale, unable to defend himself. The Tao family was also furious. At this moment, they couldn't care about anything else. If they couldn't pin the blame on Tang Rong, Tao Iran would be branded as a promiscuous woman, which the Tao family couldn't afford. Madame Tao's eyes immediately welled up with tears. We're both brides. My Iran was happily carried on her wedding day yesterday too. Who knew something like this would happen? That girl has been spoiled since she was little. She's inexperienced. When she realized the mistake, her mind went blank. But how can a weak woman like her compare to a drunk man? If word gets out, all three families will become the laughingstock of the capital. I went to see her just now, and she said she wished she were dead. But could she die? Would she dare to die? Women already have it tough. They have no choice in their own lives. If she died, it would put Tang Rong in a hopeless situation. That's why she swallowed this bitter pill. This is a woman's life. She has already suffered so much injustice. I will absolutely not allow you to slander her. The Tao family shifted the blame, placing all the blame on the Tang family and ultimately on Tang Rong. After all, according to the two mothers, Xin An and Tao Iran's silence last night was for the sake of the Tang family's reputation. Madame Wang felt like she had shot herself in the foot. In the end, it was all because of her, the Marquis's wife, who had made the poor arrangements. Despite wanting to kill his son, Tang Gang had to defend him at this moment. Our three families have been on good terms for many years. No one wanted this to happen, but it has happened and must be resolved. Once she enters the Tang family, she is our daughter-in-law, and that cannot be changed. Tang Rong, kneel down. Tang Rong knelt, but his back remained straight. It all started because of me. Whatever punishment is deserved, I only hope that this matter will not involve Iran. She is innocent. At this moment, his defense of Tao Iran did not make him seem responsible, but rather that he had been plotting for a long time and had ulterior motives. Tang Gang said in a deep voice, the punishment will not be light. Xin An suffered the most injustice in this matter and should be compensated. Take 30% of the dowry left by your mother and send it to Qiushi courtyard. What do you think? Wang Shi quickly raised her eyes, then returned to normal. Tang Rong nodded in agreement and kowtowed to Wang Shi. Thank you for arranging this, mother. Of course, Tang Gang said, turning to Wang Shi. Now that the eldest son is married, let's give him the dowry his mother left behind as well. Wang Shi smiled and nodded, looking at Tang Rong with affection. I'll send it to you as soon as I've sorted it out. My sister would be overjoyed to see you get married. Tang Mo was a little nervous. There was hardly any dowry left from Tang Rong's mother. How could he return it? Wang gave him a reassuring look, then personally rose and bowed to Madame Xin in apology. After a series of kind words, Madame Xin's expression finally softened. She thought the Xin family would back down, but Xin An spoke again. We've come today to take her away. If we explain this clearly to outsiders, they'll understand. Although remarriage isn't easy, it's better than her wasting her life in the Tang family's backyard. The Tang family wouldn't agree. Wang again tried to persuade Xin An, but he raised his hand. There's no need to persuade her anymore. We agreed to marry her to the Tang family's heir. Now that this has happened, there's no reason to change it to the second young master. She's not some object, and it wouldn't be fair to him. To avoid future resentment, it's best for them to marry separately. I, Xin An, will exhaust all my wealth to find my inner a suitable marriage. To think he could smooth over his daughters suffering with some old dowry, how naive. Chapter 7. Sent to Xin An to be scolded. The Tang family would never let Xin An leave. The late patriarch of the Marquis of Weiyuan was a military general who voluntarily relinquished his military power after the country was at peace. Abandoning military service for civil service is no easy task. The family's children and grandchildren need nurturing, court officials need to be appeased, and the old soldiers who had served the Tang family need to be cared for. Who knows if the Tang family might one day return to military service? Each of these would be a huge expense. Many people knew that the Xin family was the Tang family's cash cow. The Tao family's willingness to form a marriage alliance with the Tang family stemmed not only from their appreciation of the Tang family's title, but also from their interest in the Xin family. Seeing that Xin An was about to break off relations for Xin An's sake, Lord Tao spoke first. Lord Xin, please calm down. I am also indignant about what happened, but things have come to this point, and we must consider the long term, right? The rise and fall of the family and the future of our children and grandchildren are of utmost importance. Indeed, the young master was wrong in this matter. However, it is inevitable that one drinks a little too much during the three great joys of life. Due to unforeseen circumstances, our two daughters have already suffered losses. Wouldn't it be even greater if we made a scene outside? Tang Gang chimed in. Father-in-law, our two families have been friends for many years. We have supported each other all these years and depended on each other. Everything can be discussed calmly. After this happened, I wanted to beat that brat to death, but I can't exactly kill him, can I? Xin An sneered. You've all explained your reasoning, but in the end, you're still trying to force me to agree? He looked up at Lord Tao. Tang Rong is the eldest son of the Marquis' family. He was granted the title of heir apparent long ago and will be the next Marquis of Weiyuan. The Tao family only needs to agree this time, and then they'll reap endless benefits. What has the Xin family gained? Tang Mo, who had been silent, looked incredibly desolate at this moment, but he remained silent, his face stubborn, though inwardly he felt quite pleased. This cheap father-in-law was going to fight for him. In the past, it was always the mother and son who fought together, and sometimes his mother had to play the role of a kind mother and couldn't act, leaving him to fight alone. As for Tao Iran, she would only enjoy the fruits of his labor and then complain about his mercenary nature. The Tao family wanted to help, but unfortunately, they were no match for Xin An. Xin An's meaning was very direct. Lord Tao remained silent, Tang Gang frowned, and Madame Wang glanced at him and immediately countered. The first fault lies with me, for my poor arrangements. The second fault lies with the young master, for he was too happy and forgot his drinking capacity. How about we have the young master apologize in front of An and the second son, return the tokens between the two families, and then I will hand over the household affairs to An. What do you think, my in-laws? Actually, the best thing would be for Tang Rong and Tao Iran to apologize together, but that would confirm that Tao Iran had stolen her husband, and the Tao family would certainly not agree to that. Xin An was naturally unwilling to agree so easily, but at this point, his goal had been achieved. Although he was not a nobleman, he knew the importance of the power of managing the household for a woman. Madame Xin pressed down her tears. It's all for the sake of the children. You've all made your point. What difference would it make if we killed the heir? Let's do as the lady of the Marquis wishes. She agreed. Madame Tao, who had been clenching her handkerchief tightly, reluctantly let go. Even if Tang Rong inherited the title in the future, a lady of the marquis without the power of managing the household would only be a pretty face, but useless, unable to bring any real benefits to the Tao family. Tang Gang breathed a sigh of relief, but before he could speak, Xin An interjected, "Why didn't any of you ask what the second young master thought from beginning to end? His wife was stolen by his own brother, and an apology is all it takes." All eyes finally fell on Tang Mo, who replied with a cold, slightly aggrieved tone, "I listened to father." Tang Gang also felt somewhat guilty towards him, but after much thought, he couldn't think of anything to compensate him. It was Wang Shi who spoke up. Last year, on the Marquis's birthday, the Emperor bestowed upon him a 60-acre estate in the suburbs of the capital, all good land. Why not give it to the second young master? Normally, Tang Gang would never have agreed. Estates in the suburbs of the capital were extremely rare, especially one bestowed by the emperor. If anyone were to give it to, it would only be Tang Rong. But now an estate could outweigh the humiliation of having his wife stolen, so Tang Gang had nothing to be reluctant about. He boasted about the estate a couple of times and nodded, instructing Wang Shi to immediately hand over the land deed to Tang Mo. Tang Mo was overwhelmed with mixed feelings. In his past life, he had schemed and plotted for this estate, ultimately losing his life in the process. In this life, he had succeeded so easily, and the feeling of having someone backing him up was indescribable. The matter was temporarily settled, and it was lunchtime. Tang Gang invited Xin An and Lord Tao to stay for lunch. The three of them were now practically family, and any unpleasantness could dissipate after a few drinks at the dinner table. Now that the three families were united, they naturally had to plan for the future. Tang Rong breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Although the process had been difficult, the result was ultimately what he wanted. He returned to his courtyard and personally delivered several extremely valuable items to Xin An. Upon seeing him again, Xin An's anger surged uncontrollably. She wished she could stab him to death. "Though it was a twist of fate, I am ultimately the one who wronged you. Please try to put your mind at ease. My second brother is a man of noble character and excellent virtue, no less than me. If you live a good life with him, things will go smoothly for you in the future." "Is the young master threatening me?" Xin An sneered. "If I don't live a good life with him, I want to cause you trouble." "What are you going to do about it?" Tang Rong cupped his hands. "A wife is honored when her husband is honored. My second sister-in-law is intelligent and will understand." Xin An's gaze swept over him from head to toe. She harbored resentment and had to collect some interest on the spot. A gentleman is open and honest, while a petty person is always worried. You were driven by selfishness to steal your brother's wife and conspired with Tao Iran to commit such a despicable act. You want to cover up your sordid behavior with just a twist of fate. Thinking about it carefully, I reasonably suspect that you orchestrated this whole thing from beginning to end. You didn't want to marry me, but you wanted a good reputation for being filial to your elders. You got the reputation, but you were still dissatisfied. You wanted both the fish and the bear's paw, so you bribed your subordinates to deliberately send the wrong bride, and then quickly made it a fait accompli. You know in your heart that you can't fool anyone with the excuse of being drunk. You just took advantage of the fact that everyone has a sense of shame and will cover for you, the shameless one. Absolutely not. Tang Rong felt uneasy. Tao Iran was dignified, virtuous, and talented, and was naturally a better match for him. Xin An was just the daughter of a salt merchant, and her engagement to him had already been ridiculed. Now that he had made amends, Xin An was speaking vulgar and aggressive words. She was truly not a good match. "Please, second young madam, watch your words. The young master is upright and would never do such a thing. There must be a misunderstanding." But upon hearing this, Xin An felt a surge of murderous impulse. The speaker was a woman in her 40s, dressed in royal blue brocade, with 2 dignified gold hairpins in her hair, gourd-shaped gold earrings, and a pair of shrimp whisker gold bracelets on her wrists. This was Aunt Kai, Tang Rong's birth mother's personal maid, who later became Tang Rong's wet nurse. She was Tang Rong's most loyal servant. Even Madame Wang, out of consideration for her status as a second wife, didn't mistreat her, yet this woman treated her like her own mother-in-law, daring to sit down with a dead person's memorial tablet and drink her daughter-in-law's tea, freely scolding and belittling her and even punishing her at will. Just thinking about it now made her want to tear out her thigh bone and bang it on a drum. Is this the Marquis's concubine? This woman dreamed of becoming Tang Gang's concubine. In her youth, she had climbed into Tang Gang's bed, even undressing him, but Tang Gang still couldn't accept her and kicked her away. But I heard that the Marquis's two concubines were extremely beautiful. I didn't hear of anyone so wide. Chapter 8. Xin An's Generosity and Tolerance. Xin An's question successfully pleased Madame Wang. As a second wife, she had suffered a lot at the hands of the servant. Relying on being the one left behind by the first wife and taking care of the heir, the servant was extremely domineering in the mansion, constantly complaining about how she, as the stepmother, mistreated her stepson. If she acted this way in front of her, she was even more like an old lady in Tang Rong's courtyard, and no one dared to disobey her. Aunt Kai hadn't been treated like this in years, and instinctively raised her voice. "Second young madam, I am a servant of the heir apparent, not the Marquis's concubine. Please don't mistake me for someone else." "Mother." Xin An threw herself into Madame Xian's arms. "Tang Rong is truly a liar. He actually has such a powerful concubine. This concubine is so fierce. I don't want to stay here anymore, I want to go home." Madame Xian could tell at a glance that Aunt Kai was no good, and suddenly felt very fortunate that she hadn't married Tang Rong. Patting Xin An's back, she said to Madame Wang, "Madame Marquis, your household is in too much chaos. What we said before doesn't count. We'll take an heir and leave now." She made a move for the mother and daughter to leave, but Madame Wang quickly stopped them, directly scolding Aunt Kai. "How dare you, a servant, interrupt when your mistress is speaking? The heir apparent is at fault in this matter, and the Marquis personally ordered the heir apparent to come and apologize. Anur has suffered such a great injustice, and she can't even complain a little. Or is it that you haven't been presumptuous enough on ordinary days, and now you don't even respect the Marquis's words? A servant dares to speak so harshly to his master. Is he trying to rebel?" Tang Mo had been calmly sipping his tea, but inwardly he couldn't wait for Xin An to vent his anger even more. In just one day, he had already come to enjoy the feeling of having someone working with him. It was simply too wonderful. Seeing Xin An about to deal with this old hag, he was even more delighted. Now, seeing Tang Rong's face turn ashen, he comfortably put down his teacup, but anger immediately surfaced in his eyes. It was his turn. "Brother, I haven't said a word about this since it happened. I don't want to investigate the reasons, for fear of damaging our brotherhood. But don't push your luck." It's normal for Xin An to be unfamiliar with people when he first arrived at the Marquis's residence. Look at your wet nurse, dressed in fine silks and brocades, adorned with gold and silver. What's wrong with Xin An treating her like father's concubine? Even father's concubines aren't dressed as ostentatiously as her. She's always acting like a tyrant in the mansion, bossing everyone around. You clearly know she's vulgar and ignorant, yet you still brought her here. Is it because you're not convinced by father's decision and want to use her words to embarrass me?" Aunt Kai was about to defend herself again, but a sharp look from Madame Wang silenced her unwillingly. She immediately knelt before Xin An. It was this servant who offended the second young mistress. This servant deserves punishment. After saying that, she slapped herself hard across the face. The young master's marriage is a joyous occasion, and I dressed up festively these past 2 days because I was happy. It's not that I forgot my place. She then removed all her jewelry. Xin An looked shocked and took 2 steps back. "Mother, the rules of the Marquis's mansion are truly frightening. Let's go back." Madame Xin was also extremely dissatisfied. A servant dared to throw a tantrum after being reprimanded by her master. This Marquis's mansion is neither master nor servant. Our Xin family truly cannot afford to be associated with it. "Madam, Please don't try to persuade me any further. This wicked servant is so arrogant in front of me. I don't know how she will treat my honor after I leave." She then ordered those waiting behind the door, Wang family, Chunyang and Chuanlu, take inventory of all the young lady's belongings. "We're leaving." Xian Huan, who had come looking for her, immediately started shouting, saying he would go out and tell everyone that this marquis's mansion was run by a servant. Mother and son exchanged glances, vowing to teach this wicked old woman a lesson today and give Tang Rong a good slap in the face. Unable to stop Wang, and with Tang Mo pleading his case to his mother-in-law, the group acted with remarkable tacit understanding without prior consultation. Seeing the atmosphere was right, Madame Xian instructed Xing Huan to fetch Xian Quan. In the front courtyard, Tang Gang was drinking with Xian Quan and Lord Tao. Before the atmosphere had fully warmed up, Xian Huan burst in and quickly explained the situation, adding his own embellishments. "It's quite interesting. The master came to apologize with threats, and that servant was even more arrogant, his slanted eyes looking like he wanted to kill someone. Father, sister is being stopped. They won't let her leave." Xian Quan angrily smashed his cup, while Tang Gang was visibly furious. Lord Tao inwardly cursed the Marquis's incompetence and somewhat regretted arranging the marriage, but that didn't stop him from going along to investigate. Tang Rong never expected things to develop this way. He anticipated the Xian family would cause trouble, but a woman's reputation was paramount. Having entered the Marquis's mansion and spent the night in the same room with his second brother, Xian An would tolerate it regardless of whether he apologized or not. He thought it would be a mere formality before returning home. As for the longtime bully, Aunt Kai remained kneeling, not daring to utter a sound, showing little fear. She was the former Marquis's woman, and the young master was her wet nurse. Even the Marquis himself would have to give her some respect. "You worthless thing. What are you doing bringing this old hag along when I told you to apologize?" Tang Gang arrived, feeling displeasure with Tang Rong for the first time in his life. Seeing Aunt Kai kneeling with an unconvinced expression, his anger flared even more. "Guards, drag this insubordinate servant away and give her 30 strokes of the cane." The Tang family rose to prominence through military merit. Even though they no longer commanded troops, the servants in the mansion were still punished with military rods. 30 strokes would keep Aunt Kai bedridden for at least 3 months, but wouldn't Tao Iran's life be easier if she was bedridden? Aunt Kai was frightened and looked at Tang Rong in terror. Tang Rong did not plead for her, knowing it was not the right time. Xian An, however, spoke up timidly. "My lord, it was I who first failed to recognize her. Seeing her elegant attire, I mistook her for your concubine. It was indeed my fault. It's understandable that she's angry. She's the young master's wet nurse, and her long-standing reputation in the manor represents the young master's face. Besides, she's getting old, and I'm afraid she can't bear it. Now that I'm newly married to the young master's wife next door, let's forgive her." Tang Mo gave him a thumbs up in his heart. It was satisfying to beat this old woman today, but it would also make the people in the manor think that the Xian family was unforgiving. His biased father would also be dissatisfied with Xian An later. Beating this old hag hurt his precious son's face. By being generous and forgiving her, he might even be able to get some benefits from his biased father. Tang Gang's expression softened slightly. He thought that although the Xian family had bad tempers, Xian An was at least magnanimous and forgiving. He also remembered how this unruly servant had once dared to try and sleep with him when he was young, disgusting him to no end. Fueled by both old and new grudges, he kicked the servant hard in the chest. "You're lucky, you poor servant, to have met such a kind-hearted second young mistress. Why don't you kowtow and thank her for sparing your life?" It was only because his deceased wife showed him mercy that this servant had this chance. Otherwise, he would have killed him long ago. The kick successfully drew blood from Aunt Kai's mouth. Ignoring the pain, she quickly crawled to Xian An, knelt down and kowtowed. "This servant is wicked. Thank you for your magnanimity, second young mistress. Thank you for your magnanimity, second sister-in-law." Xian An feigned fear and reluctance, moving slightly closer to her mother. Get up. I mistook you for someone else. Don't take it to heart. Chapter 9. Tang Mo gains another benefit. Aunt Kai staggered to her feet and retreated behind Tang Rong. Tang Rong, his face ashen, bowed to Xin An. It was my fault for frightening you, sister-in-law. Thank you for your forgiveness. From now on, I will be duty-bound to serve you whenever you need me. Please don't hold it against me. Xin An wanted to continue scolding him, but with her father present, she couldn't speak. She only regretted not having had a better chance to scold him more. In the current situation, it was understandable that she was a little short-tempered and spoke harshly because she had been wronged. Would Tang Rong, who prided himself on his noble character, dare to argue with her? If he dared to utter a single word back today, she would make him pay. What a pity. Once the opportunity was lost, it was gone forever. Please, Your Highness, do not take it to heart. Last night, the second young master did not retaliate or humiliate me in his anger. He even comforted me and sat up all night in his clothes. Based on this alone, he is indeed a person of noble character and excellent virtue. The second young master is handsome and upright. Although he lacks worldly talent, he is still a person of upright character. I do not feel wrong to marry him. Tang Mo still stood calmly, only straightening his back slightly. Tang Gang looked at him carefully and thought that his appearance was indeed good. He had not caused any trouble from last night to today, which showed that although he was a bit of a scoundrel on weekdays, he was still clear-headed and composed in critical moments. Your wife is a good one. You will definitely respect and love her from now on. Tang Mo cupped his hands in agreement. Your son will. Tang Gang felt that this rascal seemed to have changed a bit. Now that you're married, you should be more mature. Go report to the Northern Army in a few days. Tang Mo couldn't believe it, then his face lit up with joy. He had wanted to go to the Northern Army for a long time, but his father had always refused. Unlike the ruthless Southern Army, the Northern Army was a place where most noble families' sons trained. After 2 or 3 years, with some connections from their families, it would be easy to rise through the ranks. Thank you, father. Your son will certainly not disappoint you. Seeing his overjoyed expression, Tang Gang felt a little strange, and his face softened considerably. Wang Shi suppressed the joy in her eyes and stepped in to smooth things over, and the farce finally ended. Lord Tao, who had been watching the whole thing, frowned slightly, a sense of crisis creeping into his heart. He couldn't help but glance at Xin An a few more times. Both of them had entered the wrong bridal chamber, but his daughter had gotten nothing but trouble, while Tang Mo's family had gained so much. The difference in their circumstances was obvious. The people in the courtyard quickly dispersed, and Xin Quan was pulled back to the front yard for a drink. Tang Rong originally wanted to go back to appease Tao Iran, but Tang Gang, before leaving, ordered him to go to the ancestral hall and kneel down to reflect on his actions. Madame Wang watched his departing figure with a mocking smile, then warmly took Xin An's hand and inquired about her well-being. Madame Xin breathed a sigh of relief. She had always thought Tang Rong was good in every way, but today she realized that his skin was truly thick. So far, she hadn't seen him show any remorse, pushing the mess onto his family and then coming out to say a few meaningless words before moving on. Looking at Tang Mo again, even though she used to dislike him, she now found him extremely agreeable. Madame Wang praised Xin An profusely and said she would hand over the reins of the household management to her in 3 days. Xin An, having managed the household affairs for half her life, knew how murky the waters were. How could she possibly take it back? Mother's kindness is something I'm grateful for, but how can I possibly manage such a huge matter as the household management right now? Besides, my mind is in turmoil. I can only trouble Mother to continue managing it. Madame Wang had never wanted to give up the reins of the household management. When she agreed to relinquish it, she had mentally prepared herself, comforting herself that she was still her dear daughter-in-law, which was better than falling into Tao Iran's hands. Seeing that Xin An didn't seem to be lying, and thinking that although she had stayed, she was probably still uncomfortable, Mother knows you're troubled. You know a bit about the family situation now. Tang Mo may be a bit of a troublemaker, but he hasn't made any major mistakes and is quite honest. If you get to know him better, you might discover his good qualities. Mother will temporarily manage the household affairs for you. You can come and learn from me whenever you want. This power over the household affairs will always be yours. Xin An curtsied and thanked her. Wang Shi then mentioned giving her 30% of Tang Rong's mother's dowry. She knew all too well about dowries. She had worked hard to obtain them in her previous life, but... Mother, since I've married Tang Mo by some twist of fate, I will settle down and live with him. My elder brother's mother's dowry was never rightfully mine, and I dare not accept it. Please handle it properly with me. How many military families have a substantial fortune? After the Tang family abandoned martial arts for literature, it was like starting all over again. Expenses were constant, and they also had to maintain the marquis's reputation. Tang Rong's good reputation was built on money, and while the family wasn't completely destitute, it was close. She would never spend a single penny of her life to help the marquis, unless she could completely control the manor. Moreover, Marquis Wei Yuan, Tang Gang, was no good either. His son made a mistake, and it was his responsibility as the father to clean up the mess. Yet, he shamelessly offered his deceased wife's dowry as compensation. If she accepted the dowry, she would be given leverage. No one would say anything now, but who could say what would happen later? Seeing her so understanding and considerate, Madame Wang was overjoyed. She felt it was worth sacrificing the Marquis's reputation for such a scheme. Although Tang Gang resented her, gaining such a capable daughter-in-law was worth it. She comforted her a few more times and then said that they would drink her new daughter-in-law tea again tomorrow. After finishing with Qiushi Courtyard, she still had to go to Chunhua Courtyard next door. After all, Tao Iran was now her nominal daughter-in-law. The Tao family was still around, so she had to say a few words of comfort. After everyone left, Xin An chased Tang Mo away and locked herself in the room with her mother for a private conversation. Madame Xin was filled with remorse. Why didn't I realize what was going on back then? What kind of business is this Tang family conducting? Using Tang Rong's birth mother's dowry to compensate you? That's not how you do things. Xin An smiled and casually said, I guess the Marquis's mansion isn't exactly flush with cash either. Luckily, you were smart enough not to get involved. I'm really scared now. That old woman Kai is clearly used to being domineering. Even your mother-in-law can't control her. If you married Tang Rong, wouldn't you have to put up with her? Madame Xin was genuinely terrified, but since things had come to this, she could only grit her teeth and move forward. You shouldn't have tried to persuade her earlier. It would have been better if you had beaten her to death. Xin An, on the other hand, was quite open-minded. Her previous courteous treatment of Aunt Kai was simply because she loved Tang Rong and extended that affection to her. Now that she wanted nothing more than to devour Tang Rong, what was Aunt Kai anyway? If I forgive her, the people in the Marquis's mansion will think I'm magnanimous. Sometimes, suffering a small loss can lead to a big gain. Your cheap son-in-law is probably secretly laughing next door right now. Madame Xin also laughed. I've figured it out now. Your mother-in-law doesn't actually like the neighbor. I saw her smirking several times today. She's biased towards you. Now that her son has gotten a job because of you, she'll treat you even better in the future. With your mother-in-law's support and favoritism, your future won't be too difficult. My cheap son-in-law is also shrewd. If you two support each other, how could your lives not be good? Chapter 10. Who used the dowry? In the Chunhua courtyard, separated by only a wall, Madame Tao, having witnessed the farce, fiercely poked Tao Iran's forehead, exasperated. You should have said you were interested in him earlier. Your father would have definitely fought hard for you. Back then, when the Marquis's father and the Xin family got engaged, he never said it was definitely Tang Rong. And now this has happened. You don't know how awful that scoundrel from the Xin family was. He practically called you a promiscuous woman with no shame. Luckily, I intervened and shifted the blame to Tang Rong. Otherwise, the entire Tao family's reputation would be ruined, and those people in the family would have torn you apart. Madame Tao spoke with heartache. Your deceased mother-in-law's dowry should have been given to you, but now 30% of it, plus an estate, has been taken away. That's one thing, but how easy is it to get back the power of managing the household affairs? Even your own mother-in-law couldn't do that, let alone a second wife. Tang Mo just got another job. Do you know that job was originally reserved for Tang Rong? The Northern Army is full of noble sons, a good place for families to network. If they hadn't already consummated their marriage, she would have taken the girl home too. Tao Iran was full of grievances. She was extremely surprised when she saw the groom wasn't Tang Mo, then felt a surge of joy, and finally, in a daze, lay down on the bed. Only when she woke up did she realize the fear. The young master said he would handle this matter well. The young master said he is fond of me. Madame Tao showed no joy. She didn't believe Tang Rong's excuses today, so how could she believe anyone else? If he was fond of her, why didn't he propose marriage earlier? Why did he agree to the marriage with the Xin family? This was truly disgraceful. This noble and elegant prince didn't seem to be as capable as the rumors suggested, which was worrying. What you need to do now is act considerate and wrong to win Tang Rong's heart, but be careful and don't believe everything he says. Upon learning that Madame Wang had arrived, Madame Tao rallied her spirits and began to deal with her, only to feel incredibly exhausted. Madame Xin checked the servants at Qiushi courtyard for Xin and was relieved to find that none of them were particularly cunning. She then changed the subject, mentioning that they would be setting off back to Huijiang in 7 days. Many things depend on your father. We're keeping you here for the sake of the bigger picture. If you ever don't want to stay here anymore, just let me know, and the entire Xin family will come to pick you up. Xin was very moved and clung to her mother's arm affectionately. Finally, she urged the Xin family and the Zhou family to ensure that the marriage between them didn't change. After all, in her previous life, the Xin family had been implicated, and the Zhou family had provided strong support. Otherwise, they wouldn't have only lost their position as salt merchants and had their property confiscated. I heard that Mrs. Zhou has been ill and hasn't been as well as before. I heard that the Imperial Hospital has a kind of qi-nourishing pill that works quite well. Tomorrow I'll ask my mother-in-law to buy some for me, and mother can take them back. Madame Xin didn't stand on ceremony. That old lady is a good person. The Zhou family has been loyal and righteous for generations. Your father is extremely satisfied with this marriage. More importantly, your brother is delighted. Didn't you see him fawning over Miss Zhou like a butterfly? Just you wait and see. We'll have to go to the market to choose a gift tomorrow or the day after. Xin smiled gently. The days of chatting with her mother were truly precious and memorable. After seeing off the Xin and Tao families in the afternoon, Madame Wang rested for a while before going with Tang Gang to Chuanrong Hall to speak with the old madam. The old madam hadn't appeared today, but she had heard everything. This is the best outcome, she said. There will inevitably be some gossip in the capital, but as long as our 3 families are united, it's fine. She then looked at Madame Wang and said, the servants in the household need a good talking to. Don't let them gossip. Madame Wang nodded in agreement, then brought up the matter of Xin and temporarily stepping down from managing the household affairs, adding that she didn't want the 30% compensation, saying, she said that once she marries the second son, she will live a good life with him. She doesn't want what isn't hers. Tang Gang hummed in satisfaction. She's a sensible person. Wang gritted her teeth and began to discuss Tang Rong's mother's dowry. Logically, after the heir apparent gets married, he should keep his mother's dowry himself. I started working on this matter after his marriage was arranged, but... Her eyes showed difficulty, and the old lady understood. Only Tang Gang looked at her with scrutiny. You misappropriated it? Wang handed him a booklet. You'll understand once you see it, Lord Marquis. Abandoning martial arts for literature wasn't so simple. In the past few years, Tang Gang had been making connections everywhere. The Marquis's mansion was poor, and they used all the dowry money. Wang had recorded everything for him clearly. Then she took out a booklet detailing Tang Rong's extravagant spending over the years. The young master loves Huzhou ink, prefers Jianzhou Xian paper, uses a gray-haired brush, and adores shuo folding fans. Last month, he even spent 500 taels to buy an ivory folding fan from Cheongjo. He also likes moon-colored brocade and moonshine gauze, uses mutton fat jade, wears a yellow jade thumb ring, and carries a red gold openwork sachet. The incense burned in his room must be the cold incense from the Imperial Medical Academy, worth 1,000 taels of gold. Some of these things were part of his sister's dowry, but the vast majority were purchased separately. Even a refined and elegant young master needs to eat, drink, and use the toilet. If he didn't use the fine things, could he still be called a jade-like young master? He was built with mountains of gold and silver. Tang Gang was increasingly shocked as he read on. If it weren't for the booklet, he wouldn't have known that he had spent so much of his deceased wife's dowry over the years, let alone that Tang Rong's life was so extravagant. Feeling guilty, his first thought was to shift the blame. How could you be such a mother? You insisted on using these things. Couldn't you have advised against it? Wang's heart turned cold, her face filled with self-reproach. My lord, there are plenty of people in the capital who fawn over the powerful and bully the weak. The heirs of the Qing and Chong Marquis families all act this way. If our Wei Yuan Marquis' heir is weak, what will others think of us? As she spoke, her eyes reddened, her voice trembling with tears. Being a stepmother is difficult. I have done my best to take care of the heir. When have I ever said anything about him using these things? I have always only tried to keep Mo from spending too much, and in the end, I still get blamed. The old lady was impatient with her crying and knew she had done nothing wrong, but now the dowry was reduced by 60%. How could she explain this to Tang Rong? What would outsiders think of Tang Gang, the Wei Yuan Marquis? Wang cried, saying she dared not get involved in this matter again. I've already tallied up all the remaining dowry. I didn't even keep the compensation the Marquis promised to his second daughter-in-law. I'll give it all to the Marquis later, and he can discuss it with the heir himself. Tang Gang thought this was the only way. Before he could finish speaking, the old lady snorted coldly. You mentioned compensation in front of the Xin family, and when they were just being polite, you refused to give them a single penny. If this gets out, how will you maintain your standing in court? Sometimes, the old lady felt helpless with her useless and irresponsible son. The Marquis' family is also at fault. They didn't want the dowry because they had reservations. Send 2,000 taels of silver from your private savings. Don't be stingy. No one's saying anything now, but who knows what will happen in the future. We can't leave any leverage. You've seen the Xin family's attitude. They're not pushovers. Wang took a deep breath. It was more like her private savings than theirs. Who could Tang Gang support with his meager salary? But after Tang Gang nodded, he pretended to be dead, and Wang had no choice but to agree. Chapter 11. You've gone too far. At Qiushi Courtyard, seeing Xin An still leisurely enjoying her bird's nest porridge, Tang Mo began to speak sarcastically. You're quite generous, just giving up 30% of your dowry like that. Xin An slowly put down her bowl. Although switching brides isn't honorable, it's the Marquis' family that loses face, not your good brother. When outsiders ask about this, it'll be defined as a romantic affair, a joke. Then he'll swallow a bitter cup of wine, laugh bitterly, and apologize to me, even giving me 30% of his mother's dowry. What kind of person do you think I'll be in their eyes? Besides, don't you know how much of the remaining dowry is left? The good stuff was all stolen by this mother and son, who then claimed Tang Gang and Tang Rong used it. The remaining items look big, but how much are they worth? After saying that, he didn't forget to mock Tang Mo. Your father's ways are really interesting. It's no wonder he died such a pathetic death. Tell me about it. Tang Mo said with interest, let me have a good laugh. His father was a biased bastard, ever since he could remember. He gave all the good things to Tang Rong, and only gave him what Tang Rong didn't want. Tang Rong was also good at acting. He would show off the things Tang Mo coveted, but couldn't have in front of others, and then sincerely give them to him, thus gaining a reputation for being humble and polite. As for him, of course, he was the stepson who wanted to grab everything, and was not worthy of being on the same level. Xin An shifted her shoulders. I won't say, it's bad luck. Tang Mo persisted. Then tell me, was his death tragic? Not tragic. Xin An spoke the truth. His children and grandchildren were by his bedside. He passed away contentedly. Tang Mo rolled his eyes. Xin An smiled, kindly offering him guidance. That was your own father. Can you tone down the way you look, wishing him dead? Learn from your eldest brother, all talk and no action, but he's penniless. A perfect example of a good eldest son. Let me tell you, your father doesn't really like your good eldest brother that much. He only likes him because he's a good eldest brother. People will praise him for raising his son well. If you can make him proud, then you'll naturally be his precious darling. You did a good job today. Didn't you get the job with the Northern Army? Tang Mo pondered, stroking his chin for a moment before looking suspicious again. Are you serious? Why would I lie to you? Tang Gang was a selfish person, a conclusion she had drawn after many years. Swear it, Tang Mo leaned closer, that if you're lying to me, this scene is just a dream, and when you wake up you're still 70 or 80 years old, so angry with Tang Rong that you vomit blood, and you'll be severely humiliated by Tang Rong. How vicious. Xin An spat at him, believe it or not. The two started bickering again, and after finally stopping, Tang Mo asked again, you don't want the dowry and you don't want the management rights? You used to be desperate for that. When did you become so generous? After suffering a loss, of course. Xin An was still hoping to work together with him in the future, so she didn't hide anything from him. Go ask your mother how easy it is to manage this family fortune. Apart from the old lady and you, no one in the family is rich. Nonsense. Tang Mo looked wary. Where am I rich? Xin An smiled, staring at him with interest. Guess how Tao Iran dealt with the family fortune you hoarded like a mouse after you died? If Wang Shi hadn't been so heartbroken after Tang Mo's death that she followed him, she wouldn't have had the chance to know how much wealth Tang Mo left behind. At least half of it ended up in my hands, of course, and ultimately it was used on your good older brother. The remaining half was also partly used by your older brother. Tang Mo's face was ashen, his heart bleeding. The man was dead, but the money remained, and it had been spent by his mortal enemy. He wished he could be reborn immediately and spend all of his family's wealth in a single day, or even throw the rest into the river. He glared fiercely at Xin An, gritting his teeth. I really wish I could strangle you right now. Just then, Chun Young came in to bring tea, and was so frightened that she spilled the tea. Xin An lowered her eyes and pretended to cry. Chun Young was furious and slammed the tea on the table. Young master, you've gone too far. Her daughter had suffered so much. How could she have married this infamous second young master? Tang Mo wanted to strangle both master and servant. As night fell, when Tang Rong learned from his father that half of his birth mother's dowry had been spent, he was very dissatisfied. He subconsciously thought that his stepmother had embezzled it, but when he saw the records in the ledger, he was speechless. Tang Gang meant that it was best not to let outsiders know about this, as it would damage their reputation. Tang Rong agreed, as he also didn't want outsiders to say he was extravagant. I will give you all the dowry tomorrow. Just say it's all given, and you can accept it. The father and son chose to remain silent, as if nothing had happened, which was exactly what Wang Shi wanted. Tang Mo approached her. How about it? Wang Shi smiled smugly. Of course, I accepted it quietly. Your father is very concerned about his reputation. How could he let this get out? A dignified marquis misappropriating his deceased wife's dowry. The censor's spittle could drown him. Your elder brother, wanting to preserve his reputation as a noble gentleman, certainly wouldn't say anything. These past years, they've been spending extravagantly for fame and fortune. Can they even remember how much they've used? Her eyes were full of sarcasm. Besides, that dowry wasn't earned through their hard work. Spending other people's money is naturally enjoyable. Do you expect them to investigate? Utterly shameless. Tang Mo's smile was quite pleased. It wasn't difficult for him to scheme against his biased father and hypocritical elder brother. He hadn't succeeded in his past life because Xin An always interfered. This time, with General Fong on his side, manipulating that father and son was a piece of cake. Caring about his reputation was good. The more he cared, the more opportunities he had. Madame Wang cautioned Tang Mo to abandon any illusions about Tao Ran. I sent someone to inquire about Xin An. She helped her father with outside affairs when she was at her parents' home. Her younger brother grew up with her. She's quite capable. If she's willing to help you, it's your good fortune. That Tao family member is arrogant and pretentious. There's no need to covet her. Tang Mo naturally knew Xin An's abilities. He didn't even expect Xin An to help him. As long as she didn't hinder him, that was enough. As for Tao Ran, after suffering so many losses, how could he possibly still care about her? Mother, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Madame Wang sighed softly. Although your father can listen to me, he won't listen to anyone when it comes to Tang Rong. What you want, you have to fight for yourself. Fortunately, you now have an ally. You must make the most of it. Go back. Don't rush into bed. Be a gentleman. Tang Mo wanted to say that even if he had those thoughts, could he even get close to Xin An? Chapter 12. Tang Mo, the excluded one. I've had the room next door cleaned up for you and all your things have been moved there. From today onwards, you can move in. As soon as Tang Mo returned, Xin An adopted the airs of a mistress, banishing this man who could be in charge of Qiushi courtyard to the next room. Tang Mo scoffed, looking disdainful. Does anyone want to share a room with you? Xin An ignored her. After a chaotic day, she was exhausted, both physically and mentally. Although her body was young, her mentality was still that of an old person. She felt listless and full of bitterness. She needed to rest well, recharge her energy, and strive to restore her youthful spirit as soon as possible. As night fell, Tang Mo slept in the next room. Just as she entered, a maid named Nanfeng brought in water to serve her. A moment later, after being told to get out, Nanfeng retreated from the room in a disheveled state, then ran away crying. Chunyang went out to inquire about the news and came back spitting. They say she's been serving the second young master since she was little, just waiting for him to marry and make her his concubine. She probably saw her chance and came, but her attempt to curry favor failed, and she was kicked out by the second young master. Serves her right. The maid named Chuanlu was removing Xin An's hairpins and jewelry. I heard that Madame is very strict with the second young master. He only has one maid, Nanfeng, by his side, to serve him clothes and shoes. This is different from the young master, who has 2 concubines. Xin An's eyes were full of mockery. The 2 maids in Tang Rong's courtyard were named Xueyu and Ingwei. They were outstanding in appearance and literate. They were given to Tang Rong by Madame Wang as bed warmers. How could a dashing gentleman be without beautiful women by his side? Tang Rong was very satisfied with them. Tang Rong was extremely gentle in front of outsiders, and she was also kind and gentle to the 2 maids who served her. As a result, the 2 maids had high self-esteem. In her previous life, the 2 maids gave her a hard time the day after she married Tang Rong. She wondered if they would be more obedient in this life. Chuanlu straightened her hair, still smiling as she spoke. Actually, the second young master is quite good, more genuine than the heir apparent. What do you know? Don't talk nonsense. Chunyang said unhappily. Today the second young master even said he wanted to strangle you, Mississippi. I think the way he gritted his teeth didn't seem fake. From now on, you must serve him more carefully and not give the second young master any chance. Xin and Pucci laughed. Don't worry, he's just thinking about it. He wouldn't dare to do it. You 2 keep an eye on the situation in the manor for me, especially Chunhua courtyard across the street. Come and tell me as soon as you get any news, so I can be happy. Chuanlu nodded emphatically. Miss, don't worry. Now our Qiushi courtyard and the Chunhua courtyard next door have become mortal enemies. We definitely won't miss the chance to see them make a fool of themselves. After a chaotic day, Xin An slept relatively well that night, but Tang Mo next door listened intently for half the night, hoping that Xin An would have a dream so he could sneak in and ask her some questions. Xin An got up at the crack of dawn. Today she had to make up for yesterday's new bride tea and officially begin her life in the Marquis's mansion. She couldn't afford to be late. Tang Emo was without Namphong, who usually served him, so he dressed herself today, only having a servant boy do his hair. Xin An tried to fix her makeup in front of the mirror, striving to make her eyes look clear and bright. Before she could finish, Tang Emo spoke up sarcastically, "You need to smile more. That long face makes you look old and awkward. You don't have any of the vitality of a 17 or 18-year-old girl. You seem like you've lived enough." Before Xin An could say anything, seeing her reflection in the mirror, her brows furrowed slightly. Chunyang and Chuanlu's faces turned green. Chunyang retorted without hesitation, "Young master, the young mistress has suffered so much. She couldn't sleep at night. How can she smile?" Chuanlu nodded in agreement, smiling like a flower at this time. "Anyone who didn't know better would think my young lady is so happy to have a new husband." Ever since she learned that the young master wanted to strangle her young lady, she hadn't had a good impression of him. Tang Emo scoffed, "Your two maids have quite the tempers." Xin An carefully adjusted her newly acquired ruby earrings before turning her head. "Your maid is so gentle and considerate, yet you still kicked her out of the room. My maid is new here and doesn't know your tastes. She thought you liked the fierce type." The two maids proudly raised their chins, then quickly helped Xin An put on her outer robe. After everything was settled, they even brought her sweet soup and peach blossom pastries to tide her over. Tang Emo, left standing to the side, suddenly felt that his future days were probably going to be difficult. He was being isolated. Didn't anyone see that he hadn't eaten anything? Didn't he deserve a bite too? How long had it been before these three master and servants had ostracized him? As soon as the two stepped out of the hospital gate, they saw Tang Rong leading Tao Iran to the entrance. Tang Rong, with a polite smile, bowed to Tang Emo and Xin An, saying, "Second brother, second sister-in-law, let's go together." Tang Emo almost rolled his eyes to the heavens. Was he going to put on an act again, showing how much he cared for his brothers and how united they were? He'd only been kneeling in the ancestral hall for an hour yesterday before being released. Clearly, he was biased. If it were him, he'd be kneeling to death. Xin An curiously sized up the two. She had once again witnessed Tang Rong's shamelessness. After such a conflict yesterday, he was smiling and talking to her as if nothing had happened. It was truly infuriating. Tao Iran was naturally beautiful, dressed festively. Her almond-shaped eyes were as radiant as peach blossoms, and her neck had rosy blushes. Although makeup concealed them, a closer look revealed that the two had spent another night of passionate lovemaking. Their love was truly deep, making her feel like she had been the villain who broke up a couple in her past life. Meeting Xin An's gaze, Tao Iran's eyes darted away. Still a newlywed, she hadn't yet mastered the skills of her past life, and Xin An's gaze made her feel insecure. She lowered her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering, which tugged at Tang Rong's heartstrings. Ignoring Tang Mo's lack of response, Tang Rong took Tao Iran's hand and led the way. Behind them, Tang Emo and Xin An exchanged a glance, both seeing a mocking look in each other's eyes. They knew the other was silently taunting them. See? The person you truly cared for in your past life doesn't care about you at all. Xin An's love for Tang Rong had long since faded after their marriage, leaving only hatred. This scene now felt mostly ironic to her. But Tang Emo had died young. Back then, he felt only disappointment towards Tao Iran. She was, after all, the wife he had once cherished. Now his feelings were incredibly complex. On one hand, he tried to convince himself that the past was the past. On the other hand, he thought his sincere heart had been wasted, and he even wished he could be reborn and slap himself awake. The group walked through the garden and across the covered bridge to Chuanrong Hall, where the old lady lived. Tang Gang and his wife were already waiting there, along with Tang Yong's family, Tang Gang's half-brother, who had long since separated from the family. The old woman who had been waiting at the door greeted them with a beaming smile. "The young master and his wife, the second young master and his wife have arrived." Tang Rong led Tao Iran through the courtyard gate of Chuanrong Hall first, followed by Tang Mo considerately helping Xin An step over the threshold. He remembered Xin An saying that his father liked people who would bring him honor, and he wanted to test that, starting with becoming more mature after marriage. Besides, he now had a job, although he hadn't reported for duty yet. Chapter 13. Being treated differently. The old lady's courtyard gave people a magnificent feeling as soon as they entered. The courtyard was full of flowers and fragrant flowers. Xin An still felt happy when she stepped into it again. She liked this kind of rich and bustling scene. Suddenly she felt like she was a little younger. After passing through the courtyard and climbing the steps, you enter the main hall, where an air of wealth and luxury immediately greets you. Besides the people, the most eye-catching thing is the two large porcelain vases with beautiful women on their shoulders in the corner. They are lustrous, and the beautiful women admiring flowers on them are lifelike. You can tell at a glance that they are very valuable. Then came the side screen. The slanting sunlight pierced through the vermilion door and shone on a corner of the screen, where white butterflies embroidered with gold thread glittered, dazzling Xin An's eyes. A quick glance revealed the treasure shelf on the other side, where a bunch of roses were placed in a sky-blue porcelain vase, the flowers still glistening with dew. Next to them were rare and exquisite ornaments, with various bottles and jars filling every shelf to the brim. It felt like walking on clouds. The thick, luxurious, and dazzling carpet had patterns that Xin An couldn't understand, but that didn't stop her from knowing that it was expensive. The old lady appeared to be smiling, but in reality, she was observing the expressions of her two new granddaughters-in-law. Tao Iran frowned slightly, probably looking down on this woman's low taste, despite her ostentatious wealth. Xin An, on the other hand, was simply infatuated with someone she had never seen before. There was nothing she could do. Although the Xin family was wealthy, their social status was what it was, and sometimes even if you had money, you couldn't buy good things, and even if you did, you couldn't use them. That would be considered overstepping one's bounds. In her previous life, she tried her best to please the old lady after marriage. Partly to gain benefits for Tang Rome, and partly because she liked the old lady's luxurious items. Later, when the elders in the family passed away one after another, these things naturally fell into her hands, but she couldn't use them either, because Tang Rong said they were unbearably vulgar. Tang Mo also loved the treasures in the old lady's room. Every single one of them seemed incredibly lovely to him. The two of them were already standing together, and now they couldn't help but share the same infatuation. The old lady breathed a sigh of relief. Tang Yong's wife, Madame Yu, spoke first. Everyone says the two new brides who just entered the household are both as beautiful as clouds, and seeing them today, it's truly the case. Eldest brother and sister-in-law are truly blessed. Before his serious illness, the old master of the Marquis's mansion had separated Tang Yong's family. He knew that his wife's greatest hatred in her life was that he couldn't resist finding someone else outside the marriage. She disliked this illegitimate son intensely, fearing that the second branch of the family would suffer after he left. However, Tang Yong couldn't understand his father's good intentions, only feeling that his father was biased and looked down on him, the illegitimate son. Over the years, he had maintained only a distant relationship with the Marquis's mansion, while his wife had never given up trying to curry favor with the eldest branch, hoping to gain benefits for her son. Tang Gang and Madame Wang both put on happy expressions, and the old lady was also all smiles. Seeing that both newlywed couples looked perfectly at ease, Madame Wang replied to Madame Yu very kindly, "I hope you will take good care of me in the future, sister-in-law." "That's for sure." She laughed again. It's true that marriage makes a difference. Look at how considerate the second young master was in helping his wife into the house just now. He's become much more composed. "Thank you for your kind words." Madame Wang's smile widened, and her gaze fell on her two sons. "From today onwards, you are both married men. You should be more composed in the future, cherish your wives, discuss matters together, and not act impulsively." Both of them nodded sincerely. "Your sons will remember." The old woman beside them smiled and reminded them the new bride should be served tea. A maid quickly brought 2 soft cushions, and the tea had been prepared in advance, both warm and just right for drinking. Tang Rong and Tao Iran stepped forward and knelt down, accepting the teacups brought by the maid and respectfully presenting them to her. "Please have some tea, grandmother." The old lady happily drank the tea, gave the gift, and said, "You are all good children. May you live happily ever after." After agreeing, the 2 knelt before Tang Gang, saying, "Please have some tea, father." Tang Gang was pleased, and feeling guilty for using Tang Rong's mother's dowry, he became even more amiable towards Tang Rong. After the newlyweds drank the tea, he presented them with a red envelope, saying, "I hope you two will live in harmony, support each other, and uphold the honor of my Marquis' mansion." The 2 kowtowed again and took the tea, presenting it to Madame Wang, saying, "Please have some tea, mother." Madame Wang pretended not to see the marks on Tao Iran's neck, her face very kind. After offering a few words of encouragement and blessings, she presented them with a red envelope. When it was Tang Yong's family's turn, to avoid awkwardness, Tang Yong directly said there was no need to kneel, just drink the tea. Mainly, he was afraid of offending the old lady. After Tang Rong and his wife served tea, it was Tang Mo and Xin An's turn. The 2 knelt before the old lady, and upon seeing the translucent white jade guanyin statue, their faces lit up with joy. The old lady happily drank her tea, gave the 2 a red envelope, and said to Xin, "If this boy bullies you in the future, come to your grandmother, and she will stand up for you." Xin was wearing the complete set of pigeon blood red headdress that the old lady had given her, looking very elegant. The old lady was extremely pleased, saying, "This headdress truly suits you perfectly, it's beautiful." Wang Shi chimed in with a smile, "Of course, what mother gives is the best. This girl has delicate features, and this headdress complements her perfectly. Mother has excellent taste." A fleeting look of envy crossed Yushir's eyes. She, the unloved concubine's wife, had never received a single piece of cloth from the old lady, while the second miss received such a magnificent headdress upon entering the household. The difference in their status was immediately apparent. She couldn't help but glance at Tao Iran, whose gaze was fixed on Xian's headdress, her expression indifferent, revealing nothing of her thoughts. When it was Tang Gang's turn, after drinking tea for the 2 of them, he said to Tang Mo, "Now that you're married, you can't act like before. You must always remember that you are a son of the Marquis' family, and always put the reputation of the Marquis' family first. Be filial to your elders, respect your elder brothers, and live a peaceful life." Tang Mo couldn't help but want to stab him to death again. Wang Shi almost couldn't hold back her smile, gritting her teeth and deciding to bring him 2 concubines in a couple of days to kill him. Fortunately, Tang Mo was already used to being treated differently and responded respectfully. When it was Wang's turn, her eyes reddened with joy. "Now that you're married, you're capable of standing on your own. Be more mature and don't disappoint your father. You two should also live harmoniously together. You are one husband and wife. The road ahead is long. Get up." The 2 rose and turned to offer tea to Tang Yong. Xian's attitude was very respectful. In her past life, her son Zixuan was unjustly imprisoned, and it was Tang Yong who went to great lengths to rescue him. Although he didn't succeed, he had put in a lot of effort. Even the final burial was arranged by him. As for Tang Rong, the father, well, she couldn't think about it. Just thinking about it made her want to end it all with a cup of poison. This thought was impossible to suppress. Her heart was pounding. Tang Mo calmly pulled her aside and squeezed her hand firmly to calm her down. Chapter 14: Appeasing the Old Lady. After drinking the new bride's tea, Tang Gang and the others had no intention of leaving. They said they wanted to keep the old lady company and that it was a good day for the family to eat together. Tang Yong then politely offered to leave, and none of the people in the Marquis' mansion tried to stop him, not even exchanging a few polite words. Once only the family remained in the room, Tang Gang hesitated, and the old lady directly asked about Tang Rong's mother's dowry. Tang Gang calmly gave all the remaining dowry to Tang Rong in front of everyone. Several large chests were locked, and no one knew what was inside, but judging from the quantity, it should be fairly substantial. Tang Mo gave his mother a wink, and Wang Shi said to Tang Rong, "Yesterday your father said he would give 30% of your mother's dowry to your younger brother and sister-in-law. But your younger brother and sister-in-law told me that she had no reason to accept your mother's things. Your father and I thought that since they were your mother's, they should all be given to you. So, we, as parents, will take out 2,000 taels of silver for your younger brother and sister-in-law." Tang Rong was caught off guard and felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't say anything. He could only bow and say, "It's all up to father and mother." Wang Shi sent someone to deliver a box to Xin An, and Xin An opened the lid and saw the neatly arranged silver notes inside. Tao Iran felt a tightness in her chest. They were both newly married daughters-in-law, and in such a short time, the second branch of the family had already received an estate and a set of jewelry. Now they were giving her silver. She didn't care about these worldly things, but this was clearly a slap in the face. It was as if she had wronged Xin An. Xin An closed the lid and personally returned the box to Madame Wang. "Mother, last night the second young master and I had a long talk. He promised to treat me well in the future. I didn't leave with you yesterday because I decided to live a good life with him. So how could I accept this money? Mother, keep it. Managing a household is not easy and the expenses are high. Consider it a small token of my appreciation." Madame Wang's eyes were full of surprise. "Good child, are you telling the truth? Really?" Madame Wang cried tears of joy and excitedly turned to the old lady. "Mother, did you hear that?" The old lady had naturally heard it, her face full of satisfaction. That the girl can understand is the second young master's good fortune, and it's also your good fortune as his mother-in-law. "Gonlu, go and get the crown that the Empress bestowed upon me back then, and also get that pink tourmaline bracelet." Tang Mo clicked his tongue inwardly. He knew this money-grubbing woman wouldn't give away the money she had already received. It turned out she was trying to gain a big advantage by taking a small loss. This was a lesson he learned right there. The gifts arrived quickly. The crown bestowed by the Empress was made in the palace, incomparably magnificent, and maintained year after year to look brand new. Leaving aside everything else, the 2 strings of perfectly round and full pearls alone were worth a considerable sum. The old lady first took the pink tourmaline beaded bracelet, recounting its precious origins, and then solemnly handed it to Tao Iran. "Your skin is as smooth and lustrous as jade, perfectly complementing pink." Tao Iran would naturally like it on its own, as the bracelet was also a rare and exquisite piece, but compared to the crown, even the most magnificent bracelet paled in comparison. "Thank you, grandmother," she said indifferently, showing no particular fondness. The old lady immediately felt uncomfortable. She was the matriarch of the Marquis's mansion, the most esteemed person in the household. Even a single blade of grass should be described as extraordinary. When it was Xianan's turn, knowing the old lady's preference as well, she vividly demonstrated to the old lady and Tang Mo what surprise, delight, disbelief, being flattered, being moved to tears, being cautious, and cherishing something immensely meant. The subtle changes in her expressions alone were enough to make the old lady overjoyed and feel very comfortable. Giving gifts to younger generations, she hoped for such gratitude, which brought her joy. Stroking Xianan's hand, she said, "Good child, come and talk to your grandmother often." "Even if grandma doesn't say anything, I will," Xianan replied. "The first time I saw you, I felt an extraordinary warmth towards you. You look just like my own grandmother, so kind and approachable." The old lady smiled even more happily, feeling that she was destined to have this granddaughter-in-law. Xianan smiled brightly, and she didn't even realize how young she looked at that moment. Seeing that Xianan got all the benefits, Tang Mo imitated her and stepped forward, grinning. "Grandmother is so biased. Now that you have a granddaughter-in-law, you don't even see me, your grandson. I also think grandmother is so kind and amiable. Grandmother, why don't you reward me with something too?" These words made Xin An's skin crawl, but the old lady couldn't help but laugh. This rascal used to only look at the good things in my room when he came to pay his respects. I'm afraid he's been eyeing them for a long time. Today he finally got his chance to speak up. She thought to herself that he had grown up a bit after this incident and knew that pleasing the old lady would bring benefits. She was also magnanimous. After all, the treasures in the room would only turn to dust if she took them to the ground. It was better to give them to someone who made him happy. Grandma won't favor anyone today. You brothers can each pick one item from that treasure shelf that you like and take it home. The old lady never considered the significance or style of items on her shelf, only their price. Tang Emo felt refreshed, secretly thinking that following this woman's footsteps was truly beneficial. He also thought that in her past life, she had died after many people, naturally understanding everyone's preferences. Following her was definitely the right thing to do. Grandson knows how much Grandma loves me. He then said to Tang Rong, eldest brother, choose first. Tang Rong disliked the two men's sycophantic, mercenary manner, and seeing the nouveau riche-looking items on the shelf, which looked rather inelegant, he bowed and thanked her, but hesitated to choose. He realized upon closer inspection that each item was incredibly valuable, and he hadn't even noticed when the items on the shelf had been changed. Why didn't you choose, brother? Seeing Tang Rong staring intently at a familiar rose vase, Tang Emo stepped forward with a cheerful smile. Grandmother's treasures are a rare sight on the market. I can't take my eyes off them every time I come. He then slapped his forehead in annoyance. I forgot that you don't like these gold, silver, and jade artifacts. You prefer cinnabar and yellow jade. Tang Rong straightened his back slightly and reached into the azure porcelain vase to take out a rose with dewdrops on it, looking dashing and debonair. I wouldn't dare to take away what grandmother loves. This rose is just right. It's alluring but not gaudy, and its fragrance is delightful. As he spoke, he glanced at Tao Iran out of the corner of his eye. Tao Iran blushed, but was secretly overjoyed. Tang Rong smiled faintly. He knew that everything on the shelf was the old lady's favorite, something she treasured dearly and never intended to give away. The fact that he was being asked to take something today was simply because Tang Emo had shamelessly begged. Confident in his understanding of the old lady's thoughts, he smiled at Tang Emo. Brother Emo, it's your turn to choose. Tang Emo had suffered too many losses at his hands and was momentarily at a loss for words. A quick thought struck him, and he looked at Xin An. Which one do you want? I'll get it for you. Xin An feigned shyness. Grandmother, look at him. The old lady, just annoyed by Tang Rong's outburst, was amused by Xin An's gesture. This shows she cares about you. You should be happy. Grandmother is teasing me too. Ha ha. Chapter 15 Tang Gang regrets it. Xin An can't remember when she last acted coquettishly or pretended to be silly, but it was probably before she got married. Today, she effortlessly displayed that girlish charm, making the old lady laugh heartily until tears streamed down her face. Hurry up and tell me, can't you see the second young man is getting impatient? Xin An then casually pointed that one. It was the familiar rose vase that Tang Rong had taken a liking to. The old lady smiled and said, You have a good eye for things, girl. This vase was a gift from the Empress Dowager when I went to the palace to pay my respects last year. It was a fine tribute item. Originally, there was a pair, and one of them was given to the old lady of the Zhenbei prince's mansion. Xin An covered her mouth in surprise. It's so precious, then I don't want it. The old lady had Ganlu find a box to put the vase away, patting Xin An's hand. I told you to choose for yourselves. No matter which one you choose, grandmother will be happy. Although this treasure was a gift from the Empress Dowager, I can still do with it as I see fit. I'll put it in your room later. It'll make people happy. Tang Emo and Xin An stepped forward happily to thank her, and Tang Emo continued to joke around, making the old lady's face ache from laughing. Ganlu had just taken away the familiar rose vase when she turned and placed a yellow jade peony piece on the table. Its color was warm and rich, the carving exquisite, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Seeing everyone's admiration, the old lady was very pleased. Tang Rong stared intently. Yellow jade was his favorite. This yellow jade peony soup bowl was so large, flawless, and extremely rare. Xin An and Tang Mo quickly exchanged glances. In their past lives, they had fiercely fought over this treasure. Tang Mo wanted it because it was valuable and could be given as a gift to achieve great things. Xin An fought for it because Tang Rong wanted it. Yellow jade was Tang Rong's favorite. Ever since he saw it, he had been constantly talking about it to Xin An, and ultimately, it ended up in Xin An's hands. Tang Rong had coveted it for many years, but finally gave it away for the sake of his nephew Tang Hui's future. Grandmother has so many treasures. If I hadn't seen them with my own eyes, I wouldn't have known that such exquisite things existed in the world. Tang Mo chimed in. Don't tell me you haven't seen them before, I haven't either. Grandmother is simply amazing. The old lady said, these are the spoils of war that your grandfather won back then. He brought them back and presented them to the emperor, who then bestowed them upon him. Everyone stepped forward to look. Wang Shi knew that old Master Tang had made many military achievements and received many rewards back then, but she didn't know the specifics of how much or what items he received. She envied the old lady's good fortune in this life, having a man who could fight for her any good thing. Seeing Tang Rong's eyes glued to the jade peony, Xin An joked, Grandma has so many wonderful things here. I can't take my eyes off this jade peony carving. I'll have to come here every day to admire it. Grandma, please don't be offended. The old lady, having never been so flattered by her grandchild, said, all right, come and keep Grandma company more often. After this peony has been on display for a while, I'll put it in your room too. Xin An laughed heartily. I'm satisfied just to see it. I wouldn't dare put something so valuable in my room. I don't have Grandma's magnanimity and composure, and I haven't seen many good things. If I really put it in my room, wouldn't I look like a thief to everyone? I wouldn't dare go out anymore. I'd have to stay inside and guard it all the time. Tang Mo smiled apologetically, then I won't go out either. I'll even sleep with it in my arms. Ha ha ha. The old lady laughed heartily, and Wang Shi was also delighted, joining in the fun. The more she looked at Xin An, the more satisfied she became. Tang Gang, on the other hand, glanced at Xin An several times. Then he saw Tao Iran standing there with an aloof expression and a slight frown. He thought to himself that the second daughter-in-law was no pushover. She had flattered the old lady with just a few words. Everyone knew that the old lady was stingy, guarding a room full of treasures and not giving them to anyone. In just 2 days, Xin An had gotten 2 things, and now she said she would come every day. Who knew how many more good things she would take away? As the father-in-law, he couldn't say much. Wang, being the second wife, would naturally favor her own son. Only his wife could scheme for the eldest son, and only the eldest son's wife was qualified to challenge the second son's wife. The eldest son's decision to choose a flower over a treasure was already a mistake. His wife should have stepped in to make amends. Instead, she stood there motionless, watching the second son and his wife try to appease the old lady without lifting a finger. What did she mean by that? Remembering how she had impulsively given the opportunity to train with the Northern Army to the second son yesterday, she realized the second son and his wife had gained far too much in the past 2 days. The old lady was in a good mood today and wanted to show off her treasures, so she had gone to bring out a few more for everyone to admire. Xin An and Tang Mo were very accommodating, praising the items throughout. Wang echoed their sentiments. Tang Gang occasionally chimed in. Tang Rong smiled awkwardly but politely, and Tao Iran remained expressionless, but her eyes were constantly fixed on the treasures. Soon it was lunchtime, and a table laden with delicacies awaited. Xin An hadn't eaten much since her wedding the day before, and even less yesterday, leaving her ravenously hungry. More importantly, since the Marquis's mansion had been raided in her previous life, she hadn't had anything decent to eat, and now she felt like she could devour a whole cow on the spot. She was supposed to stand and serve the elders, but her stomach was rumbling loudly. The old lady, understanding that the 2 young couples hadn't eaten much in the past few days, waived the formality. Xin An didn't stand on ceremony, silently eating a bowl of rice, then smilingly asking the serving maid to serve her another. Meanwhile, Tao Iran had only eaten a small portion of rice, acting extremely reserved. The old lady was originally the daughter of a wealthy landlord. Back when the old marquis hadn't yet risen to prominence, her father recognized his potential and betrothed her to him. She hadn't received much education and lacked worldly experience. She simply waited at home for years until her husband became a marquis. Remembering their past affection, he brought her to the capital in great pomp and circumstance, transforming her into a marquis's wife, a meteoric rise that lifted her and her entire family to new heights. Besides her husband, her greatest loves were gold, silver, and jade. In fact, she loved anything expensive. She also had a good appetite. She disliked dining with Lady Wang simply because Lady Wang was also a noblewoman with strict table manners, eating only cat food. The old lady didn't want to be looked down upon, which meant she often went hungry. Originally, she was worried that her two granddaughters-in-law would complain about her eating too much, so she was prepared to hold back. Seeing Xin An eat her second bowl of rice, she smiled and joked, "My second granddaughter-in-law is eating so well. Even this old woman has a big appetite. Ganlu, give me another bowl." Tang Gang spoiled the mood. "Mother, be careful with your stomach." The old lady was displeased, but smiled and said, "It's all right. I'll have a bowl of hawthorn soup after the meal, and then take a walk after my afternoon nap." Xin An understood her and took the bowl of rice that had just been served, smiling. "My grandmother always said that being able to eat is a blessing. People who are sick will spend a lot of money to get cured just so they can continue eating. Grandmother has a good appetite and looks very healthy. It's a blessing for us." The old lady was happy again. Tang Gang didn't say anything more, his gaze once again falling on the silent Tao Iran. Suddenly, he understood why his grandfather had insisted that Tang Rong marry a girl from the Xin family. If this marriage hadn't gone wrong, would he, as the father, have needed to worry about his eldest son? Chapter 16. Do you want to inherit the title? After dinner, the old lady, who had drunk hawthorn water, was a little sleepy and told everyone to go back and rest. Only then did everyone leave. Back at Qiushi Courtyard, Xin An slumped onto the chaise lounge without any regard for her image, yawning with her eyes filled with tears. Chunyang and Chuanlu came in to remove her hairpins and brought her tea before leaving. Tang Mo admired the famille rose vase she had just acquired with delight. "This thing is truly beautiful, worth at least 1,000 taels of silver." I can see clearly that Tang Rong also likes it. Luckily, I was smart enough not to let him get his way. Xin An propped her head up with one hand and fiddled with the jade pendant at her waist with the other. "Do you think I was too lively today? I'm afraid I've attracted your father's attention." "So what?" Tang Mo carefully put the vase down. "He cares most about his reputation. Would he say anything bad about you, his daughter-in-law? If he dares to reprimand you, I'll secretly have someone spread the word. Let's see how he'll have the nerve to go to court then. As for the others, you don't need to worry. My mother will definitely side with you. She'll just think you've come to your senses and want to stay and live a good life. As for those two next door, one is a high and mighty flower and the other is a distant moon. Would they really stoop to the mortal realm and fight over something mundane? Didn't you see if those two made a sound today?" Xin An laughed. "They probably think we're worthless in their hearts." Tang Mo didn't care about that at all. "They just said we're mercenary, sycophantic, and vulgar. It's not like we're losing anything." Tang Mo carried a stool to the chaise lounge and said with a grin, "Tell me what the old lady likes. If I figure it out, I can curry favor with her." "I can't let you do all the work, can I?" Xin An originally intended to tell him, but on the condition that we'll split the benefits in half. If I encounter difficulties, you have to help me unconditionally. Of course. Tang Mo had already tasted the benefits. Today, they worked together in front of the old lady and easily won her favor. Compared to his previous life, when he struggled alone while the person behind him not only didn't help but also held him back, even enjoying the fruits of his labor while verbally mocking his mercenary and vulgarity. He felt utterly powerless and frustrated. Now, it was like a dream come true. Xin An beckoned with her finger, and Tang Emo leaned closer, speaking in a voice only the two of them could hear about the old lady's preferences. Tang Mo's eyes gleamed. Take it easy, don't give anything away. We need to proceed gradually, understand? Actually, the old lady is quite nice. She enjoys the good life without tormenting anyone. If she doesn't like something, she simply won't see it. Before she passed away, she even instructed that all her treasures should be returned to the mansion and not buried with her. Go to the Imperial Medical Bureau and get some qi-nourishing pills. Get a lot, half for me and half for the old lady. The old lady's longevity is good for us. Tang Emo nodded repeatedly, still curious about something else, her attitude towards Tang Yong today. I clearly felt your murderous intent back then. What did that person do to you? Xin An lowered her eyes. Mentioning Tang Yong reminded her of Tang Gang's incompetence and Tang Rong's despicable nature. There are some things I'm not mentally prepared to tell you. Today, while serving tea, I remembered the past and thought about killing Tang Rong with a cup of poison, not for second uncle. Even now, you look rather repulsive, but I haven't shown it because I can still control myself. Tang Mo's lips twitched slightly. You're still angry even after I'm dead? Still holding a grudge? Xin An wasn't that petty. He was angry at Tang Mo's son, Tang Hui, that damned bastard. You should be glad I'm still rational, otherwise I would have killed you. Tang Mo's curiosity grew, but Xin An didn't continue to explain the reason. He only asked him, do you remember what happened to your second uncle's son, Tang Yaoming, around this time? Tang Emo had returned earlier than Xin An and knew a little more. He failed the imperial examination. My second uncle wanted to get him a better official position. Half a month ago, he came to ask the old man for help. He didn't agree, saying he wanted to avoid suspicion. I think he was just afraid of trouble. Xin An said, your second uncle is much more reliable than your father. When the Marquis's mansion had an accident, my second uncle was busy making arrangements everywhere. He stared intently at Tang Emo. Do you want to inherit the Marquis's title? Tang Emo was stunned. What you're saying is, I'm also a legitimate son. I'm qualified too. If Tang Rong inherits the title, we'll have to live at his mercy for the rest of our lives. Are you willing to accept that? Xin An raised an eyebrow. In that case, let's make a plan. Go close the door. Tang Emo quickly got up and closed the door, then impatiently sat back down. I already had a plan. The two whispered amongst themselves behind closed doors, getting more and more excited as they talked. Meanwhile, Tao Iran from Chunhua courtyard next door was sulking. The wilted rose in the vase in front of her made her feel increasingly upset. As a newlywed granddaughter-in-law, she felt treated differently today. What's wrong? Are you unhappy? Tang Rong placed his hand on her shoulder, and Tao Iran's eyes instantly reddened. She lowered her eyes and wiped away her tears. Does grandmother dislike me? I saw it clearly. Grandmother probably thinks I'm an unreserved woman, and that's why she's distant towards you. I've dragged you down with me. Maybe I should go home. What nonsense are you talking about? Thinking about what happened today, Tang Rong also felt a little uncomfortable. Over the years, wherever he was always the center of attention, surrounded by admirers, and praised with words of praise. Today, however, he could only be an accessory. Neither of us is the type to seek the limelight, so why should we care? Grandmother is quite easy to get along with. Spend more time with her when you have free time, she'll like you. He couldn't help but think of the yellow jade peony, a slight smile playing on his lips. Speaking of which, that yellow jade peony suits you very well. I'll ask grandmother to give it to you when the time is right. Tao Iran was naturally tempted, turning around to say, that yellow jade peony is indeed extraordinary, lustrous and elegant, but I see my second sister-in-law likes it very much too. Let her have it. Only someone as kind-hearted as you. Tang Rong sat down beside her, holding her hand. It's my blessing to marry you. Father said he'll find me a job next month. Don't worry, I'll definitely get you a title and won't let anyone outshine you. Tao Iran was overjoyed. I knew Rong Lang was the best man in the world. Still going to the Northern Army? Tang Rong shook his head. Father told me about the opportunity to train in the Northern Army a long time ago. I was hesitant at first, but now it seems my second brother prefers it, so let him go. Father said he would try to get me a position in the Ministry of Rights. Vice Minister Wang of the Ministry of Rights also mentioned to me that the ministry is short of someone to receive envoys from other countries. I want to give it a try. Tao Iran said softly, no matter where Ronglong goes, he will surely achieve great things. The two exchanged sweet nothings for a while, and soon the servants brought over Tang Rong's mother's dowry, handing him the register and the key to the chest. It was Zhang, Tang Gang's attendant. The steward personally delivered them. Young master, the Marquis said everything is here. Please check it. An Kai reached out to take them first, but Tang Rong was a step faster. I trust father and mother. Thank you for making this trip, Uncle Zhang. Steward Zhang bowed. It's my duty. After everyone left, Tao Iran looked at the boxes piled up in half the courtyard, a hint of joy flashing in her eyes. Are these all mother's dowry? Tang Rong nodded and ordered someone to lock all the boxes in the storeroom. My uncle's family used to be wealthy, and mother was quite favored at home, so her dowry was quite large. Unfortunately, my uncle's power has waned in recent years, and he hasn't been able to return from the capital for 5 years. Young master. Aunt Kai didn't know the details. She only knew that these things had passed through the hands of the second wife. Who knew if anything was missing? Let's open the boxes and check them. Many items in Madam's dowry were quite valuable. We can't be too careful. Tang Rong immediately ordered the boxes to be carried into the storeroom, then turned to Aunt Kai and said, I already checked them yesterday, and there were no problems. And you're overthinking it. Chapter 17. My loss was not unjustified. In the past, Tang Rong would always listen to what Aunt Kai said, and even if he didn't adopt her suggestions, he would still give her face. This time, however, he wouldn't let her touch the dowry at all, and even carefully handed the keys and registers to Tao Iran, asking her to keep them safe. Aunt Kai clenched her fists. Yesterday, she suffered a great loss next door, and the servants in the mansion were all laughing at her. She had to rebuild her authority as soon as possible. Young master, she called out, stopping Tang Rong, who was about to help Tao Iran inside. The young mistress has entered the household, and today is an auspicious day. We should invite her to have a cup of tea as the young mistress's daughter-in-law. This time, not only Tang Rong thought it reasonable, but Tao Iran also felt it was the right thing to do. I should indeed offer tea to my mother. Please arrange it, Aunt Kai. Aunt Kai immediately began instructing the people of Chunhua Courtyard to get busy. Soon, everything was set up. When Tao Iran arrived, she saw Aunt Kai holding the memorial tablet of the late Marquis's wife. A chair was placed in the center with a cushion in front of it. Despite the presence of an offering table, she was holding the tablet in her arms. Tao Iran's dowry maid, Aunt Lu, immediately understood her intentions. With a smile, Aunt Kai asked, "Why did you bring down the memorial tablet of the late Marquis's wife?" Aunt Kai replied with a serious expression. The late Marquis's wife loved the young master the most when she was alive, and she was also most worried about him on her deathbed. Now that the young master is marrying the late Marquis's wife, he must be overjoyed and must want to drink this tea for his daughter-in-law himself. Aunt Lu continued with a smile. The late Marquis's wife was of noble status and kind heart. She must be someone who cares about her daughter-in-law. Aunt Kai has considered things very carefully. Why don't you send someone to invite the Marquis's wife to come and drink this tea on behalf of the late Marquis's wife? This shameless old woman actually wanted to accept the grand ceremony of her young mistress on behalf of the late Marquis's wife and drink the tea for her young mistress's daughter-in-law. She was unworthy. Aunt Kai's gaze fell on Tang Rong. She was certain that Tang Rong, whom she had raised, would give her this face. Tang Rong frowned. Aunt Kai, put Mother's memorial tablet back on the altar. Mother is kind-hearted and will like ear. Aunt Lu's smile deepened, and with a glance, the two maids behind her moved the chair away. Aunt Kai's face was ashen as she carefully placed the tablet back on the altar. Tao Iran knelt down, and a maid brought her tea. Just as she placed it in her hands, a gasp escaped, followed by the sound of the teacup falling to the ground. Half of the steaming tea splashed onto her knees, scalding her and bringing tears to her eyes. Aunt Lu quickly stepped forward and questioned, "Who prepared this tea? And why was it piping hot? Did they deliberately try to prevent the late Marquis's wife from drinking this cup of her daughter-in-law's tea?" Aunt Kai's words of reproach to Tao Iran stuck in her throat, unable to be uttered. She turned and handed the tea to the maid who had brought the tea. The maid slapped her. "You wretched thing, you can't even handle such a small matter." The maid dared not utter a sound and hurriedly turned to prepare tea again. Tang Rong felt sorry for the injured Tao Iran and wanted to help her back to her room to apply medicine, but Tao Iran, with red eyes, stubbornly shook her head. "Mother hasn't had my tea yet, I'm fine." Tang Rong felt even more sorry for her and also felt dissatisfied with Aunt Kai. After the farce, the tea was finally served smoothly. Tang Rong couldn't wait to carry Tao Iran back to the bedroom and carefully apply medicine. After dinner, Tang Mo received the news from the other side and sneered. "How could she have the nerve to say she'd give you the yellow jade peony? Anyone who didn't know better would think the yellow jade peony was already hers." Xin An wasn't surprised at all by Tao Iran's actions, but she was curious about Tang Mo's attitude. "I remember you used to adore her so much. You should have known she was a non-competitive person. Why are you so indignant now?" Tang Mo glared at her, annoyed. "Didn't my good brother always dote on his wife? Now you want a cup of poison to end his life too?" Xin rolled her eyes. Tang Mo chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Tao Iran is always lenient with herself, but strict with others. She's good at pretending and labeling people." Tang Rong is still hoping she'll compete for the yellow jade peony, but little does he know that Tao Iran thinks the same way. They're both waiting for the other to fight for them. Do you think they'll end up fighting like dogs? Xin wasn't in the mood to think about this. Her heart was filled with mixed feelings. She said softly, "It's not unfair that I lost to Tao Iran. Tang Rong was just using her, but he truly liked Tao Iran. The difference between liking someone and not liking someone is really obvious. In my past life, I suffered greatly at Aunt Kai's hands. Firstly, Tang Rong didn't care about me, so naturally, he didn't care what kind of grievances I endured. Secondly, the Xin family wasn't of high social standing, and Aunt Kai always brought up my background. Although I had the ability to refute her, I worried that Tang Rong would be put in a difficult position because of it. Aunt Wang and Chunyang and Chuanlu followed my lead, and both mistress and servant lived a stifled life. Whether Tao Iran was with you or later hooked up with Tang Rong, she lived very well and never suffered the slightest grievance. How ridiculous that she was secretly hoping today that Aunt Kai would torment Tao Iran." Tang Rong was perceptive. He just hadn't seen her before. Tang Mo turned his head in disbelief, gripping the cup tightly in his hand. "Explain yourself clearly." Later, she even got involved with Tang Rong. How did she get involved? When? Xin was listless and in no mood to say more. Tang Mo paced back and forth in the room with his hands on his hips. Was it Tang Rong who forced her? Well, they were just a widow and her child, and they didn't know how much you bullied them in the mansion. It was only natural for her to ask Tang Rong for help. Xin raised her eyelids. "If you feel comfortable deceiving yourself like this, then it's not impossible." Tang Mo stopped, looked back at the past, and smiled bitterly. It was indeed a bit self-deception. While he was still alive, the two of them were already exchanging glances. Did he really need to force her? "You said she had no feelings for me at all, so why did she agree to marry me?" He had never understood this in his past life. "Of course, we're betting on your mother's skills and whether you'll have the last laugh. You can't be unaware that the Tao family originally intended to send her to the second prince's residence as a concubine, can you?" Seeing Tang Mo's blank expression, Xin knew he didn't know. She let out a long sigh. "I only learned about this when I was casually chatting with other ladies. She's put effort into the second prince, and he's naturally interested in her too. However, second prince's consort's father is not only a general with military power, but he's also very decisive and has personally humiliated her. The second prince needs the second prince's consort to succeed, so he naturally doesn't dare offend her. Although this matter hasn't been publicized, quite a few families know about it. As a result, there aren't many families willing to take her in. After all the picking and choosing, aren't you just the tallest among the short, handpicked for the position? If you end up inheriting the title, she'll have made a profit. But this time it's Tang Rong, the proper heir. Why would he hesitate? Tang Emo smiled bitterly, suddenly understanding why Tao Iran had always looked down on him. He used to think it was because he hadn't done something right, but it turned out she was just choosing the worst option, never her first choice. Chapter 18 Shifting Blame Without Burden. Seeing Tang Emo went from being furious to dejected, Xin An inexplicably felt a little better. How could her youthful heart, so young this morning, feel old again? Some things were bottled up inside her, and she couldn't find anyone to confide in, which had practically made her sick. Now, she could just dump all this garbage on Tang Emo. He wouldn't tell anyone anyway. Tang Rong values my ability to fight for him, and he also wants Tao Iran's talent and tact. What you can't have, you always yearn for. Now that you're gone, his opportunity has naturally arrived. Tao Iran is very clever, she can firmly control him. She outlasted me, and she might very well have her own ways to replace me. We've both benefited these past 2 days, but don't be careless. His years of maneuvering have paid off. He'll soon enter the court. Your father will use all the resources of the manor to help him. He's harder to defeat than you think. In her past life, Tang Rong was able to frame her son, clearing Tang Hui of suspicion completely. He must have used many resources. His abilities were definitely not to be underestimated. Tang Emo felt heavy-hearted, suddenly feeling like a maggot in a gutter, unable to rise again. Seeing his dejected state, Xin An didn't comfort him. If he lost his fighting spirit like this, she might as well have just knocked Tang Rong out with a drink. The two sat there quietly for a long time before Tang Emo finally said, "Forget it. I died young and you didn't fare any better. Even if you start over, you still can't get over the past." Those two are so lovey-dovey across the street, they must be so happy. He then stood up. Go and rest early. He resented Tao Iran, who didn't like him but still married him, and then couldn't settle down with him after marriage. He also hated Tang Rong, who was the one who wanted to marry Xin An, and then coveted his wife, and this shameless man even had a reputation that Tang Emo couldn't possibly match. That night in the bridal chamber of Chunhua courtyard next door, the two didn't settle down to sleep just because Tao Iran's knees were red from the burn. Their passion continued until midnight. In Xiushi courtyard, two people deeply wounded by their past grievances lay awake until midnight, finally falling asleep with a long sigh. The next morning, Madame Wang presented Tang Rong and Tang Emo with the prepared return gifts. Tang Rong thanked her and had the gifts delivered to the carriage. At the door, Tang Rong and Tao Iran noticed that Tang Emo had brought an unusually large amount of gifts, requiring an extra carriage. Both assumed Madame Wang was showing favoritism. Tang Emo wanted to confront him, but Xin An stopped him from saying anything more. Once in the car, Tang Emo finally spoke. "Why are you dragging me along? Let me go and humiliate him a bit." Xin An glanced at him. Yesterday, when Mother said we could add some more gifts for the return visit, they were exchanging glances. I bet they didn't hear it. Now they definitely think Mother is biased. Even if you go and say something, they'll just think Mother didn't remind them again and was careless. Since it's wrong no matter what, let them think that way. The more resentment there is, the more likely it is to explode. People will feel resentful when they feel wronged, and they will do wrong things when they are controlled by resentment. Don't forget that you're trying to turn over a new leaf and be a good person now, so don't cause trouble. Turn over a new leaf? Tang Emo instantly thought of his biased father, his face turning sour. What heinous thing have I done that I need to turn over a new leaf for? He had suffered so many hidden losses at Tang Rong's hands since childhood. He was innocent. I'm so angry. As Xin An expected, Tao Iran's eyes reddened as soon as she got into the carriage. She lowered her eyes and remained silent. Her personal maid always spoke for her. Madam is too much. How come the return gifts from the two families are so different? I just counted them, and they are more than twice as much as ours. They're all packed in fine wooden boxes, so they must be valuable items. Tang Rong suddenly remembered that his mother had mentioned adding a return gift yesterday. Back in his courtyard, he had been busy dealing with his birth mother's dowry, thinking of picking a few decent items to include, but then he forgot. He wouldn't admit it was his oversight, only that Wang Shi hadn't mentioned it again that morning and hadn't handled things properly. Seeing that Tao Iran seemed not to remember, he unhesitatingly shifted the blame to Wang Shi, giving a wry smile. Mother is my second brother's birth mother. It's only right that she considers him more. I will personally apologize to my father-in-law and mother-in-law for this. Tao Iran was thinking about this, vaguely remembering mentioning a return gift, but since Tang Rong had said so, she hadn't thought much of it. With her mother-in-law already in charge, she didn't want to overthink it, and said very considerately, "That's enough. Mother, you've put in so much effort. The family will be satisfied. Young madam is too kind-hearted. How can she be so unfair?" The maid, unaware of the situation, was still indignant. Tao Iran gently said, "You're not allowed to say anything more." Only then did the maid reluctantly shut her mouth. The distance from the Tang family's residence to the Xin family's small house in the capital was quite far. Xin and Tang Mo yawned the whole way in the carriage. When they arrived, the Xin family members were already standing at the door to greet them. Tang Mo stood up, but just as he leaned halfway out, he suddenly turned back. "I was thinking, poisoning him directly wouldn't be a bad idea." Xin rolled his eyes. "If he dies, your father will go mad. And you're not capable of inheriting the title now. 9 times out of 10, the emperor will take it back, or at least demote you. The current emperor values the titles of aristocratic families very much. Only those he approves will be granted the right to inherit the title. Even your father's word doesn't count. A complete change of heart suits you better. Sister, come out quickly." Xin Huan urged, and Tang Mo turned his head, a smile naturally appearing on his face. "The carriage bumped a bit on the way and your sister's hairpin got crooked. She insisted on putting it on again. Women love beauty." Tang Mo jumped off the carriage, turned around, and reached out to help Xin, and seeing that the two were getting along well, Madame Xin's eyes were full of smiles. "Come inside quickly. Knowing that you were coming back today, Steward Wen sent someone to buy groceries yesterday, saying that he would cook some huaijiang dishes for you to try today. It won't be so easy to eat them again in the future." Xin couldn't even remember the last time he had huaijiang dishes. "Mother, just hearing you say that makes my mouth water. I'm going to eat 2 big bowls today." Tang Mo walked behind, and Xin Huan walked happily beside him. "Brother-in-law, you should listen to my sister more in the future. My sister is very smart." Tang Mo turned his head and then smiled. "What? You always listen to your sister at home." "That's right," Xin Huan said smugly. "You'll see later, but if you want my sister's help, you have to treat her well first." So that's what was waiting for him. Tang Mo chuckled. He'd never been able to beat Xin in his past life, and in this life, Xin knew so much more about the future than he did. Of course, he had to suck up to her. "With such a powerful brother-in-law like you, wouldn't I have to treat your sister like royalty?" Chapter 19. The father-in-law misunderstands his son-in-law. The Xin family's residence in the capital was just a temporary dwelling. It was not well maintained and did not look very luxurious. However, Xin liked it here. After the Marquis's mansion was confiscated, this place became her refuge and shelter from the wind and rain. "I'll have someone tidy up the house properly later and arrange for a few people to sweep and plant some flowers and plants." Seeing that she still had the leisure to consider this, Madame Xin was truly relieved. "Is your son-in-law good to you? Well, so be it." After entering the house, the two greeted Xin Quan. When they saw Tang Mo again, Xin Quan was still unhappy. After all, Tang Mo's reputation outside wasn't very good. Tang Mo cast a pleading look at Xin, but Xin ignored it and took her mother's arm to the backyard. She still had a lot to say. The mother and daughter whispered for a while and learned that the two hadn't consummated their marriage. Fortunately, Madame Xin didn't advise her to have children early to win her husband's heart. In her opinion, if a man doesn't like you, even if you have 10 children for him, it won't make a difference. I don't think it's too bad. You might as well give him a chance and think it over. If it's a good match, then it'll be a blessing from the heavens. I know. Xin sat down to drink tea, and after putting down her teacup, she spoke very seriously. I shouldn't say anything discouraging on my return home today, but Mother, you have to talk to Father. We shouldn't get too close to the Marquis of Wei Yuan's family. Don't let Father give us unreserved help just because I'm now in the Marquis's mansion. We need to leave ourselves a way out. Some things can't be said too explicitly, but Tang Gang's character is really not good. To put it bluntly, what kind of foundation does the Marquis's family have in the court? That reputation was all gained by the Tang family patriarch in his early years of fighting on the battlefield. Since abandoning martial arts for literature, the Tang family hasn't achieved anything. Even if Tang Rong has a good reputation outside, climbing the ranks in the court isn't just about having a good reputation, it requires spending a lot of money to bribe officials. Tang Gang and Tang Rong aren't the kind of people who are grateful for kindness. What benefit would supporting Tang Rong bring her? Madame Xin frowned. Your father was also talking about this last night, just worried that it would put you in a difficult position. What difficulty do I have? Xin smiled. Your son-in-law isn't the eldest son who's expected to be favored, so he won't get any benefits. And naturally, you can't blame me for anything. The Marquis's mansion is practically empty now. Yesterday, my mother-in-law even offered me 2,000 taels of silver, which was her private savings. Madame Xin regretted her decision. I shouldn't have kept you in the Marquis's mansion. Xin Huan also leaned in. Sister, what do you think we should do now? Of course, we should use the Marquis's mansion as a shield and find another way out. We can't put all our eggs in one basket. Xin Huan nodded repeatedly. Sister, tell me in detail, I'll listen to you. Xin raised her hand and tapped his forehead. You're such a grown man, is your brain just for show? While I'm gone, you need to learn to use your own brain. Making a lot or a little money in business is secondary. The important thing is to ensure your own safety. If something happens, you won't be implicated. You can't earn all the money in the world, but you only have one life. You must consider things thoroughly. Xin Huan sheepishly touched his forehead. I've always listened to you, sister. I'm not confident using my own brain. Xin's brows relaxed. She was determined to protect this silly boy for the rest of her life. In the front yard, Tang Mo, sitting opposite Xin Quan, was so embarrassed he could have worn a hole in his shoe. Xin Quan remained silent, only sipping his tea. After much mental preparation, Tang Mo finally mustered the courage to speak. I heard father-in-law is going back to Huijiang? Yes. Then came another deathly silence. Tang Mo smiled awkwardly. When will father-in-law come next? When you treat my inner badly. Tang Mo said, Father-in-law, you're joking. Although I've been through some trouble, I would never mistreat my wife. How could I possibly wrong her? Xin Quan's gaze seemed to see right through him. It's good that you know what's going on. I don't know the truth of your past affairs, but now that we're married, things can't be the same as before. He tapped the wooden box beside him. Take this with you. As long as you treat Anna well and make her comfortable, she won't lack this stuff in the future. She won't have to fight with others for anything rare she sees. Tang Mo stepped forward curiously and saw that the box was full of silver. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. He could only curse Tang Rong in his heart for ruining his reputation and making his father-in-law misunderstand him as a petty person who liked to fight for everything. Father-in-law has a misunderstanding about his son-in-law. Xin Quan raised an eyebrow. You've never fought with your brother for anything? I have. Tang Mo said helplessly. Isn't that it? Xin Quan ignored his explanation. Don't rob things that aren't really important anymore. It's just a matter of a few coins. His father-in-law was wealthy, so he spoke with confidence. Tang Mo suddenly felt smug. In his previous life, Tang Rong had a very successful life with the support of the Xin family, while the Tao family was just average. Not only did they not help him, they also made many unreasonable demands. Back then, he was always jealous of Tang Rong, so jealous that he couldn't sleep. Now, this kind of good fortune had finally come his way. This son-in-law thanks father-in-law for his care. Please rest assured, father-in-law, this son-in-law will certainly respect my wife and put her first in everything. Xin Quan was finally somewhat satisfied. He knew it. As long as he used money, he could definitely make this kid behave. He would first cultivate his appetite and then cut off his money if he dared to treat his inner badly. Let's see if he would obediently submit. After dinner, Xin An, knowing her father's grand plan, smiled awkwardly yet politely. She thought to herself, my father, a salt merchant who has dealt with countless high-ranking officials and nobles, would actually come up with such a childish way to deal with his son-in-law. Father-in-law is being hesitant, because you're in my hands now. Tang Mo whispered smugly in her ear. Xin An chuckled dryly, half the benefits are yours to give up. Don't forget, I get to decide how I'm doing. Deal. Tang Mo was very pleased with himself, acting extremely attentive to Xin Quan, calling him father-in-law repeatedly, and also very affectionate towards Madame Xin. He even said he would take Xin Huan sightseeing the next day. When Xin mentioned the qi-nourishing pills, he immediately patted his chest, saying he could buy them the next day. This attitude successfully made Xin Quan think he was a decent person. After dinner, the father-in-law and son-in-law sat and drank tea. Tang Mo generously told Xin Quan everything he wanted to know. Xin Quan rarely came to the capital and didn't know much about the relationships between powerful figures, which was precisely Tang Mo's forte. If father-in-law wants to know anything in the future, please write to me as soon as possible, and I will do my best to help. Xin Quan hummed in agreement. You should listen to An more in the future, she won't harm you. Tang Mo's lips twitched slightly. This was the second time he had heard this sentence today. It was quite interesting. In the evening, Madame Xin urged Xin An to return to the Marquis's residence. It was rare for the Xin family to come to the capital, and they inevitably brought a lot of things. Since they couldn't take them all with them when they left, they packed everything up and gave it to Xin An. As a result, Xin An and Tang Mo had 2 carriages when they came, and they had an extra carriage when they returned. They happened to run into Tang Rong and Tao Iran, who were returning from the Tao family. Seeing the servants busy unloading the carriages and the things blocking the gate of the Marquis's residence, Tang Rong narrowed his eyes and scanned the things one by one. Just as he was about to lead Tao Iran inside, Tang Mo seized the opportunity to step forward and greet them. Elder brother and sister-in-law are back? I'm so sorry. Father-in-law and mother-in-law gave too many things, which blocked the way for elder brother and sister-in-law. Chapter 20 Spring Green. The heir apparent is no good. Tang Rong accompanied Tao Iran on her homecoming visit. As the new son-in-law, he not only didn't receive any gifts from his father-in-law, but he also got a scolding, with his father bringing up yesterday's events. Madame Tao also kept nagging about how wrong Tao Iran had been and what he should do in the future. Already feeling uneasy, he saw Tang Mo's radiant face before even entering the house, which only fueled his anger. He forced a smile after trying to calm himself down, saying, Uncle Xin values my second brother highly. He's truly blessed. Before Tang Mo could continue his smugness, he took Tao Iran's hand and led her inside. Wang Shi, who had rushed over, greeted them warmly. Seeing Tang Mo receiving so many gifts from his father-in-law, she beamed and raised her voice, ordering, quickly, send a few more people to deliver all these things to Qiushi Courtyard. You two should go back and rest. Dinner will be ready in about half an hour. Back at Qiushi Courtyard, Aunt Wang didn't rest. She busied herself ordering people to prepare the storeroom in the courtyard. The Marquis family, worried about mistakes on the wedding day, had arranged for Xin and Tao Iran's dowry to be placed in another courtyard, guarded by people. The dowry would be brought back the next day. Tang Mo happily counted how much silver his father-in-law had given him, his joy growing with each count. Finally, he gave half to Xin An. Here, this is yours. Xin An reclined on the chaise lounge. Go buy the chi-nourishing pills as soon as possible, and get me a dose too, to boost my energy. You still need that stuff? Of course I do. His body was young, but his mind was old. He needed some nourishment. Tang Mo tucked the remaining silver notes into his pocket. Actually, he wasn't particularly happy. He felt a tightness in his chest. After seeing my parents-in-law off, shall we go to the estate in the suburbs for a couple of days? Sure. Xin An agreed without hesitation. I've been wanting to get out and about, to get some fresh air, and stay a few more days before returning. Tang Mo leaned closer. How about we take grandmother with us? He was still thinking about all the treasures in the old lady's house. Xin An looked up. Of course. She wasn't feeling well right now. She felt like bottling things up would lead to trouble. Being a young girl in front of the old lady would be nice. Maybe the old lady could even cure her and make her feel young again. Turning her head, Tang Mo winked at her, and Xin An took a slight step back. Is there something wrong with your eyes? Tang Mo grinned and said, You've lived so many years longer than me. Do you even remember what the imperial examination questions were? Xin An scoffed. Do you think I'd care about that? If you want to ask about those juicy things in each household's backyard, I can pick a couple to tell you. Tang Mo said with exasperation, Tell me, what do you see besides that heartless guy next door? Is he really that good? Xin An kicked him directly. Shut up, just looking at you annoys me. TSK, what did you say before? Tang Mo stroked his chin. You said I was 3 points better looking than that guy next door, and now you're annoyed just looking at me. You get bored so quickly. Xin An rolled his eyes, and just as he was about to speak, he saw Chunyang bring in a bowl, and immediately lowered his eyes, clutching a handkerchief to cover his dark circles. If you can't stand me that much, just strangle me. You're singing again. Young master, you're bullying the young mistress again. You only said you'd treat her well in front of the master today. Chunyang glared at him fiercely and threatened him. If you continue to treat the young mistress so badly, we'll go and complain to the marquis and the master. Tang Mo couldn't afford to offend her, not at all. When did I yell at her? Didn't you see she was the one who plotted against me? Young madam is beautiful and kind-hearted. How could she plot against you? Chunyang said, indicating that Tang Mo's character was completely ruined in her eyes. Tang Mo felt suffocated and stood up, glaring at the two of them. I lost, I'm leaving. Xin An smiled happily, and Chunyang sighed, Young madam, how can you still smile? Having been switched at marriage and falling into the hands of that stinky second young master, how is she going to live from now on? Xin An took the bird's nest that she brought. He really dares to strangle me? Don't be afraid, he's just saying it. Dinner was also eaten by the whole family. After dinner, Madame Wang announced that starting tomorrow, Tao Iran and Xin An would have to pay their respects to each other morning and evening. Xin An smiled and agreed. Tao Iran's expression had been rather uneasy since she appeared, and at this moment, she seemed not to have heard it. Sister-in-law. Xin An, always eager for drama, exclaimed, Sister-in-law, why do you look so unwell? Are you feeling unwell? All eyes turned to Tao Iran, who seemed flustered. Tang Rong took her hand. Ear isn't feeling well. Wang Shi said understandingly. In that case, she should rest well for the day. The morning greetings tomorrow are unnecessary. Tao Iran curtsied in thanks and was quickly helped back by Tang Rong. Xin An and Tang Mo exchanged glances. Neither of them was in a hurry to leave. They sat and chatted for a while before departing. Quickly go and find out what happened next door. Xin An gave the order the moment she stepped into Qiushi courtyard. Chuanlu's eyes were gleaming with excitement. I spent a little money and found out that the young master's concubine, Xueyu, is pregnant. The young master ordered everyone in Chunhua courtyard to keep it a secret, not to let a word leak out. Chuanlu's gaze towards Tang Mo softened considerably. If it weren't for the arranged marriage, her young lady would be the one facing this trouble. The young master is no good. Xin An was somewhat surprised. This hadn't happened before. Tang Rong always valued his reputation and would never allow a concubine to become pregnant before his wife. In her previous life, Xueyu and Ingwei had never conceived. The wife had only been married for 3 days, and the concubine was already pregnant. Where would that leave the wife's face? Tang Mo frowned slightly, realizing he hadn't expected the information he received beforehand to be so inaccurate. Since the young master isn't saying anything, we don't need to say anything now. Chuanlu, you keep an eye on the people in our courtyard and don't let anyone know. Chuanlu nodded in agreement. As soon as she left, Tang Mo went up to her. What happened? Has this happened before? Xin An shook his head, then sighed. It's normal for the situation to be a little different. Let's wait and see. Tang Mo's face was heavy, as if he was afraid he would never be able to turn things around. Xin An tapped his leg. While the other side is too busy to deal with you right now, the most important thing is to strengthen yourself. You need more help. I'll tell you about a few families later, and you can find a way to make connections with them. Don't worry about your reputation. It's not important. Remember, be humble when you see Tang Rong in the future. Do what he does, follow the path he took, and leave him with nowhere to go. Tang Mo pondered these words, finding them increasingly interesting. He went back to his room with his hands behind his back, smiling broadly. The next day, Tang Mo, clutching his silver notes, went out. He had originally intended to see Tang Yong, but currying favor with his future father-in-law was more important. After buying the qi-nourishing pills from the Imperial Medical Bureau, he also purchased the most popular youth-preserving pills and then eagerly delivered them to his mother-in-law. Needless to say, Madame Xin was overjoyed, finding her prospective son-in-law quite accommodating. Xin Huan also thought this brother-in-law was quite good, much easier to get along with than the previous Tang Rong. Chapter 21 Tao Iran's Disdain. Xin An arrived at Wang's courtyard early to pay her respects. Tang Gang was going to court, so Wang got up exceptionally early. When Xin An arrived, she had just woken up from a nap. Didn't you say you were exempt from today's formalities? Why are you here? Xin An smiled and said, I've been raised rather roughly since childhood, so my health is better than my sister-in-law's. I got up early today and thought I'd come over to talk to Mother. She said that Tang Mo had gone out and that she would arrange for people to carry the dowry today. Wang's people were guarding the dowry items. A woman's dowry is a matter of life and death. I've had people look after it carefully, but don't be too complacent. Make sure to check it carefully. Xin An nodded, and Wang smiled as she handed her a pair of jade bracelets. You are my own daughter-in-law, so my things will naturally be given to you in the future. These bracelets were part of my dowry back then, given to me by my mother. They're not anything special, but you can keep them. The Wang family wasn't a prominent clan. Back then, because it was a second marriage and the Marquis's mansion was in a precarious situation, the old lady arranged for her to marry the daughter of a fifth-rank official. Unfortunately, although Wang managed to gain a foothold in the Marquis's mansion, the Wang family collapsed quickly due to her father's death. Currently, only a few nephews who are still studying have any hope. Seeing that the bracelet wasn't of particularly high quality, Xin An smiled and accepted it. Things given by mother can't be measured by quality or price. Even a piece of wood is a precious treasure. Her words had a double meaning, which surprised Wang Shi. Then her brows relaxed. Before I gave you this bracelet, I was a little worried. There are bracelets of better quality, but this one has a different meaning for me. It better represents my feelings. I'm glad you understand. Here, Mother has something else for you. A box of preserved flower hair ornaments, so lifelike, was presented to Xin An by Madame Wang. This was a gift from Her Majesty the Empress during last year's New Year's celebration. It's made of pith paper, with a soft and elegant texture, comparable to real flowers. The flower stamen is inlaid with pearls the size of rice grains, making it even more lively and beautiful. It's perfect for someone your age. After finishing, Madame Wang nodded in satisfaction. Go look in the mirror, you really do look beautiful. Xin An looked at the flower in the mirror, her eyes filled with joy. Wearing the flower, she felt even younger. She turned back and smiled. "Thank you, mother." In her previous life, she had considered her mother-in-law a rival from the moment she entered the Marquis's mansion, and the two had often secretly competed. Now, as mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, their relationship was completely different from before, extremely harmonious and quite novel. Wang smiled happily and led her to pay her respects to the old lady. On the way, she told her about the old lady's preferences. Xin An also told her about Tang Mo's upcoming visit to Tang Yong's residence. It's easy to add flowers to brocade, but difficult to provide charcoal in the snow. It's just a matter of lending a hand. If it really doesn't work, we can contribute some money. It's good to leave a good impression. The two stopped and spoke softly. After thinking for a moment, Wang instructed her not to let the old lady know about this. "Don't even tell your father. Just let the second son handle it. He hangs out with a bunch of scoundrels all the time. He can always find some connections. Your second uncle's family is actually quite good. They don't rely on the Marquis's power. All the boys in the family are studying hard and want to take the imperial examination. Your father, that man." Considering it wasn't appropriate to speak ill of Tang Gang in front of his new daughter-in-law, she didn't continue. "Help them if you can. I can tell you're shrewd. It's a blessing for your second son to marry you." Xin An nodded and added, "It's nothing wrong for relatives to help each other out. Nothing lasts forever. Who can guarantee that they won't need someone else's help one day?" Madame Wang was very gratified, but then she thought of her family's gradual decline over the years. If the Marquis's mansion had been able to help them, they wouldn't be in such dire straits. She harbored resentment towards Tang Gang, but hearing Xin An's words now, hope rose in her heart again. Second son is a bit impulsive and not steady enough. You should give him some advice. Don't worry, your mother isn't the kind of person who always favors her own son. As long as it's good for him, it's okay for him to suffer a little. The mother and daughter-in-law smiled at each other. Xin An moved closer to her and lowered her voice to tell her about Shuayu's pregnancy at Chunhua Courtyard. Madame Wang looked up, then smiled and patted the back of her hand to indicate that she understood. Upon seeing Xin An arrive, the old lady was delighted. Instead of having Xin An serve her food, she invited her to sit down and eat with her. The old lady's breakfast was the best in the entire household. The crystal dumplings, thumb-sized peach blossom pastries, and other pastries were exquisitely made, a feast for the eyes. Xin An didn't stand on ceremony, tasting every pastry and praising their deliciousness. She earnestly invited the old lady to try them as well, and the old lady ate quite a bit, thoroughly satisfied. Learning that the dowry would be carried in today, the old lady didn't keep her long. By the time Xin An returned to Qiushi Courtyard, the first batch of dowry had already arrived. The original servants of Qiushi Courtyard, plus Xin An's dowry, totaled 9 people. Steward Wu from the Marquis's residence dispatched 12 more servants to help. The dowry chests filed in, making Qiushi Courtyard very lively. Aunt Wang was extremely busy, while Xin An stood under the eaves, deciding which items needed to be displayed and which needed to be stored. These 2 boxes of fabric don't need to be stored away. We can pick out some nice fabric to make a few clothes later. We can also pick out the slightly darker ones separately, and I'll give the rich purple fabric to grandmother later. Put all the jewelry on the dressing table, and put the rest of the larger ornaments in the storeroom. Looking at the dowry piled up in the courtyard, Xin An felt extremely at ease. Seeing that everyone was efficient and meticulous in their work, and that they were very careful in carrying and placing the dowry, she was very satisfied. Everyone did a good job. I'll give each of you a tael of silver later. Go to Aunt Wang to collect it. Everyone in the courtyard and the servants in the front courtyard thanked her. Especially the servants in the outer courtyard, who had heard that the people in Qiushi Courtyard had received 12 months' worth of bonuses and were green with envy. They hadn't expected that they would receive a tael of silver just for helping out. This was a huge sum of money. They felt that the second young mistress was radiating gold. News from next door arrived quickly as well, but Tao Iran didn't take it to heart. Those who sell themselves into slavery must abide by their duty. If this sets a precedent, will they have to pay for everything from now on? This merchant's behavior is beneath them. Aunt Kai agreed, saying to Aunt Lu they should be grateful for the opportunity to serve the young master. The young master's wife is from a noble family, and she naturally has people serving her. How can that money-grubbing merchant next door compare? She was clever. Seeing Tang Rong's interest in Tao Iran, she chose to avoid his sharp edge and even try to ingratiate herself. She even helped Tao Iran suppress the two maids, Xiuyu and Ingwei, thus gaining Tao Iran's favor, which made Aunt Lu grit her teeth in hatred. Tao Iran found Aunt Kai's words agreeable and gently advised, regardless of my second sister-in-law's background, she is now married into the Marquis's household and has become his sister-in-law. Aunt Kai, please don't say such things again, lest you upset her. Aunt Kai smiled and said, young madam's kindness is unmatched by anyone else. Chapter 22 Unreasonable Favoritism. Under Aunt Kai's flattery, Tao Iran smiled faintly and remained silent. The busy people outside kept glancing expectantly, waiting for her to offer a reward. Driven by this expectation, they worked with extra diligence, and soon all the dowry was deposited into the storeroom. Seeing these people lingering, Aunt Lu knew what they were waiting for. She felt the reward was due. Normally it would be fine, but this was the first time the young mistress had ordered her servants around since entering the household. Besides, the people in the front courtyard were not to be easily offended, otherwise, they might try to make her blind to their faults. However, her young mistress's temperament was such that she would say, thank you all today, young gentlemen, you've all worked hard. These servants were all perceptive. Seeing her embarrassed expression, they didn't say anything, offered a polite greeting, and turned to leave. Outside, they encountered servants coming from Qiushi courtyard. These men were all beaming, holding silver in their hands and chewing it, talking about going to drink. This made those who were already unhappy even more unhappy. Miss, the neighbors didn't give us any reward money. Chunyang and Chuanlu kept changing their way of addressing Xin An, never remembering to call her second young mistress. Xin An was about to go to Chuanrong Hall again to make her presence known. Whether they give us money or not is a matter of personal preference, we can't force them. But since we're new here, we still need to make some arrangements. These next few days, you and Chuanlu should carry more silver with you. If you need anything, treat the servants to a cup of tea. Then she said to Aunt Wang should also carry more. Make sure to take good care of the people around Mother and the old madam. Also, give Uncle Wang 50 taels of silver to him to take care of the people in the front yard, especially the steward and the people around the marquee. Give Wang Fu 20 taels as well, they will all come in handy. The Uncle Wang and Wang Fu she mentioned were Aunt Wang's husband and son, the whole family who came as Xin An's attendants. Tell Uncle Wang I'm going to a manor on the outskirts of the capital in a few days. Have him and Wang Fu come with me. Aunt Wang nodded in agreement, adding that money is essential everywhere, and only money can motivate subordinates to work diligently. This small expense shouldn't be skimped on. Aunt Wang went to cut the silver, while Xin An took the fabric she had selected to Chuanrong Hall. Inside, the old lady was admiring the flowers. Seeing Xin An arrive, she beckoned her forward. Come and see how beautifully these hydrangeas are blooming. Take a pot back to your yard later. Xin An replied happily, then I'll take this purple one. It looks so elegant. Good taste. The old lady was in a good mood, and Xin An seized the opportunity to flatter her. Grandmother, I've come to give you a thank you gift. I really love the famille rose vase you gave me. Today, while checking my dowry, I saw some very beautiful fabrics. Do you think they're pleasing to the eye? Chunyang placed the tray on the tea table beside her, lifted the cloth covering it, and revealed a piece of dark purple brocade with auspicious cloud patterns. Xin An pulled the fabric apart and held it up in front of the old lady. Smiling, I knew grandmother's fair complexion and elegant bearing. This fabric is truly magnificent, and it certainly suits you perfectly. The old lady loved this kind of noble color, understated yet elegant, exuding nobility. She gently stroked the fabric and exclaimed, "It's indeed a beautiful color." Ganlu quickly put it away. "I'll have it made into a dress to wear to the banquet at the Duke of An's mansion next month." Ganlu smiled and stepped forward to praise the color of the fabric, adding that the other pieces also suited the old lady very well. The old lady was delighted and held Xin An's hand tightly, saying, "You young ladies are truly exceptional. You have a good eye." The silk shop sends over fabrics every 3 months. You can help Grandma choose more often. Xin An smiled and agreed. The old lady asked about Tang Mo, and Xin An smiled and said, "My parents are going back in a few days. He said today that he wants to take my brother around the capital." The old lady patted her hand. "Second son is a good person. Don't listen to those people outside. You'll know once you get to know him. Don't let his glib tongue fool you. He's a sincere person." Xin An nodded. "Yesterday he also said that after my parents go back, he'll take me to visit the estates in the suburbs of Beijing. He also said he wanted to invite Grandma to come along, but he was worried that Grandma might not be used to it, since he doesn't know what the estates in the suburbs of Beijing are like." The old lady's eyes lit up immediately. She was a girl born into a landlord family, and her family had no shortage of land. People of this age love to reminisce about the past, and she started telling Xin An those old stories. "You probably haven't seen the scene of wheat fields swaying in the wind. It's so beautiful to look at. I haven't seen it in so many years. There are sparrow nests and rabbit burrows in those wheat fields. You can always catch little sparrows when it's harvest time. People are busy and the birds are busy too." Xin An listened intently. She had never seen such a bountiful harvest, but hearing about it made her happy. "Now that grandmother has mentioned it, I'm even more eager to stay at the estate for a couple of days." "Then grandmother, would you like to come with me?" "Yes." The old lady rarely went out except for banquets, and even then, it was just moving from one house to another. She'd seen too many lavish scenes and found them boring. "Have the second son prepare. We'll go for a short stay together." "What if father doesn't agree?" The old lady didn't care. "He can't control me." Could Tang Gang control the old lady? Absolutely not. He was immediately met with a barrage of insults before he could even open his mouth. "What is filial piety?" "To obey my wishes and keep me confined to this courtyard, unable to go anywhere. Is that your filial piety?" Tang Gang dared not utter a single word more than saying, "Mother, please calm down." He then urged Tang Rong to have Tao Iran fawn over the old lady. "Now that you've settled down and started your own family, you should focus more on things outside the mansion. Your wife should share the burden of household affairs. Today, your wife didn't step out of Chunhua courtyard." The second son's wife not only paid her respects to your mother this morning, but also had breakfast with the old lady and brought her several bolts of fabric. She's won the old lady over very much. The second son and his wife are even taking the old lady to their estate in the suburbs of Beijing for a short stay. They're quite a force to be reckoned with, while you two haven't made a sound. Today I spoke with Vice Minister Wang of the Ministry of Rights to finalize your entry into the ministry. While it's not difficult, some gesture is still necessary. I've heard Vice Minister Wang particularly loves famille rose vases. The old lady has one, but it's already displayed in Qiushi courtyard. You'll need to find another one. There's no reasoning with a father who favors his son, especially since Tang Gang has placed all his hopes on Tang Rong, naturally wanting him to soar to great heights. Tang Rong somewhat regretted having been a little more modest, but it wasn't easy to give up something that was already in Tang Mo's hands, especially with Xin An involved. Thinking of what Xin An had said to him, his brow furrowed. The hostility towards him was far too great. Chapter 23 Tang Mo's Triumph. In Chunhua courtyard, Tao Iran was pruning the flowers with scissors, in a rather good mood. She looked up at Tang Rong, who had returned, and asked, "Rong Long, you're back?" Tang Rong sat down with her and remarked on how beautiful the flowers were. Tao Iran gently stroked the petals and said she wanted to put a flower stand in the courtyard. "The flowers are fragrant. They're so refreshing." Tang Rong, preoccupied with his own thoughts, only smiled in agreement before asking why she hadn't gone to pay her respects to the old lady that day. I did want to go, but I felt a little dizzy and down this morning. Ever since learning that the old lady was the daughter of a landlord or gentry, she hadn't held her in high regard. Seeing the old lady's vulgarity only fueled her reluctance to curry favor. But Tang Rong had no idea that Tao Iran thought this way and kept urging her to visit the old lady whenever she had free time. Tao Iran nodded perfunctorily. Whether she went or not was her own business. Upon entering, Tang Rong noticed a familiar rose vase with intertwined floral patterns on a table under the window. She picked it up and examined it closely. Tao Iran said, "The dowry items that were placed in the front yard were brought over today. This vase originally belonged to my bedroom. It's perfect for arranging flowers." Tang Rong's eyes lit up with joy. "I think it's even more exquisite than the one the old lady had. My father brought it back from his post. He loved it dearly, and later, seeing that I liked it, he gave it to me." Tao Iran sat down beside her, still mentioning that she would send someone to cut flowers for the vase the next morning. Tang Rong hesitated, but ultimately didn't speak. Seeing the many more decorative items in the room, all of them of fine quality, his heart grew even happier, and his affection for Tao Iran deepened. Tang Emo returned late at night, reeking of alcohol. Unfortunately, he ran into Tang Gang, who was also returning drunk. The father and son stared at each other at the gate. Before Tang Gang could get angry, Tang Emo quickly spoke up. "I went with my father-in-law today, and had a few drinks with him." Tang Gang snorted, his anger rising at the thought that this good-for-nothing was good at nothing but eating, drinking, and fighting. Seeing him about to slip away, he called out, "After your father-in-law goes back, report to the Northern Army." "I understand." Tang Gang hummed, then added, "The opportunity to train in the Northern Army was originally for your brother, but now it's for you. From now on, you must perform your duties diligently and not try to shirk your responsibilities." Tang Emo was unhappy but dared not say anything, fearing that his father's words would prevent him from going. "Your elder brother's job has been given to you, so I, as his father, must find a new opportunity for him. He should go to the Ministry of Rights. Vice Minister Wang of the Ministry of Rights also thinks highly of your elder brother." "I'm thinking." Tang Emo keenly sensed that what his father was about to say was not good, so he spoke first. "With my brother's abilities, he can get along well anywhere. The Ministry of Rights is one of the 6 ministries, which is much more promising than training in the Northern Army. I wish my elder brother a bright future. I'm feeling a little dizzy, so I'll go back and rest first." After saying that, he turned and ran away. Tang Gang's face was displeased. He originally wanted the scoundrel to take out that familiar rose vase to use as a gift, but unfortunately, he hadn't finished speaking. Once the opportunity was missed, it wouldn't be easy to speak again. Tang Emo, who had run all the way back to Chioshir Courtyard, collapsed onto Xian and Shay's lounge, panting heavily. Xian asked curiously, "You ran back? Were there dogs chasing you?" Tang Emo paused for a moment, then burst into laughter, the laughter growing louder and louder, sounding quite content. Xian, puzzled, said, "You're crazy." Seeing that he had also brought back several boxes, Xian curiously went over to look through them. After laughing enough, Tang Emo kicked off his boots and shifted to a more comfortable position, sighing, "Compared to your brother, I'm really old. I almost ruined my legs after a day of shopping." "You bought all the good stuff from the Imperial Medical Bureau?" Xian was somewhat surprised. He had brought back not only chi-nourishing pills and youth-preserving pills, but even beauty cream. Tang Emo looked smug. "I bought everything useful. These are for you, Grandma, and Mother. Don't you women like these things? They'll all come in handy. I personally delivered my mother-in-law's portion. You saw how much she cherished me, like a son." Before, when he delivered to Tao Iran's mother, she would only nod politely and say, "You're thoughtful," which felt rather uninteresting. Today, his mother-in-law was beaming, calling him good son-in-law repeatedly, which made him feel incredibly accomplished and satisfied. He wanted to send her all the good things, and even his father-in-law gave him a warm welcome. Xian Huan, his brother-in-law, seemed to admire him greatly. I told my mother-in-law to send me a message after she's finished using it, and I'll have someone deliver it to her. I need to make sure she feels proud when she gets back. My father-in-law invited me to stay for dinner. We had a very enjoyable time drinking together. My father-in-law's alcohol tolerance is truly unfathomable. If my mother-in-law hadn't stopped me, I probably wouldn't have made it home tonight. He was very happy, talking nonstop. This happiness even infected Xin An, whose lips unconsciously curved into a smile, though she herself didn't realize it. He was already asleep when he stopped. Xin An didn't care and had Chunyang bring a thin blanket to cover him. She then slept soundly through the night. Tang Emma woke up in the morning by falling off the chaise longue. After all, the chaise longue was only so wide, and he fell off as soon as he turned over. He struggled to get up and remembered what had happened last night. Thinking of how much his parents-in-law and brother-in-law adored him, he chuckled happily. His laughter woke Xin An, who propped herself up and leaned out of the bed curtains. Laughing like that so early in the morning, who are you trying to scare? Xin An was naturally charming. Now, with sleepy eyes and her long black hair cascading down her shoulders like a waterfall, she had a hint of dissatisfaction and a touch of coquettishness on her face. This made Tang Mo, who was about to retort, shut up. He suddenly felt a little awkward. Did I wake you up? For some reason, his voice became soft. Xin An sat cross-legged, lifting the bed curtains, yawned, her eyes brimming with tears, and said with a look of utter despair, I have to go pay my respects. When will I ever become a grandmother? Haven't you had enough of being a grandmother? It's good to be young now. Get up, I'll go with you today to curry favor. Tang Mo laughed again, thinking how beautiful and adorable Xin An looked at that moment, and he couldn't resist pinching her cheek. But as soon as the thought crossed his mind, he shuddered, realizing he had almost been deceived by this woman's appearance. Beneath that beautiful exterior lay a cruel heart. I'm going to wash up next door. As soon as he left, Chun Yang and Chun Lu came in. Chun Yang was very nervous. Did the young master do anything to you? Chun Lu put down the basin. He's the young master. What could he possibly do to you that you came in and dragged him out? Chun Yang was speechless anyway. I can't let him get away with this so easily. He always says he'll strangle her girl. He's no good. Xin An put on her shoes and stood up, jokingly saying, you two didn't sleep all night because of this, did you? Especially Chunyang, whose 2 dark circles under his eyes were quite obvious. Chapter 24 Father-in-law. The son-in-law is here again. Grandmother, look, this is the latest beauty cream from the Imperial Medical Bureau. They say it's made with many rare medicinal herbs and pearl powder. You'll look 10 years younger after using it. Rarely having the chance to curry favor, Tang Mo approached the old lady like a treasure. The old lady took the small porcelain jar and smelled it. Smells good. You're such a thoughtful young man. Grandma appreciates it. Everyone wants to stay young, and the old lady also wanted to delay growing old. The more she looked at Tang Mo, the more pleasing he became. She thought that things really were different after they got married. He was becoming more and more filial. Taking this opportunity, she promoted Tang Mo to Xin An again. See? This young man is also a thoughtful person. He has you in his heart. Grandma is really benefiting from your kindness. Xin An smiled happily. It is indeed a pleasant surprise. The old lady laughed and invited the 2 of them to eat together. The 2 of them eagerly stepped forward and helped the old lady to the table, one on each side. They didn't forget to greet Tang Rong and Tao Iran. Tang Rong originally came to please the old lady, but Tang Mo stole the spotlight again. After Tao Iran greeted her, he didn't say a word. He wanted to say something but had no reason to. You 2 come too. It's tiring to get up so early to keep this old woman company. Don't stand. Grandmother, what are you saying? Tang Rong finally found a chance to speak. It's my blessing to be able to keep grandmother company. I felt very guilty yesterday because Ia wasn't feeling well and couldn't come. I talked about her for a long time last night. The old lady didn't mind him. He was her grandson, after all. But she didn't like Tao Iran very much. She was getting old but not blind. She saw the disdain in Tao Iran's eyes. Tao Iran looked down on her. Sit down, everyone. Help yourselves with what you want to eat. Don't be shy. Xin An and Tang Mo helped the old lady sit down. Then the two of them got busy. One served porridge and the other served dishes. They made sure the old lady was settled before they sat down. Tang Mo had drunk some wine last night and his stomach was a little uncomfortable. The warm vegetable porridge made him feel better as soon as he took a bite. He finished a bowl in a few bites and went to get more. Xin An had a good appetite and ate heartily. Compared to Tao Iran, who ate 5 or 6 bites of a crystal dumpling, they were quite unreserved. Tang Rong was relatively normal. He didn't leave after the meal, staying to chat with the old lady. Tang Mo, however, wanted to take Xin An and leave first, saying that the Xin family was preparing to return home and they didn't know when they would see each other again. Since they were still in the capital, he wanted to take Xin An to spend more time with her parents. We won't be back for dinner today, and we won't be back for dinner either, the old lady said understandingly. She then had Gan Lu bring out tea and wine, saying, "This tea and wine are quite good. Take them to show your respect to your father-in-law." Tang Mo thanked her happily and said a lot of nice things before leading Xin An away. Xin An was a little surprised. "You didn't say you were taking me back before we came. How about it, happy now?" Tang Mo was so smug his tail was practically wagging in the air. He leaned closer and said in a voice only the two of them could hear, "You've lived 2 lifetimes and haven't even left the Marquis's mansion many times. Aren't you feeling cheated? Going out for a stroll, seeing new people and things, we slowly become younger. Otherwise, it's so uncomfortable to keep all those old, trivial matters bottled up inside." Xin An laughed. "Well arranged, you deserve credit." This feeling was novel, so she didn't delve into it further and happily followed along to the door. When they arrived at the Xin family home, Madame Xin was quite surprised to see her eyes brimming with undisguised joy. "Why are you here?" "Your son-in-law brought me. He said that after you leave, he doesn't know when we'll see each other again, so he wants to take advantage of your time in the capital to see you as much as possible." She said this partly as a joke and partly to reassure her parents. Madame Xian's eyes welled up with tears, and she looked at Tang Mo with delight. "Good son-in-law, thank you so much." Xian Quan, who had rushed over, also heard this and felt even more favorably toward Tang Mo. Tang Mo stepped forward and cupped his hands. "Father-in-law, your son-in-law is here again. It's good that you're here. You're so thoughtful." Tang Mo smiled and said, "Father-in-law, you haven't made any plans for today, have you? How about I take you around the capital to experience its local customs and culture? Yesterday I took my brother-in-law around, and today the whole family will go together." "Great idea." Xian Huan was very happy. "We didn't go to many places yesterday. Didn't you say that you can go boating on the lake in the capital with musicians playing music? Shall we experience that today? That boy wants to go everywhere." Madame Xian glared at him. "Your brother-in-law was tired all day yesterday. Can't you let him rest today? If Huan wants to go, then go," Tang Mo said cheerfully. "Today is just for fun. Anywhere is fine. I'll arrange everything. Brother-in-law is the best." Xian Huan was very proud. The family quickly left. Xin An and her mother were in a separate car. After getting in, Madame Xian took Xin An's hand with a look of satisfaction. "At first I was really worried, but after seeing him these past 2 days, my son-in-law is really a good person. Regardless of his achievements, his attitude towards us shows that he is a good person. Didn't you see how he was drinking with your father yesterday? He made him beam with joy, calling him a good son-in-law. If it were any other prince, would he lower himself to fawn over his father-in-law like that?" Xin An smiled, but didn't speak. Madame Xian patted the back of her hand, thinking she was still thinking about Tang Rong. "This matter is settled. You must not have any other thoughts in your heart." "I know." Xin An's mood soured when Tang Rong was mentioned, so she deliberately changed the subject. "Mother, who knows when we'll see each other again after this trip? Today, we mother and daughter should have a good time shopping. It's just that I left in a hurry. Your good son-in-law didn't tell me beforehand that he would bring me back, so I didn't bring any money. Today, if I see anything I like, mother, you should pay for it. Madame Xin tapped her forehead. You're still the same as before. You are my precious daughter. I'll buy you anything you like. The mother and daughter chatted and laughed and soon arrived at a tea house. Tang Mo introduced it with a smile. Yuxianlu is the most well-located, best, and largest tea house in the capital. Sitting in a private room on the second floor, one can not only see the street scenes of several streets, but also hear the lively conversations of tea drinkers downstairs. The family was led upstairs by a waiter. As soon as they sat down, tea and snacks were served one after another. Xian Quan took a sip of tea and leaned back comfortably in his chair. I've been to the capital many times, but each time it's been a hurried visit. Tea houses are the places I go to most often, but I've never really sat down to properly appreciate the scenery. No need for socializing or scheming. Just sitting here, basking in the sun and drinking tea is already an extremely enjoyable experience. Xian An also felt comfortable. She hadn't relaxed in a long time. Just sitting there without thinking about anything felt incredibly pleasant. Looking out the window, she saw pedestrians coming and going on the street, their shouts and greetings filling the air. Just as she was about to look away, several flamboyantly dressed playboys appeared in her line of sight. One of them turned and asked Tang Mo, "You've made plans with friends?" Chapter 25. Tang Mo, he's made it big. 3 people arrived at the entrance of the Immortal Pavilion. Yan Shimao from the Qingho Mansion, Xia Chengyu from the Changho Mansion, and Wei Yi from the Scholar's Mansion. Xian An had a deep impression of these 3. They were all the second sons of their respective families, usually loitering around the streets, walking chickens and fighting dogs, but they were quite loyal and had been friends with Tang Mo for many years. In her previous life, after Tang Mo died, these 3 blocked her path, questioning her about the cause of Tang Mo's death, and for a long time they opposed her, making her hate them to the core. Tang Mo poked his head out and smiled upon seeing the 3 of them. He said to Xian Quan, "Father-in-law, I have 3 friends visiting. I'll go greet them." "Go ahead." Xian Quan waved his hand, determined to relax and enjoy himself. No need to rush back. Xian Huan wanted to go but was stopped by Madame Xian. "You're always around. Sit down." Xian Huan sighed, muttering that playing with his brother-in-law was quite fun, but it was a pity he had to go back. If only I had spent more time with my brother-in-law before the wedding. All eyes fell on him. Xian An's lips twitched slightly, and he suddenly felt that his younger brother wasn't so smart. "When you get back, make sure to expand our family business. But don't always focus on salt. Although the profit is high, the risk is also high. You should find some other businesses with moderate profits and not too conspicuous as a backup plan." Madame Xian glared at Xian Huan. "Listen to your sister more. You're about to get married and you're still thinking about playing. We agreed to just play and not talk about anything else today, but you're talking again." Xian Huan was unhappy, but Xian Quan just laughed and ignored him, which made Xian Huan turn his head away and sulk. Downstairs, Tang Mo greeted the 3 men with a smile, but before he could speak, they surrounded him. "What's going on with you, kid?" All 3 knew that Tang Mo's wife had been replaced, and the whole city was buzzing with gossip and inquiries. Xia Chengyu gritted his teeth. "Was Tang Rong tricking you again? Don't hide it from us, we'll avenge you." Yan Shimao nodded heavily. "How can we swallow the humiliation of having our wives stolen?" Wei Ye's gaze swept over Tang Mo, and he said, "We were going to come find you a couple of days ago, but we thought the Tang family was probably in a mess. Now that we've run into you, tell us everything." After they reached the private room on the second floor, Tang Mo didn't hide anything from them and quickly explained the situation. The men gritted their teeth. What a shameless bastard. He'd do something so despicable. He's scheming and hypocritical. I told you he wasn't a good person. He's just figuring out that once things are done, you can't do anything to him. What did your biased father say? Did he beat him to death? Tang Mo smiled bitterly. What else could he do? He was released after kneeling in the ancestral hall for an hour, and I was given some benefits to shut up. None of them were the eldest sons. They were all taught from a young age to listen to their eldest brothers. But the others were all right. After all, they were their own brothers. Although the family resources were somewhat skewed towards them, they weren't left with nothing. None of the brothers monopolized the resources. In fact, they protected them. Unlike Tang Mo, whose older brother wanted to take everything for himself. Your old man's heart is completely biased. You're a legitimate son, how could he treat you like this? Why didn't you ask for an exorbitant amount? He would give you anything you wanted at a time like this. The group could do nothing but sit and curse, except get angry. Tang Mo smiled at them. I guess I've turned misfortune into blessing. This lady from the Xin family is quite nice, beautiful, lovely, straightforward, and incredibly intelligent. She hates Tang Rong to death now and is on my side. My father-in-law's family is also good, cheerful, warm, and generous. They're going back in a couple of days, so I brought them out for a stroll today. They're in the private room up ahead. Wei Yi frowned slightly. You'd better think this through. The Tao family are officials, while the Xin family are just salt merchants. The difference between them is like an insurmountable chasm. Xia Changyu and Yan Shimao shared the same concern. Tang Mo, of course, understood the situation better than they did, having experienced the Tao family's character firsthand in his past life. I know my own limitations. The Tao family will inevitably look down on me. I'm not ambitious. Having a wealthy father-in-law who dotes on me is perfectly fine. The men remained silent, their faces grave, assuming Tang Mo was merely comforting them. Tang Mo cheerfully reassured them, assuring them that he was truly all right. Come on, I'll introduce you to my father-in-law. He's suffered a loss this time, so please give me face later. The men rose with him, pulling at their clothes and putting away their folding fans. Let's make a good impression on third brother's father-in-law. There was no turning back now. Their anger was pointless. They might as well look forward. After arriving at the destination with Tang Mo, the group started showing off after introductions. Yan Shimao stepped forward. Uncle Xin, my name is Yan Shimao, and I'm Tang Erdy's best friend. We hit it off immediately today, and it's very friendly. You're Tang Erdy's father-in-law, so you're our elder. Uncle Xin, I'm Xia Changyu, Tang Erdy's brother outside the mansion, the kind who'd wear the same pants as him. Uncle Xin, I'm Wei Yi. If you ever come to the capital again, just look for me. I know all the interesting places in the capital, and I'll make sure you get everything arranged perfectly. The group, who had tried to put on airs before entering, revealed their true nature as soon as they opened their mouths. Xin An smiled. These people seemed quite agreeable now that they weren't opposing her. Xin Quan smiled and exchanged a few pleasantries with them. The group then bowed to Madame Xin in unison, saying, Greetings, Aunt. Madame Xin was delighted, thinking that she should give a gift to the younger generation, but hadn't prepared one. She fumbled around and only pulled out a stack of silver notes, so she simply gave 2 to each of them. Since you are my son-in-law's brothers, I, as your aunt, should give you a gift. I didn't prepare anything today, so I can only be a little uncouth. Please don't mind. The notes were 100 taels each. The group was overjoyed. Although they seemed like spoiled brats, they all lived off the monthly allowance from the household. Yan Shimao, who received the most, got 20 taels a month, while Wei Yi only got 12. They occasionally received a small subsidy from their mother, and the 3 brothers also shared a small share from a tea house they ran, which wasn't very profitable. 200 taels was a huge sum of money. At this moment, everyone wanted to call Madame Xin mother-in-law, but thankfully they still retained their composure. Auntie, you're too kind. That's right, Auntie is so kind, we're truly flattered. We dare not refuse such a gift from an elder, so we'll accept it without hesitation. No wonder Tang Mo looked so smug. He had received a benefit. If they could get 200 taels, wouldn't he get 2,000? Tang Mo was going to be rich. Tang Mo was also quite happy. They were all easygoing people, so it was comfortable to be around them. He then solemnly introduced Xin and to the 3 of them. Seeing that she was indeed as beautiful as a peach blossom and as lovely as a cloud, the group first formally greeted her, then jokingly told Tang Mo that he was very lucky, giving the Xin family a lot of face. Xin Huan was very excited and introduced himself before being introduced. Tang Mo praised him extensively, saying that he not only had a talent for business, but also many other skills, making him very proud. He felt that his brother-in-law truly had a discerning eye and could see his extraordinary talent. Xin An silently rubbed his forehead. His brother-in-law had changed, and so had his personality. He used to be such a composed adult in front of Tang Rong, but now he was so unrestrained. Chapter 26. Are you satisfied with my arrangements? Yan Shimao and the other two were all worldly wise. After chatting with the Xin family for a while, they got up to leave, not wanting to disturb their family's harmony. Before leaving, they repeatedly invited the Xin family to have dinner together that evening so that they could express their gratitude, and Xin Quan agreed. As soon as He left, Xin Quan praised the three for their sincerity and said that friendship doesn't necessarily have to be based on status. You know a lot about the family situation. A son-in-law is like half a son. If you need your father-in-law's help in the future, just ask. Tang Mo quickly got up, took a step back, and bowed. This son-in-law thanks you, father-in-law. Xin Quan happily invited him to sit down and have some tea. We're family, so let's not be formal. I don't expect anything else, I just hope you get better and better. My daughter won't suffer with you. If she lives a good life, when people mention the marriage exchange again, they'll only say she's blessed. Xin An felt a pang of sadness. Her family was always thinking of her, while she was the one who was not a good daughter. Tang Mo's gaze swept over her, then he earnestly poured tea for his father-in-law, explaining his plans for the future, which were basically to make a name for himself. I always want to make those who care about me proud of me too. Xin Quan was very pleased, and the atmosphere in the private room became even more harmonious. After leaving the tea house, Tang Mo led the group to jewelry and cosmetic shops to buy small gifts to take back to Huaijiang. Then he fulfilled Xin Huan's wish to go boating on the lake to listen to singing and dancing girls playing music. Even lunch was eaten on the boat. Undisturbed by the gentle lake breeze, with occasional fish leaping out of the water, the melodious music was incredibly pleasant. Xin An sat comfortably, enjoying the breeze, with Xin Huan's incessant talking and laughter in her ears, and a smile inexplicably appeared on her lips. How is it? Are you satisfied with my arrangements? Tang Mo also felt comfortable. Although he was bringing his in-laws out for leisure, he himself also needed a chance to relax. He hadn't returned much earlier than Xin An. He could have died sooner, but to learn that his beloved wife was entangled with Tang Rong, whom he hated most, until old age, what man could accept that? Could he easily let it go? The key was that she was spending his money. His brother's treachery, his father's favoritism, his wife's betrayal, just thinking about it made him miserable. When he discovered the bride had been changed to Xin An, his feelings were complex, but he keenly sensed a hint of relief. At that moment, he thought he would marry anyone, as long as it wasn't Tao Iran. However, Xin An and the Xin family had brought him too many surprises these past few days. The feeling of being protected and having his efforts reciprocated was truly captivating, and the tacit understanding between him and Xin An made him feel relaxed and happy, which led to today's itinerary. Xin An smiled and turned her head. Quite satisfied. I find you quite good at arranging these things. You should also make proper arrangements for the trip to the estate. Okay. Tang Mo slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, inhaling the fresh air, which felt refreshing. In the evening, the group went to Yan Shimao and his group's banquet. They drank wine sent by the old lady. In Wei Ye's words, everything was arranged perfectly. Moreover, the three of them had also considered that Madame Xin and Xin An were present, and fearing that they might feel uncomfortable, they specially went back to call their younger sisters to accompany them. They arranged an extra table for them. The older one was about the same age as Xin An, and the younger one was only 9 years old, Xia Chengyo's sister. Xin An couldn't help but smile when she saw this. She could only say that the arrangements were very thoughtful. The Xin family felt valued and were even more satisfied with Tang Mo as their son-in-law. They had just bought a lot of jewelry that day, and Madame Xin had given each of them 2 pieces as a gift. The young ladies were all short of money. Although they were from a prominent family, acquiring new jewelry usually meant waiting for a happy occasion or a special festival. Besides, the 2 pieces they received today weren't cheap, making it a pleasant surprise. Xia Yuhuan, the youngest daughter of the Xia family, was truly delighted, living up to her name. She had received a pair of extremely beautiful pearl hairpins and a bracelet with a small goldfish pendant. Second sister-in-law Tang, please help me put this on quickly. When I get back, I'll show it off to my mother. This little fish bracelet is my favorite. I really lucked out today. My sister-in-law was supposed to come, but she couldn't make it, so she got the better deal. Xin An helped her put on the pearl flower and bracelet, nodding with satisfaction. Beautiful. The young girl was as vibrant as a morning flower in full bloom. Looking at her made me feel much younger myself. At the next table, the sounds of clinking glasses filled the air. Yan Shimao and his companions were quite adept at drinking, showering each other with compliments, and the wine poured down one cup after another. Xin Quan, his face flushed with joy, was extremely pleased and invited them to visit Huijiang. When you arrive, stay at your uncle's residence. Your uncle has made all the arrangements for you. The group beamed, quickly agreeing on their visit date. Madame Xin smiled and shook her head. Your father is rarely so cheerful. These friends of your son-in-law are all very kind and generous. They were all sons of noble families. Why were they treating a mere merchant with such enthusiasm? They were all doing it to give face to their good brother. They were worthy of their friendship. Xin An nodded. The dynamics of offense and defense had shifted. She used to be at odds with these people, but now they were all on the same side, so her mindset had naturally changed. She was slowly realizing that Tang Mo actually had some decent people around him. If she could win them all over to work together on a project with emotional ties and shared interests, it would be a huge boost for Tang Mo. She already had some ideas, but she needed to wait a while. Later in the evening, everyone was slightly tipsy. Tang Mo and Yan Shimao went out to use the restroom and encountered Lord Tao, who was drinking with his colleagues. Lord Tao was displeased by the smell of alcohol on Tang Mo's breath. In his eyes, it was improper for someone who had only been married for a few days to be drinking outside. He was also glad his daughter hadn't married him. What a waste of his carefully raised daughter to have such an incompetent son-in-law. Sensing the displeasure, Tang Mo cheerfully stepped aside. Uncle Tao, please go first. Accompanying Lord Tao was Vice Minister Su of the Ministry of War, who had heard about the Tang family's affairs. Anyone with eyes could see that Tang Mo had been taken advantage of by the bride swap, but the fact that he hadn't made a scene and was still out drinking was intriguing. Is second young master Tang meeting with friends? Tang Mo cupped his hands in greeting. My father-in-law is returning to Huijiang in a couple of days, so I'm accompanying him around the capital today. We'll have dinner here tonight. Mr. Xin? Yes. Vice Minister Su sized Tang Mo up and down before smiling and asking, if it's convenient, could you introduce us? Xin Quan wasn't just a salt merchant, but also the vice president of the Huijiang Chamber of Commerce. The amount of money he could mobilize was considerable. The Ministry of War was poor, and they inevitably needed to provide subsidies sometimes. Cultivating relationships with several wealthy merchants was essential. Besides, although the Xin family was related to Marquis Wei Yuan by marriage, it didn't mean they were only tied to him. They also had opportunities. Chapter 27. Something happened at Chunhua Courtyard. Tang Mo was eager for his father-in-law to cultivate relationships with more officials. Deep down, he looked down on his father, who wanted the Xin family's money but still put on airs. It was only natural that the Xin family would switch sides. Since that was the case, wouldn't it be beneficial for the Marquis's mansion for him, as the son-in-law, to step in, Share his father-in-law's burdens and get a share of the spoils? As long as the benefits reached him, they wouldn't leave the Marquis's mansion. What could his old man do if he was dissatisfied? Xin An was adept at cultivating relationships with court officials. Before one meal was even finished, another was already underway, and Tang Mo naturally had to accompany him. As the introducer and likely Xin An's future representative in the capital, Vice Minister Su's attitude towards Tang Mo changed, praising him frequently. Xin An also smugly praised Tang Mo's thoughtfulness and thoroughness. After a round of mutual flattery between the father-in-law and son-in-law, Minister Su was convinced that although the marriage had been arranged, the two were quite satisfied with each other, and a hint of mockery crept into their gazes towards Lord Tao. Lord Tao awkwardly gripped the ground with his toes. As a father-in-law, who wouldn't want the respect of their son-in-law, and even more so, the closer the relationship, hoping for someone even more filial than their own son? He was almost certain that Tang Rong wouldn't publicly elevate him to such an enviable level of respect. At this moment, he desired both Tang Rong's status and reputation, and Tang Mo's respect and filial piety. A mix of emotions swirled within him, making his smile somewhat forced. He couldn't relax at all. Yan Shimao and his two companions were responsible for escorting the young ladies and the Xin family mother and daughter back to their residence. Once outside the restaurant, Xin An suggested that they each escort their own younger sisters home. "It's getting late, and our families will worry," she said. "We have maids, attendants, and a coachman. There won't be any problems." The three men were close to Tang Mo, and Tang Mo's behavior today had shown them how to treat Xin and Xia Changyu said. "Second brother Tang instructed us to personally escort aunt and sister-in-law back to their residence." Yan Shimao offered to escort his three sisters home, while the other two would escort Madame Xin and Xin An. They no longer refused. Once in the car, Madame Xin praised Tang Mo again, saying she was relieved. Xin An, already in a good mood after a day out, was even happier to see her parents and brother treated with such courtesy than she was herself. It was indeed a bit of a surprise, but mother, please don't keep praising him. Look how smug he's become. Previously, Tang Rong had always been indifferent to her family, showing only superficial respect, never inviting them to meals or drinks in private. At the time, she hadn't thought anything of it, but now with this different experience, regardless of Tang Mo's sincerity or ulterior motives, she appreciated his kindness. After sending Madame Xin home, Xia Changyu and Wei took the initiative to speak with Xin An, subtly probing her attitude towards Tang Mo. For a woman, the sudden change of her intended husband inevitably requires time to accept, indicating that she also needed some time. Xia Changyu couldn't help but advise, "Sister-in-law, don't believe those bad rumors outside. There's more to it than meets the eye. Actually, Tang Urge is quite a good person." Wei chimed in, "Tang Urge is handsome, meticulous, and righteous. Although he occasionally goes out with us, he's always kept himself pure. He's been to brothels, but never cuddled any girls, and he's been to gambling dens, but never gambled. He's upright. Those bad rumors are just the work of despicable people. Don't take them seriously." Xin An became interested. "He's that good?" "Of course." The two nodded seriously. "You'll know once you get to know him. I'm not lying to you." Xin An smiled and nodded, saying she would seriously consider it. "He's really lucky to have you brothers." "Ha, we've known each other for years." The two of them became quite smug, as if being acquainted with Tang Mo was some extraordinary thing. After returning to the manor, Xin An went to report to Madame Wang, only to find her absent. Asking the gatekeeper, she learned that Madame Wang had gone to Chunhua Courtyard. "Something happened at Chunhua Courtyard an hour ago. The young master wasn't home, so Madame went there and hasn't returned yet. Do you know what happened?" The maid looked around before lowering her voice. "I heard that Xueyu in the young master's courtyard is pregnant, and the eldest young mistress can't tolerate the child." She then shrank back inside. Without Xin and even needing to signal, Chunyang rewarded the maid with silver. The maid was flattered and thanked her repeatedly. Xin An told her to do her job well and then hurried back, lest she miss the fun. As soon as Xin An entered the courtyard, Aunt Wang came out to greet her, clearly in a good mood. She waited until Xin An was inside before telling her about what happened next door. It's not exactly unpleasant to hear that a maidservant got pregnant before the concubines, but it's not surprising. However, there was just a forced marriage in the manor, and it's been the talk of the town these past few days. Add this to the rumors, and who knows how bad things will become. The Tao family coming to question us is a minor matter. The real concern is that someone might use this to target the Marquis' manor. I suspect that's why they're suppressing the news. Who knew Xueyu would be so impatient, or perhaps worried about losing the child? This afternoon, after waking from her nap, she insisted on eating sour apricots. After being scolded by Aunt Kai, she ran to the madam and told her everything, crying her eyes out, saying that the eldest young mistress couldn't tolerate her and wanted to harm her child. She complained of stomach pains again half an hour ago and cried out for a while. Madam sent someone to fetch a doctor, but he hasn't left yet. Xin An looked towards Chunhua courtyard. She had already told her mother-in-law about this, and both of them intended to pretend they knew nothing. As Aunt Wang said, the Marquis' mansion was already in the eye of the storm these past 2 days, and this news was undoubtedly adding insult to injury. Tang Gang was bound to be impeached in court. Although Tang Gang had his flaws, he was the true pillar of the Marquis' mansion. If he fell, no one would benefit. Although the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law disliked Tang Rong and Tang Gang, they didn't intend to bring down the Marquis' mansion. The best way to handle this was to suppress the news and wait until Tao Yi was pregnant before dealing with the matter calmly. Tell everyone in our courtyard to keep their mouths shut and not to say a word to outsiders. Aunt Wang, go find Steward Wu and have him order the servants in the mansion not to discuss this matter, and, even more so, not to let the news leak out. She then went next door, not to watch the commotion this time. A somber mood hung over Chuanrong courtyard. Tao Iran wept in her room. She had indeed been wronged in this matter. Madame Wang, her face frosty, secretly resented Tao Iran for failing to control even a mere maidservant, letting the scandal spread so widely, and yet still having the nerve to cry here. Seeing Xin An arrive, Madame Wang descended the steps and approached her. What do you think should be done about this? Xin An didn't hold back in front of her mother-in-law. My elder brother and sister-in-law are newlyweds, deeply in love. At this time, the maidservant is pregnant. My sister-in-law must have suffered greatly. The Tao family may have used this as an excuse to make unreasonable demands. In my humble opinion, this matter should be resolved peacefully. Madame Wang patted the back of her hand. Mother was right about you. Chapter 28, A Wasted Effort. Upon learning that Xin An had already sent someone to find Steward Wu, Madame Wang felt even more that she was sensible and had managed to appease the people at Chunhua courtyard. She then hurriedly went to Chuanrong Hall. Although the old lady was no longer involved in affairs, matters concerning the Marquis' heirs still required her attention. My idea is to send Xueyu to the estate in the outskirts of the capital as soon as possible. In a few months, the rumors about the Marquis' mansion will disappear. If our ancestors bless our eldest daughter-in-law to conceive soon, the child in Xueyu's belly won't be so conspicuous. Even if she doesn't conceive soon, it won't prevent you from having a great-grandchild. Nothing was more important than the heir, so the old lady agreed after a brief consideration, only worrying that the Tao family would be relentless. Madame Wang wasn't worried about this at all. Originally, it should be the Xin family who were resentful about this. Even if Tao Iran had screamed on their wedding night, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Tang Mo didn't have any maidservants. After all, he chose her himself. Even if he was resentful, he could only endure it. The old lady nodded. Indeed, you handle it. At this moment, Tang Gang and his son Tang Rong, who had been summoned back by the servants, also arrived, reeking of alcohol. Upon learning of what had happened in the mansion, Tang Rong frowned, finally bowing to Madame Wang. Thank you for your trouble, mother. Madame Wang, usually so kind to him, was now somewhat displeased. I asked the people in Chanhua courtyard and learned that you knew about Xueyu's pregnancy beforehand. You not only kept it from everyone, but you didn't even tell us. Although it's true that this matter shouldn't be publicized at this time, and you haven't done anything wrong, the people in your courtyard are really lax, allowing Xueyu to make it known to everyone in the mansion. The outside world is already in an uproar over the marriage exchange. If this is added to the mix, your father will inevitably be impeached by the censor for failing to manage the household properly. Tang Gang had also thought of this. Tang Rong was once again speechless and could only admit his mistake. He felt some resentment towards Tao Iran, feeling that Tao Iran should have taken responsibility while he was away, instead of giving his mother a handle to use against him. Now that things had come to this, the mess had to be dealt with by Madame Wang. Madame Wang, her expression softening, took the opportunity to praise Xin An. I originally thought she'd just stand by and watch the show, but I didn't expect her to prioritize the bigger picture. She went ahead of me to find Steward Wu to silence everyone in the household, and then didn't say a word more. It's truly remarkable. The old lady was already satisfied with Xin An, and this made her even more pleased. She's sensible. She's a blessing for the second son. All right, you can all go and rest. The group took their leave. After leaving Chuanrong Hall, Tang Gang sternly reprimanded Tang Rong. In the past, he wouldn't have said a word against Tang Rong to Madame Wang, but Tang Rong's recent behavior had been poor, and as a father, he had to discipline him. What could Tang Rong say? He could only take a deep breath and return to Chanhua courtyard to see Xueyu first. Xueyu thought he had come to comfort her and pitifully approached him. Before she even got close, Tang Rong coldly said, I said that this grievance is only temporary. I will report this matter to Mother when the time is right. Why did you have to make a scene in front of Mother? Just because I didn't get to eat the sour apricots? Xueyu dared not approach any further and could only shed tears, saying that she was afraid she would lose her child, her words carrying a hidden meaning. This made Tang Rong even more displeased. Since you think it's dangerous to stay here, go to the estate for a short stay first thing tomorrow morning. You are not allowed to come back without my permission. After saying that, he turned to leave without lingering. Xueyu called out to him, but he only slightly turned his head. If you can't control your mouth, you don't need to go to the estate. There's no need to keep the child in your belly. The birth of a son born out of wedlock would only be a stain on his reputation. How much would he like him? Xueyu felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar, finding Tang Rong utterly unfamiliar and frightening, and dared not say anything more. Tao Iran was still weeping, and upon seeing Tang Rong, she turned away. Tang Rong naturally stepped forward to comfort her. Tao Iran was easy to coax, but Aunt Lu was not. Today, Xueyu was shouting like a madwoman that the young mistress was going to harm her. It was just that the sour apricots arrived a little late, and the young mistress endured it because she was carrying the young master's child. The young master should be more considerate of the young mistress. After these words, Tang Rong, who had initially been somewhat dissatisfied, felt more pity for Tao Iran. He then handed over the matter of the people in the courtyard to Aunt Kai to take charge of, while also scolding Aunt Kai for not doing her job diligently. This caused Aunt Kai to admit her mistake on the surface, but inwardly she was very dissatisfied. Tang Mo returned late at night again. Xin An noticed that he was talkative when drunk. As soon as he entered, he asked her if she was satisfied with the day's arrangements and whether he had given her face. After muttering a lot, Xin An couldn't stand this talkative drunkard anymore and had his servant carry him next door to quiet him down. The next morning, Chunyang rushed in excitedly, saying that Xueyu had already set off for the estate. What a waste of time. I thought she could cause some trouble. The eldest young mistress next door is sick again. Chunyang was busy changing Xin An's clothes to pay her respects, muttering, this illness won't get better for at least a few days, so there's no need to pay respects. She thought the eldest young mistress was just being lazy and didn't want to pay her respects. Xin An wasn't surprised at all. In Tao Iran's eyes, the old lady was a nouveau riche with mud still on her trousers. Her mother-in-law was also a second wife, not her real mother-in-law, so naturally she didn't want to serve her. It's better if you don't go. A girl from a merchant family like her should naturally be proactive in her endeavors. Without Tao Iran in her way, she could perform even better. Let's go. She finished packing and left. Tang Mo was still fast asleep. Wang Shi smiled when she saw her. Is the second son still sleeping? He came back late last night, and he couldn't even speak properly. I felt sorry for him, so I didn't wake him. Seeing that she was willing to be considerate and understanding of her son's hardships, Wang Shi's satisfaction was almost overflowing. Then let him sleep a little longer. Don't blame him. If he's better, you'll be better too. You can see his situation in the household. His father is biased, and he himself is unwilling to live such an ordinary life. Therefore, he has to fight for everything himself. As his mother, I can't be too biased towards him. In the future, I'll have to trouble you to help him with some things. I know. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law never spoke too explicitly about certain things, but they could think and act in unison. Both Wang Shi and Xin An were pleasantly surprised by this. The two chatted and laughed as they went to pay their respects to the old lady. Upon learning that Tao Iran was unwell and unable to come, the old lady didn't say anything. In her view, if she couldn't make her happy, there was no need for her to appear, lest she be secretly criticized for eating too much during breakfast. I'll send her some nourishing herbs later, so she can rest and recover properly. There's no rush for her to come and pay her respects. Her health is the most important thing. Wang Shi nodded in agreement. Xin An stepped forward and coaxed the old lady into a beaming smile, filling Chuanrong Hall with laughter early in the morning. Chapter 29, Dealing with Nanfeng. Second young madam, please watch your step. Second young madam, the path ahead has just been watered. If you're not in a hurry, you can go around to the back of the garden. I can guide you. Thank you for your trouble. On the way back from Chuanrong Courtyard to Chioshi Courtyard, every servant who saw Xin An bowed respectfully, some even greeting her warmly and offering gentle reminders. Xin An always had a faint smile on her lips, appearing extremely approachable. After she left, Tang Rong emerged from behind the rockery. He had originally avoided her, worried that Xin An would speak rudely to him, but this only revealed the servant's attitude towards her. The servant Qingma beside him had also witnessed the whole thing and whispered in Tang Rong's ear, "Second young madam is truly capable. It's only been a few days, and everyone in the mansion wants to visit her all the time." Tang Rong turned his head. Why? They entered the mansion on the same day, and Tao Iran hadn't even left the courtyard much yet, while Xin An had already won over all the servants. Qingma said Xin An was very generous, mentioning how the people in the manor helped carry her dowry. It was just their duty, and the second young mistress even politely rewarded everyone with a tael of silver, saying everyone had worked hard and inviting them for tea. Anyone who did any of her chores, big or small, received a reward. The people in Chioshi Courtyard are really lucky. He became more and more excited as he spoke, only regretting that he didn't serve in Chioshi Courtyard. He was so happy that he ignored Tang Rong's gaze. Did the young mistress give any reward money on the day the dowry was carried? No. What Qingma dared not say was that because of this incident, everyone in the manor knew that the first young mistress was stingy. There was nothing he could do. Chioshi Courtyard and Chunhua Courtyard were separated by only a wall, and the difference between the two was simply too great. Tang Rong didn't say anything and started walking forward. Qingma didn't dare to continue speaking and followed behind with his head bowed. Xin An returned to Chioshi Courtyard and saw Nanfeng kneeling in the courtyard, her face streaked with tears. Did you anger the second young master? Nanfeng stubbornly remained silent. Chun Yang was displeased. The second young madam asked you a question, are you mute? Nanfeng still didn't answer. Tang Mo, however, stood under the eaves with a dark complexion. Ignore her. I'll go back to my mother and send her away later. Second young master, I beg you, don't send me away. Nanfeng crawled forward a few steps while kneeling. Second young master, I won't dare to do it again. Please don't send me away. People from Chunhua courtyard came to watch the commotion. Chun Yang was about to step forward and scold her again when Xin An spoke up in front of her. Take Nanfeng to wash her face. She then whispered a few words in Chun Yang's ear. Nanfeng wanted to beg for mercy again, but Xin An stepped forward and lowered her voice. If you dare to shout again and make a fool of yourself next door, I'll tie you up and sell you to a brothel. Nanfeng was so frightened that she quickly shut up. Chun Yang grabbed her arm and dragged her away. Back in the house, Tang Emo followed in, looking annoyed. That girl isn't honest. She came into my room early this morning without my permission and tried to touch me, intending to take advantage of me. It's not the first time. This courtyard can't tolerate her. Whether it can be tolerated or not, what's with making someone kneel in the courtyard? Xin An sat down and poured himself some tea. How much do you want the neighbors to watch your misfortune? Tang Emo sat down irritably, picked up the tea Xin An had just poured, and drank it. He already had a headache from the hangover, and the first thing he saw when he opened his eyes this morning was Nanfeng touching his face, which scared him half to death. He was so angry that he couldn't suppress it. Considering the respect he had shown yesterday, Xin An had Chuanlu bring him a light breakfast. After he finished eating and his mood calmed down considerably, Xin An finally spoke. I don't know when Nanfeng arrived, but I imagine her purpose in serving you included getting into bed with you. Perhaps it was with mother's permission. She's already considered herself yours. If you reject her, she'll have no way out. Tang Emo rolled his eyes. I haven't even touched her. How could she possibly blame me? Why don't you decide who she's assigned to, as long as she doesn't have to serve in this courtyard? He was the master. Why would he care about the life or death of a girl who had climbed into his bed? Next door, Chunyang holding Nanfeng captive heard Tang Mo's words clearly. Nanfeng's tears fell like a broken string of pearls. She never imagined Tang Emo would despise her so much and felt utterly hopeless. Chunyang dragged her away, and only after hearing the door close did Xin An smile. Considering your decent performance these past 2 days, I'll handle Nanfeng's matter. Tang Emo scoffed, knowing this woman was very pragmatic. Xin An picked up a pastry and started talking about what happened at Chunhua courtyard next door yesterday. Tang Emo slapped his thigh after hearing this. You're so stupid. Why didn't you take this opportunity to teach Tang Rong a lesson? You should have let the news spread so that outsiders would know what kind of person he is. You're not still hung up on him, are you? Such a good opportunity, just wasted like this. Xin An's lips twitched slightly. With a brain like yours, even without me in your past life, you wouldn't have lived long. Dying in a daze would be a blessing for you. If you were left alive, wouldn't you be ruined later? The anger that had just subsided surged up again. These past 2 days had been going smoothly, and yesterday, Su Shilang had praised him so much that Tang Emo thought he was invincible in this life. Xin An's words made him very unhappy. Wasn't this boosting the morale of others and diminishing his own? You're not convinced? Xin An knew he was impulsive, meaning he seemed unreliable on the outside, but was actually relatively simple-minded and not very calculating. A pregnant concubine can bring down a marquis's heir? You think something like this, where a concubine adds fragrance to his life, will damage his reputation? Tang Emo wasn't stupid. Xin An's slight hint made him understand. He weakly argued, I've been suppressed by him for too long, and I'm getting a little anxious. Bear with it, Xin An said. Let me tell you, at most people will laugh at him, saying, so you're one of us too, which will make him seem more real in the eyes of outsiders. He'll be fine, but your father is another story. He'll definitely be accused of neglecting his family's discipline. And then there's the matter of the arranged marriage. If he does anything else shady, this matter will escalate into a major incident with endless consequences. If you want to fight for a title, the prerequisite is that the title of Marquis is worth fighting for. If the Marquis's mansion is stigmatized and everyone avoids it, what's the point of fighting for it? Her gaze fell on Tang Emo. Remember this. In public, you are a humble and polite younger brother. Put on a show of brotherly affection with him, earn yourself a good reputation for reforming your ways first, and then deal with the rest behind closed doors. Tang Emo listened attentively, then sighed helplessly upon hearing the words, reformed your ways again. Can you not say reformed your ways? Xin An asked with a smile. Turning over a new leaf? Repenting from past mistakes? A prodigal son returning home is more precious than gold? You choose one. Tang Emo felt a tightness in his chest, wishing he could immediately go to Chunhua Courtyard and stab Tang Rong through the heart. It was all his fault. Chapter 30 Life is getting better and better. Today, Tang Emo was going to Tang Yong's residence. After exchanging a few words with Xin An, he took his private savings and went to see his mother. When she learned that he wanted to help Tang Yaoming, Madame Wang agreed and prepared a few things for him to take. Although the old lady doesn't stop us from visiting each other, we can't be too ostentatious. Add some things yourself so as not to be impolite. Tang Emo agreed and turned to leave. Madame Wang watched his back and smiled with satisfaction, thinking that the one in Chunhua Courtyard was still recovering from illness, and she, as the mother-in-law, should also go and visit her. In Xiushi Courtyard, Xin An rested for a moment before having Chunyang bring Nanfeng to her. Did you hear everything? Nanfeng knelt before her, looking utterly dejected. Xin An put down her teacup. The second young master told me to find someone to marry you off at will. I think you're quite pretty, your hands are as well maintained as a young lady's, and I heard you're literate. It would be a shame to just marry you off to a groom. Nanfeng was terrified. She was merely a maid bought by the manor. In the past few years, she had only been able to learn a few words thanks to the madam's favor, and her name had changed from Chunhua to Nanfeng, all so she could better serve the second young master. She thought she would end up like Ingwei and Xueyu next door, but the second young master hadn't taken her in yet, and now the second young madam had arrived. She was worried the second young madam wouldn't tolerate her, which was why she was so eager to stay. If she couldn't serve in Xiushi Courtyard, where could she go? There's a groom in the manor who beats his wife whenever he's unhappy, and he even uses a horsewhip. If she were treated like that, I begged the second young mistress for mercy. Xin An asked, what did mother say when she told you to serve the second young master? Nanfeng kowtowed, she told me to serve the second young master wholeheartedly. Nanfeng, the word serve doesn't just mean serving in bed. Is it possible you misunderstood mother's meaning? Nanfeng was momentarily confused. Xin An spoke slowly and deliberately, you're beautiful and clever. I see everyone in this courtyard trusts you. You manage things very well. You have your own strengths. You could be a manager. Sharing the second young master's burdens is also a form of serving. Why are you so determined to become a concubine? Your second young master is, after all, the legitimate son of a marquis, and he's going to the Northern Army for training. With that kind of status, you might only be able to become a concubine, like Ingwei and Xueyu next door. Is that what you aspire to? Nanfeng was in turmoil. Naturally, she didn't want to be a concubine, but whether she became a concubine or not wasn't up to her. As a maid, she had no choice in her fate. Unexpectedly meeting Xin An's gaze, she hurriedly kowtowed, this servant doesn't want to be a concubine. This servant was bewitched. Please, second young madam, enlighten me. Xin An didn't beat around the bush, then follow me. You will still serve in Xiushi Courtyard. I will arrange other tasks for you. I will speak to the second young master. Nanfeng was overjoyed and kowtowed again. Thank you, second young madam. From today onwards, this servant is second young madam's maid. I will do my best to share second young madam's burdens. If I betray you, may I be struck by lightning. Xin An chuckled, get up. As long as you perform your duties well, I will treat you well. When the time is right, I will find you a reliable and respectable marriage so that you can become a dignified principal wife and live a respectable life. Just a moment ago, she was worried about being betrothed to a stable boy, but in the blink of an eye, things had taken a turn for the better. Nanfeng cried, this time with tears of joy. Thank you, second young mistress. Xin An instructed Chunyang, find her 2 suitable hairpins and earrings, and also pick out a piece of fabric to make her clothes. From today onwards, she will serve by my side. Teach her some manners. Chunyang nodded, and Xin An then instructed Nanfeng, Chunyang and the others have just arrived at the Marquis's mansion with me, and they don't know many things. You should talk to them properly. From now on, the people in the back courtyard will be managed by Aunt Wang, and you will assist them. Nanfeng hurriedly agreed, and then followed Chunyang out the door. Aunt Wang stayed behind. Is this Nanfeng reliable? Xin An leaned back. She's just a girl who's hardly ever left the Marquis's mansion. She thinks serving her master means serving him in bed. Her only worries are that if she can't serve him, he'll abandon her, or that I won't tolerate her. That's why she's so anxious to clarify her status. Besides, she was sent by my mother, so she must have been carefully chosen. She even had her learn to read. These past few days, I've seen that she's quite clever, unassuming, and efficient. Wouldn't it be a waste to just dismiss her like this? It'll be hard to explain to my mother. People might think I'm jealous and can't tolerate her. You've seen the situation at the Marquis's mansion. I have some dowry, but I can't just sit around doing nothing. I want to do some business, and I need someone to travel around. She's quite suitable. Aunt Wang thought Xin An overestimated Nanfeng. Just because she can read? Reading doesn't mean you can do business. Who said she should do business? Xin An felt her mouth was dry. I want a bowl of white fungus soup to soothe my lungs. I'll go and have someone prepare it right away. In Aunt Wang's eyes, what Xin An wanted to eat and drink was a big deal, more important than anything else. No sooner had Aunt Wang left than Chuanlu arrived. Xin An yawned and quickly helped her to lie down on the soft couch, considerately taking off her shoes. You got up too early this morning, take a nap a little longer. She then removed the hairpins from her hair to make her more comfortable. This servant hasn't massaged the young mistress's legs in a long time. Why don't you try my skills now to see if I've become rusty? Okay, thank you for your hard work, Chuanlu. Xin An found these days increasingly enchanting. Before, she had to be mindful of her manners in front of Tang Rong, never having sat comfortably in her entire life. Now, she was so comfortable and at ease. As for whether Tang Emma would mind? He himself had no manners at all in the room, slumped in his chair like a sauerkraut. How could he possibly complain about her? At this time, the sauerkraut had already arrived at Tang Yong's residence. Tang Yong was quite surprised to see him, knowing that people from the Marquis's residence rarely stepped inside even once a year. Please come in, second young master. Tang Emo said cheerfully, second uncle, you can call me second brother or Emo boy, but please don't be so distant. Tang Yong was even more unsure of his intentions. After thinking for a moment, he called him Xiao Emo. He remembered that this kid used to have the nickname Shunzhun, but he wouldn't let anyone call him that when he got a little older. After entering the house and sitting down, Tang Emo broke the awkward silence with a smile. Uncle probably knows a bit about what's going on in the household. I was preoccupied with other things the day of the tea ceremony and couldn't properly entertain you. You and Aunt left without even having a meal, and my mother mentioned it twice afterward. It was truly a breach of etiquette. I've come today to apologize and also to inquire about my cousin Yaming's situation. Is there anything I can do to help? He brought quite a few gifts, piled up like a small mountain on the table. Tang Yong waved his hands repeatedly. You had things to attend to that day, and it wasn't convenient for your aunt and me to stay. It's just a meal. We can eat any time. He didn't dare stay because the old lady disliked it. It was an open secret. Everyone knew it. You brought so much stuff. Take it back later. We're family. There's no need for such formalities. Chapter 31. Tang Emo wants to help Tang Yong. Tang Yong is an upright, honest, and somewhat simple-minded person. Tang Emo remembered Xin An's words. This second uncle, who had never benefited much from the Marquis's mansion, spent all his family fortune to help after the mansion's misfortune. True feelings are revealed in times of trouble. Although he did not witness it firsthand, it did not stop him from wanting to treat this honest and upright second uncle better. Second uncle, you're too kind. Even if I hadn't come to apologize, shouldn't I, as your nephew, be here to show my respect? I was a bit immature and irresponsible before, but now that I'm married, I need to learn to be more responsible. Mother also says you're honest and reliable, and she wants me to come visit more often and learn from you. Second uncle, please don't think I'm dull-witted. Tang Mo's attitude surprised Tang Yong. He didn't know much about this nephew, but he had never been so respectful before. He was wary, but also a little bittersweet. He was a member of the Marquis family, and his lifelong dream was to gain their approval, but he had never achieved it. Don't think your second uncle is useless either. Oh dear, his nose was getting sore. The uncle and nephew sat and drank tea. Tang Mo was eloquent, and soon he was chatting and laughing with Tang Yong. Seeing an opportunity, he asked about his cousin, Tang Yaoming. Your cousin? Tang Yong was troubled when talking about his most outstanding son. His son had finally passed the imperial examinations, but he, as his father, couldn't get him a position. I've inquired with the Ministry of Personnel, and they said there are too many candidates and your cousin's ranking is too low. He can only wait for his chance. I've asked around. There are still over 300 people waiting for their turn after the annual examinations. When will it be your cousin's turn? It's possible to try and smooth things over, but the places available are too remote, making it extremely difficult to achieve anything significant, and returning home is even harder. Tang Yong frowned. Actually, if his brother Tang Gang were willing to help Tang Yaoming's future, wouldn't be a problem at all. After all, he had passed the imperial examinations through proper channels. Tang Rong was known for his literary talent, but he hadn't personally taken the exams. He entered officialdom through recommendation. Does my cousin have any desired places? Tang Mo considered the options in his mind. As long as the requirements weren't too high, like entering one of the 6 ministries, he could lend a hand in other areas. Tang Yong said, your cousin still wants to be sent out for training. He doesn't have high expectations. A medium-sized county with 2,000 households would be fine. Tang Mo understood. Father is probably too busy these days. After giving me the opportunity to train in the Northern Army, he will naturally have to find a new place for my brother. He's been busy with this matter these past 2 days and probably won't be able to spare the time. Tang Yong nodded, feeling a pang of disappointment. Over the years, he hadn't taken advantage of the Marquis' mansion, nor had he asked for anything. Even when the family divided, he didn't get much. But he was still his father's son, a member of the Marquis' mansion. Why couldn't he lend a hand when his son was in the most crucial situation? If second uncle trusts me, I'll help my cousin with some planning. Although I'm not very capable, I know a few people. It might work. Tang Yong looked up, somewhat surprised that Tang Mo would say such a thing, and also moved. He knew that this nephew wasn't favored by his father, and children who weren't favored didn't have it easy. Your second uncle thanks you on behalf of your cousin. He went out to meet friends today, so we won't wait for him. Have a meal here before you leave. Speaking of which, I had a meal here with you during the New Year holidays. You still have some good wine stored up. We'll take it out and have some later. He himself was struggling, yet he still thought of helping him. Whether it worked out or not, he wanted to accept this favor. Tang Mo happily stayed. Madame Yu came from the backyard and was happy to see Tang Mo, and even happier to see that he had brought so many things. Have you told your mother about it? Tang Mo said that these things were prepared by his mother. Mother also said that when she has some free time, she invited my second aunt to go out to see a play together. She hasn't been out for a long time. All right, your second aunt loves watching plays. I'll bring your mother along. Your other 2 cousins are at school. They'd be so happy to know you're coming today. Knowing he wanted to stay for dinner, Madame Yu smiled and went to make arrangements. Tang Yong smiled and said, your second aunt is very hospitable. Second aunt looks great. Oh, by the way, my mother asked me to bring you some anti-aging pills from the Imperial Medical Academy. I'll give them to you later. The uncle and nephew chatted and laughed as they walked inside, their relationship growing increasingly close. Soon, their laughter could be heard, and before long, Madame Yu's laughter mingled with theirs. Tang Mo once again experienced the warmth of elders' care at Tang Yong's place. Previously, it was his father-in-law and mother-in-law who had given him this feeling, which he cherished greatly. That afternoon, after leaving Tang Yong's residence, he went to find Yan Shimao and the others. Once they were seated in a private room at the tea house, Tang Emo explained his intentions. My cousin is quite capable, with real talent. My old man can't spare the time to help, so I thought I'd give it a try. Guys, help me think of a solution. This was a serious matter, something none of them had much experience with, and they were all intrigued. Wei Yi spoke first. My old man can't, but my older brother should be able to. I'll go back and ask him. Xia Changyu added, my old man is the least willing to help with this kind of thing, and my older brother is a blockhead, but my uncle can. I'll go find him. They all looked at Yan Shimao, who coughed lightly. You're all too much trouble. I'll go find my brother-in-law. He works in the Ministry of Personnel. Each of them came from a family of high-ranking officials, so Tang Yaoming's matter wasn't a big deal to them. Tang Emo stood up and poured tea for them. My old man doesn't care about me, but my father-in-law and second uncle do. I was thinking of helping them with something I can't do myself. Thank you, brothers. Everyone knew that Tang Gang didn't want Tang Emo to have any connections or power in the mansion because of Tang Rome, so they, as brothers, couldn't say anything. Yan Shimao said, what kind of relationship do we brothers have? Your business is our business. If we brothers work together, what can't we accomplish? Tang Emo took out a silver note with 1,000 taels. I can't let your brother-in-law help for nothing. Whether this matter succeeds or not, I still have to give him this small token. How could Yan Shimao accept it? Tang Emo laughed and said, didn't you say that your sister is very strict and your brother-in-law can't even take out 2 taels of silver? This little bit isn't much, so give it to him as a personal favor. We won't say anything to anyone. This time, Yan Shimao didn't stand on ceremony. I thank you on behalf of my brother-in-law. Xia Changyu chimed in, Brother Tang is quite wealthy now. I must say, your new father-in-law is really good. The other two agreed. Your brother-in-law is interesting too. Tang Emo seized the opportunity to praise his father-in-law again. Seeing that he was genuinely happy, the three of them exchanged glances and were genuinely happy for him. Needless to say, Tang Emo returned that night reeking of alcohol. Seeing Nan Feng still standing outside the door, he frowned. Nan Feng, startled, took a step back, then, remembering she was now the second young mistress's woman, stepped forward again. Reporting to the second young master, this servant now serves the second young mistress. Tang Emo didn't say anything, but upon entering, he inquired about the matter. Xin An nodded in agreement. I think Nan Feng is good. If you don't want her anymore, what's wrong with me taking her? Nan Feng, go and rest. Don't be afraid. Nan Feng curtsied outside the door and quickly withdrew. Tang Emo sat down and poured himself some tea. You certainly know how to pick people. Chapter 32, beating up Tang Rong to vent his anger. After several days of eating and drinking outside, Tang Emo felt unwell. He leaned back on Xin An's chaise lounge, closing his eyes to rest. Chun Yang brought him some hangover soup and a bowl of vegetable porridge. Tang Emo glanced at it. So kind? What? Afraid I'll drink myself to death and no one will be there to take my place? Chun Yang was about to retort when Xin An gestured for her to get down and rest. Chun Yang didn't forget to give Tang Emo a sharp look, thinking this guy was heartless. Why are all your girls so temperamental? He felt much better after the hangover soup, and the easy vegetable porridge made him feel relaxed all over. Lying on the chaise lounge, he looked even more unseemly. Xin An smiled, not answering his question, but only asking if his day had gone well. It's all right, let's wait for the results. Tang Emo propped his head up with one hand. I didn't have much contact with my second uncle before, and I didn't have much interaction with my cousins either. I spent half a day with him today and had a meal with him. I think my second uncle is quite honest and down-to-earth. Xin An sat down next to him. I didn't know before either. I only found out after the incident at the Marquis's mansion. At that time, everyone avoided him. He was separated early on and was not implicated. He didn't receive any benefits from the Marquis's mansion. We could have just watched him make a fool of himself. But it turns out he was the one who worked the hardest. I regretted it then. If only I had given him some guidance and convenience, and been a little closer to him, it would have made me feel better. Also, he would have had more strength to help us after he recovered. Tang Mo stared into her eyes. Can you tell me what exactly happened to the Marquis' mansion? We can prepare to avoid it, right? Xin An's gaze turned unfriendly again. That kind of thing will never happen in this lifetime. Seeing that she wouldn't speak, Tang Mo scratched his head. My dear aunt, please tell me. How can I sleep at night if you keep talking like this? Xin An's face gradually darkened. She snorted and was about to get up and leave when Tang Mo grabbed her. Tell me, please. This is the first time in my 2 lives that I'm begging you. Tell me. Xin An sat down again. Your son embezzled a huge amount of money and was involved in factional strife. After the incident, he framed my son, and my son died unjustly in prison. My second uncle collected his body. Tang Mo had wanted to ask about his son, Tang Hui, for a long time, but he had never asked. He wasn't favored by his father, so naturally his son wasn't valued either. After his father's death, how did his son manage to frame Tang Xian? Thinking of the only possibility, his brow furrowed. Looking at Xin An again, a hint of pity flashed in his eyes. He gritted his teeth. That bastard Tang Rong, how could he do such a thing? Xin An wiped her eyes. I thought you'd be happy. Happy? Tang Mo gave a self-deprecating smile. Tao Iran looked down on me. Tang Hui, influenced by her, only cared about his uncle, thinking that I, as his father, would only bring him shame. How old was he then? 4 years old, I guess. Recalling the past, Tang Mo closed his eyes. He was disrespectful to me. I scolded him, and he started yelling that he didn't want me as his father, saying he wished his uncle was his father. The words of a young child are most likely to pierce a father's heart. Even now, thinking back on it still hurts him. Both of them were in a bad mood. Xin An, who was getting angrier the more she thought about it, punched him. It's all your fault. Why did you ask? I don't care. Tomorrow, go find Tang Rong and give him a hard time. Cheer me up. Tang Mo rubbed his forehead. How about I have someone tie him up, lock him up in a secret room, and give him a few lashes when you're in a bad mood? Xin An raised an eyebrow. You could have someone put a sack over his head and beat him up to vent your anger. Tang Mo's eyes lit up with an idea. He hadn't originally planned to use any dirty tricks, but he was just angry now, so beating him up was the only way to vent his anger. I'll arrange it. Just wait for news. Xin An nodded. He felt a little better even before the beating. Tang Mo changed the subject, saying he had asked Yen Shimao to help him mediate. When Xin An learned that he had spent 1,000 taels, he shared his thoughts. Nobody can predict what will happen in the future. We might not succeed in the end. We need to have a backup plan. But no matter how you prepare a way out, you'll still need money. Tang Mo wholeheartedly agreed, saying that he actually owned 2 shops and also ran a tea house with Yen Shimao and a few others, earning some money each month, about a few dozen taels each. Xin An said, I want to do some business, but I can't let outsiders know that this business is related to the Marquis' mansion. To put it bluntly, even if the Marquis' mansion is raided one day, they won't be able to trace it back to these businesses. Tang Mo sat up, feeling that it was indeed necessary to plan ahead. Do you have suitable candidates? Xin An nodded. The Xin family were salt merchants with many managers, so transferring them wouldn't be a problem. But it has to be done in your name, or in the name of the Marquis' mansion. Do you understand what I mean? Tang Mo understood. You want to use the Marquis' mansion's name to protect your business, but without letting anyone know that the business originally belonged to you. Okay, the old man won't get involved in this kind of thing. At most, he'll scold me a couple of times, but I want half of your business. Why should I? Xin An reacted strongly, and Tang Mo spoke up matter-of-factly, because you need me. I can offer more than just protection, okay? Look, you can order me around all the time. I also have to beat up the neighbors to please you, and I have to be filial to your parents-in-law. I'm their favorite son-in-law. Shouldn't you reward me with something? Xin An laughed. Haven't I been filial to your mother? Tang Mo said, Think about how much you've gotten from my grandmother and mother these past few days. Don't be stingy. You'll need me a lot in the future. I'm the kind of person who's willing to go all out. Believe me, my mother will be urging you to get pregnant in 6 months at most. Then I'll say I have a hidden illness and won't make things difficult for you. Isn't that half worth of what I deserve? Xin An's expression was quite complicated. Compared to Tang Rome, Tang Mo's shamelessness was something else entirely, making it impossible for her to refuse. Deal. Tang Mo smiled smugly, stepped off the chaise longue, bowed to Xin An, and said in a serious tone, "From now on I'll have to rely on Boss Xin for your care. I'll follow you to make a fortune, and if there's anything I can do, I'll do my utmost to help you." Xin An laughed incessantly. Of course, I'll also have to rely on you for your care in the future, second young master." The two, who had just been feeling aggrieved and angry, were now in extremely good spirits, and their relationship had become much closer. It wasn't until late at night that Tang Mo returned to his room. Lai, who was waiting outside the courtyard, hurriedly went to serve him. "I thought young master was going to stay tonight. Why did you come back?" Although he didn't know what was being said inside, he could clearly hear the laughter coming from inside. Tang Mo smiled and tapped his forehead. "Your young master is a gentleman. Don't think nonsense." Lai was unconvinced and muttered, "We're all properly married people. What does it have to do with being a gentleman?" Chapter 33: Tang Mo's dedication. Xin An was dedicated to making the old lady happy, arriving early every morning to have breakfast with her in her courtyard. Whenever Tang Mo was free, he would accompany her. After breakfast, Tang Mo mentioned the day's arrangements. "My parents-in-law are leaving the capital tomorrow. I originally planned to invite them to dinner, but my father-in-law has other plans today. I was thinking of buying some things to take with him and then delivering them tomorrow morning. It's just a token of my appreciation." The old lady truly felt that he had grown up and was very considerate, unlike his good-for-nothing father, who didn't even arrange a farewell feast for his departing in-laws, only knowing how to take money without fear of getting burned. "Go ahead and get busy. Take your wife with you today. She's married so far away, who knows when she'll see her parents again. Go on." It must be said that most of the time the old lady was quite agreeable. Xin An thanked her with a smile, and then left the mansion with Tang Mo. Having been married into the family for just over 10 days, she had already left the estate twice, more than she had in the entire previous month. Vice Minister Su of the Ministry of War had become close to Xin An these past few days. Knowing he was leaving the next day, Vice Minister Su even threw a farewell banquet. When Tang Mo arrived, Xin An was just leaving, and without a word the father-in-law and son-in-law left together, followed by Xin Huan. Madame Xin pulled Xin An inside. "If it weren't for some real family matter requiring your father's attention, I don't think he would have wanted to leave. Your brother is even less willing," constantly referring to his brother-in-law. Madame Xin pulled her to sit down. "Your father is truly satisfied with his son-in-law." She lowered her voice. "He's better than your father-in-law." Xin An secretly looked down on Tang Gang, thinking him selfish and self-serving. As a marquis with little real power, he could offer limited benefits, but wanted more in return. He's been to the capital more than once or twice, and not once has he ever bothered to make arrangements. Each time, it's your father footing the bill. He never introduces your father to his friends, as if afraid others will laugh at him for wanting to marry a merchant. But when it comes to using our money, he's not embarrassed at all. Your father said he'd reduce the money given to the Marquis's mansion from now on, and that it should go directly to his son-in-law. He wants us to use the money to pave the way for his eldest son. Dream on. Tang Gang thought that the marriage between the two families had secured the Xin family, so he was even less willing to put in the effort. Little did he know that the Xin family thought the same thing. Now that the two families were in-laws, everyone knew that the Xin family could openly act under the Marquis's name. Would the Marquis's mansion really break ties with the Xin family? Your father said he'd support his son-in-law so that he wouldn't have to defer to your father-in-law anymore. Your son-in-law is capable, your family will support you, and your mother-in-law is on your side. Your father-in-law will have no choice but to swallow his pride and accept it. Hearing her call him son-in-law repeatedly, Xin An thought that Tang Mo had really put in a lot of effort these past few days. In such a short time, he had won over her parents' hearts. How could anyone say he wasn't capable? Father and mother, you don't need to worry too much about me. I'll be fine in the Marquis's mansion and won't be bullied. As for your son-in-law, he should be able to hold his own now, right? Madame Xin smiled. You don't always bully people. Knowing that the two hadn't consummated their marriage yet, Madame Xin didn't try to persuade them. Such things would happen naturally when the time was right. Xin An brought up her desire to start a business, saying, Mother knows that the Marquis's mansion has more than just your son-in-law. If we make it public, we'll inevitably attract unwanted attention. I'm thinking of a different approach, to give myself a way out. I can't just sit around and eat my dowry away. Madame Xin thought she was overthinking things. Why go through all that trouble? Just send a message home if you need money. I can't expect my family to support me for life. Supporting me is one thing, but do you expect me to support my son-in-law and his whole family? I don't need much. Just give me Uncle Fangda and Uncle Bai. Uncle Fangda is originally from the capital, so I think he'd be willing to come back. As for Uncle Bai, just tell him I need him. Fangda is the steward of the Xin family. A few years ago, Xin Quan accidentally saved him when he came to the capital. He sold himself into the Xin family as a slave and is quite capable. As for Uncle Bai, he was a doctor the Xin family had been supporting for many years. He had learned a lot of skills, but hadn't been of much use, which Xin An found regrettable. What could Madame Xin say? Her daughter was determined to do what she set her mind to. Here, I'll talk to your father later. Do you need some more capital? No need. Your son-in-law said he wants half. Let him pay. We're not going to do a big business right away. Let's take it slow. Madame Xing let her do as she pleased. The mother and daughter spent a pleasant half-day. When Xin Quan and the other two returned, it was already afternoon. They brought back many gifts. Xin Quan was beaming because Vice Minister Su had invited people to accompany him today. They were all familiar officials, which made Xin Quan feel quite honored. He felt that he had made up for the face he lost with Tang Gang. Tang Mo was also happy. Today, he met several high-ranking officials with his father-in-law. Those officials treated him very warmly. The kind of flattery he had only seen with Tang Rong was now being shown to him. He felt very proud and satisfied. The father-in-law and son-in-law were all smiles, completely lacking composure. Madame Xin was exasperated, especially with Xin Huan's even more foolish grin, which only added to her frustration. Tang Mo woke up in the evening, ignoring his headache, beaming with delight, yet regretting that his father-in-law was leaving the next day and he wouldn't get to enjoy his father-in-law's company any longer. All right, stop grinning like that. Don't get cocky. Be more composed. Xin An brought in a bowl of porridge. Drink up, this is millet porridge I made especially for you. Drink less of it after these next couple of days, or I'm afraid you'll never live a long life. Please don't finish, Tang Mo interrupted. I'll definitely live to be 100. After finishing the porridge, it was time for dinner. Tang Mo put his hands on his hips, looked up at the sky, and felt like he'd spent the whole day just eating. That evening, the family had a long and reluctant farewell, exchanging many things. As Xin An left, Madame Xin secretly wiped away tears, and Xin An's eyes also reddened. Just as everyone was getting into the carriage, Tang Mo pulled her down again. You're making me sound like some heinous criminal. Stay here tonight. I'll explain to my mother when I get back. I'll also have someone bring you a change of clothes. I'll come back to pick you up tomorrow. Married daughters rarely have the opportunity to stay overnight at their parents' home, and Xin An admitted she was truly moved. Thank you. Tang Mo led her to Madame Xin, gave her a few instructions, and Madame Xin's face lit up with joy, her tears turning into a smile. Xin Huan immediately stepped forward and hugged his arm. Brother-in-law, you're so kind. Tang Mo got goosebumps all over his arm. It's what I should do. I'll head back now and come back first thing tomorrow morning. Brother-in-law, why don't you stay too? We can sleep together. Tang Emo smiled awkwardly but politely. I'm not used to it. Only after he got into the car and left did the family happily go inside. Xin An, arm in arm with her mother, said, I want to sleep with you tonight, Mom. Fine, you're married, but still haven't grown up. Chapter 34 Favoritism Becomes Natural. When Tang Emo returned to the manor, Tang Gang and Madame Wang were still talking with the old lady in Chuanrong courtyard. They were discussing Tang Rong's matter. His appointment with the Ministry of Rights had been finalized, but since he had asked for help, he wanted to show some appreciation, so he set his sights on the old lady's treasures. The old lady could be generous. As long as someone pleased her, she would readily give away her treasures. But she could also be incredibly stingy. She wouldn't agree to anything from someone she didn't like, no matter how much they pleaded. She was currently dissatisfied with both Tang Rong and Tao Iran. How could she possibly use gifts to pave the way for Tang Rong? Seeing that the old lady remained unmoved, Tang Gang grew anxious and was about to speak more bluntly when Tang Emo arrived. Tang Gang, already angry, didn't hesitate to confront him. I heard you were having a banquet at Shirley Xiang with your father-in-law today, and people from the Ministry of War were there too? The Xin family is the money bag your grandfather left to the Marquis' mansion. Don't think that marrying into the Xin family means you can do whatever you want, and don't even think about monopolizing the Xin family. Tang Emo didn't confront him as he usually did when angry. Instead, he respectfully bowed and said, Father, the other day, Vice Minister Su of the Ministry of War ran into my father-in-law, and Uncle Tao was also there. My father-in-law is leaving the capital tomorrow. I originally planned to take Xin in with me to see him off, but when we arrived, I learned that Vice Minister Su had already arranged a farewell dinner for him. My father-in-law then took me with him. Vice Minister Su also invited several other officials to accompany him. During the dinner, the officials treated my father-in-law with great courtesy, and they had a very pleasant conversation. Tang Gang frowned, partly resenting the obvious attempts of those in the court to steal his son's wife, and partly resenting Xin Quan for not avoiding suspicion, even though they were already related by marriage to the Marquis' family. He was still entangled with other people. The old lady, who hadn't spoken until now, snorted coldly. Even outsiders know they should hold a farewell ceremony for the Xin family, yet you, their proper-in-law, not only haven't shown any appreciation, but you're also here blaming your son who's trying to make amends for this. Your father said that the Xin family isn't where it is today because of the Tang family, but rather the Tang family is where it is today because of the Xin family's strong support. In a sense, the Xin family has done the Tang family a favor. You've got your priorities backward and look down on the Xin family. It's perfectly reasonable for the Xin family to abandon you and seek another patron. You may not look down on the Xin family, but plenty of others will. Do you think a marriage alliance will make you worry-free? The old lady had been dissatisfied with Tang Gang for a long time. When he was young, she couldn't teach him no matter what she did, so now that he was old, she simply stopped caring. Anyway, she didn't have any other sons to replace him, so she usually turned a blind eye. As long as the Marquis' mansion didn't fall, she would live a peaceful and comfortable life. It's fortunate that the second son is sensible and knows how to distinguish between right and wrong. Haven't you seen how much he's been trying to please his father-in-law these past few days? Speaking of which, this marriage exchange is the most unfair to him. Have you, as his father, even said a few words of comfort to him? His father-in-law, who was once an official, has been replaced by a businessman. He can put aside his grudges and try to win over the Xin family. Isn't that sensible enough? Isn't that enough to share your burden as his father? If he hadn't been spending so much time with them lately, I'm afraid the Xin family would have already been won over by others. Don't be too biased. Tang Mo's body slumped, and he immediately put on an act of, I've suffered a great injustice, but I won't say anything. He was very annoyed. Why didn't he think of his grandmother's words? He wasn't trying to please his father-in-law. He was actively sharing his father's burden after suppressing his great injustice. Suddenly, his image became noble. Tang Gang's gaze swept over him. Is that what you think? Tang Mo's voice lowered slightly. Father gave my son the opportunity to train with my elder brother in the Northern Army, causing father to continue to suffer. I am too dull to help father, so I can only do what little I can. Tang Gang's expression softened. At least you've become more sensible. Seeing him standing there meekly, and thinking about the pastel vase in his hand, he wanted to speak, but had no reason to. He was indeed biased, but he still had some pride. Tang Mo didn't linger and left quickly. Tang Gang wanted to continue persuading the old lady, but she stood up. I'm tired too. You should both rest early. Tang Gang and Wang Shi got up and left. After leaving, Wang Shi didn't say much to Tang Gang. She had originally planned to send him two young and alluring women to exhaust him, but considering that her son still needed him as a father, she gave up the idea. Aunt Young said she had a headache today. Would you like to go see her, Lord Marquis? Tang Gang had no interest in that. He thought about how the old lady had shown great affection for Xin An in these past 2 days, and had also changed her opinion of the second son. He figured that while the second son had changed somewhat after getting married, favoritism was already a given. He was worried that Tang Rong hadn't improved after marriage and had instead fallen behind. I won't go. I have things to do. You should rest early. Seeing him turn and head towards the study in the front yard, Wang Shi's lips curled slightly. She didn't even need to ask. He was going to worry about her eldest son again. Tang Rong, who had been intimately cuddling with Tao Iran in the bedroom, was called out by Tang Gang's men after he had even taken off his shoes. Seeing Tang Gang's displeased expression, Tang Rong spoke without thinking, Father, are you angry about second brother's matter? Uncle Xin is now second brother's father-in-law, so naturally he will side with him. I'm sure second brother knows what he's doing and won't let Uncle Xin be snatched away by another family. Tang Gang snorted, I have my own plans for the Xin family. As for you, what have you been doing these past few days since the wedding? Apart from going out on errands with him, you've been holed up in Chunhua Courtyard. How can someone so preoccupied with romance accomplish anything? Tang Rong cupped his hands, Father. Since you entered the manor, you and your wife have only visited the old lady once a day, morning and evening. One day you're feeling unwell, the next you're not feeling well. Do you think the feng shui of my manor is bad and can't support people? He was referring to Tao Iran. I was hoping that after you got married, someone would manage all the affairs of the manor for you, so you wouldn't have to worry about anything. Now, you're chained to the courtyard and can't even leave the house. It was precisely because he favored Tang Rong that he spoke so harshly. Tang Gang was already very dissatisfied with Tao Iran. She completely failed to meet his expectations for his eldest daughter-in-law. You are the heir to the Marquis' title. Your wife cannot just be a pretty but useless confidante. She must be capable of handling both internal and external affairs. Don't spoil her too much. Tang Rong had forgotten when he last received such a reprimand, and he felt a mix of emotions. I understand. Tang Gang gave the order. There's a pink vase on your wife's dowry list. Find a way to get it for you to use in your career. You two are husband and wife, where one, no distinction between yours and mine. Tang Rong frowned slightly. Using Tao Iran's dowry so soon after their marriage was hardly honorable. Could you ask my second brother to part with it? Tang Gang's gaze turned cold. If you're so capable, go ask your sister-in-law for it. He, as the father, couldn't bring himself to ask, yet this man, who held a grudge against his second son for stealing his wife, dared to make such a suggestion. Did he think that he, as the father, could be so shameless? Chapter 35 Tang Rong's scheme against Tao Iran. Tang Rong naturally dared not ask Xin for the bottle, so he could only set his sights on Tao Iran. Back in his bedroom, he was frowning and wouldn't say anything when asked, looking deeply worried. The more he refused to talk about it, the more Tao Iran wanted to know. While he was washing up, she asked his servant, Qingma. Qingma blurted it all out, then sighed, that bottle is in the second young master's hands. The second young master always likes to oppose the heir apparent, so he definitely won't agree. Isn't it making things difficult for the heir apparent by having the Marquis ask the heir apparent for it? Tao Iran told him to leave. When Tang Rong returned, she said she would give him her famille rose bottle. Tang Rong frowned slightly. How did you know? Don't worry about it, I'll handle it myself. How can I accept your dowry? That was given to you by your parents-in-law. I can't accept it. Tao Iran stepped forward to help him undress. It's just a bottle, an external possession. If it can help Ronglong, I'll be happy. We're husband and wife, we're inseparable. Tang Rong was about to refuse again, but Tao Iran gently expressed her sincerity, deeply moving Tang Rong. That night, Tang Rong was exceptionally gentle and affectionate and particularly devoted, giving Tao Iran immense satisfaction, both physically and mentally, and causing her to fall deeply in love with him. At dawn, the famille rose vase was placed in its box. Tang Rong held her waist tenderly, saying, with a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? Tao Iran smiled contentedly. After he left with the box containing the vase, Aunt Lu entered and strongly disapproved of her actions. That famille rose vase is extremely rare. It's the master's most cherished possession. How could the young mistress give it to the young master like that? Having only been married a few days, he was already using his wife's dowry. She always felt that this young master wasn't as virtuous as the rumor suggested. Tao Iran, of course, knew the bottle was rare. Rong Lang entrusted me with all of his birth mother's dowry. Such trust, and you can't even get a bottle for me in return? It's just an ornament, and don't worry about it. To say that marrying the young mistress is the young master's good fortune. Aunt Kai arrived, bringing the key to the Chunhua courtyard storeroom. When the young master left, he instructed that the young mistress should take care of everything in Chunhua courtyard from now on. Young mistress, please accept it. The young master truly cares about you. Tao Iran gladly accepted it. Aunt Kai glanced at Aunt Lu, her smugness undisguised. Aunt Lu was furious, but helpless. Don't see us off anymore, go back. The Xin family set off early in the morning, and Tang Emo arrived just as dawn broke. He escorted Xin and all the way out of the city. Tang Gang arrived last, only managing to say a few words, but at least he came. As the carriage drove further and further away, Xin remained lost in thought for a long time. Only when the carriage was out of sight did Tang Emo remind her, let's go back. Tang Gang got into the carriage first, telling Tang Emo to report to the Northern Army tomorrow. Tang Emo said he would take Xin to see a manor in the suburbs for a few days, and they would go there upon their return. I promised grandmother about this, so I can't go back on my word. Tang Gang frowned slightly at the mention of the manor. It's good that you know about it. He then told the driver to drive off. Tang Emo scoffed, he's being stingy. He helped Xin into the carriage and sat opposite her, starting to complain about how he had wanted to yell at him yesterday. You didn't see how grandmother lectured him. We're both his sons, yet I'm not even worth a blade of grass. His favoritism is completely undisguised. Xin slowly exhaled, adjusting her mood. Just make him proud a few times. That's impossible. Tang Emo stretched his legs. When I was little, I did try my best. My teacher praised me for reciting the text well, but behind my back, he relentlessly pushed Tang Rong to surpass me. My goodness only spurred him to treat Tang Rong even more harshly. He's put so much effort into Tang Rong, how could he allow that effort to go to waste? If I, this wild grass, surpassed Tang Rong, wouldn't that be a slap in his face? This was something he'd figured out in the last 2 days. Trying to please the old man was too difficult. Xin sighed softly. I once saw an old man who favored his eldest son. He had 3 other sons, all born of the same mother. The old man forced the 3 younger sons to support the eldest, and the 3 younger sons became successful without relying on their family. I thought the old man would give his 3 sons a second glance, but he only exploited them more to help the eldest son, completely ignoring the eldest son's good-for-nothing behavior. He even favored the eldest son's son. He had his reasons, saying that with several horses pulling a carriage, some will always run the fastest, and the whip should always be placed on the fastest horse so that the diligent horse will run even faster. After all, it's useless to whip a lazy horse. More importantly, there should be a proper order of seniority and rules. Tang Emo looked disdainful but secretly felt a little relieved. He was glad that the old man hadn't exploited him to help his beloved eldest son, but simply ignored him. For some reason, he felt a little relieved. How did you sleep last night? If you're feeling good, let's go for a walk again. Sure. Xin An is quite willing to go out now. She feels much better these past 2 days and even feels younger. Let's go somewhere lively. Lively? Tang Emo stroked his chin. Are you sure? Xin An nodded, quite certain. Half an hour later, Tang Emo led Xin An into the lively place, proudly saying, at this hour, there's no place more lively than here. The air was filled with cheers rising and falling. At first, Xin An felt inexplicably nervous. She never expected Tang Emo to bring her to watch Cuju, ancient Chinese football. She had naturally seen Cuju in her previous life, but only at the Royal Martial Arts Arena, where the spectators were very restrained, not this frenzied. Such cloud-piercing noise was something she had never seen in both her lives combined. Tang Emo shouted in her ear, this used to be General Hui's horse racing track, and later it was used as a football field. The two teams wearing blue are the football teams from General Hui's mansion, called Hun Tianyuan, and the red ones are the Flaming Lions from the Lifeng escort agency. Come on, let's find a seat. Okay. Suddenly, a deafening cheer erupted. Xin An felt a little flustered. What happened? Did the ball go in? The Flaming Lions scored a goal. Tang Emo pulled her to pay the fee and sat in a more conspicuous spot. The noise around her continued, and gradually Xin An's gaze followed the ball in the field. She was no longer so nervous. With Tang Emo talking to her and clapping and cheering from time to time, she slowly relaxed. After about an incense stick's time, she started clapping and cheering along with Tang Emo, and even discussed with him who had the best skills. The Flaming Lions are pretty good. Of course, he's the head of the escort agency after all. The people of Hun Tianyuan are all retired from the military, right? They're quite brave. Oh, you can still recognize that? Not bad. Chapter 36 Tang Emo, risking his life to accompany his wife. The two became increasingly engrossed in their conversation, and Xin An's smile grew wider and wider. Finally, she abandoned all decorum, laughing wildly and enthusiastically, casting all her worries to the back of her mind. Noticing that someone's gaze was fixed on Xin An, Tang Emo immediately put his arm around her shoulder, giving those staring glances a warning look. Without Tang Emo even needing to say anything, Xin An moved even closer to him, ignoring everyone else and focusing solely on the game. Tang Emo, however, felt a pang of regret, forgetting that although this woman was ruthless, she also possessed an attractive face. He shouldn't have brought her here. Hurry, hurry, it's almost in. Oh dear, what a pity. Although Hun Tianyuan is brave, he's not as agile as the Flaming Lion. He's too rigid. Seeing her bright and cheerful smile, Tang Emo smiled along with her. He's retired from the army, so he can't be as agile as the head of the escort agency. Before they knew it, it was noon. In the end, the Flaming Lion won. Xin An clapped her hands until they hurt, feeling exceptionally happy. She turned her head and asked, "Are there more this afternoon?" "There should be." "Then come again this afternoon?" Tang Emo rubbed his forehead. She's really addicted to this. But since they're already out, there's no point in going back so early. Okay, I'll have Lili book a private room first. Okay. After everyone around them had left, Tang Emo escorted Xin An away. On the way to lunch, Xin An was still talking about the excitement from earlier. You know what, I feel so young now. Just shouting a few times felt like all the pent-up frustration in my heart was released. How does this work? Do you need to place bets? We'll bet this afternoon too, it's all for fun. Tang Emo thought this woman was probably crazy, still wanting to gamble now. It's settled, we'll only watch one game this afternoon, then go back. And you have to keep it a secret. Okay. Xin An's eyes gleamed mischievously. If things come to light, I'll say you brought me here, and you'll be the one who gets beaten up. Can't you be nicer to me? Tang Emo was so angry he laughed. I kindly brought you here, and you turn around and blame me? Where's your heart? Ha ha ha. Xin An laughed heartily, tears welling in her eyes. Don't be angry, I'll treat you to lunch today. You can eat whatever you want. That's more like it. The servants who came along today were quite fortunate. Xin An was generous. After she and Tang Emo entered the private room, she ordered several extra dishes for the coachman, the two guards, and Lai Lai and Chun Yang. They were all the restaurant's signature dishes, the same ones she ate. Lai Lai ate with grease dripping from her mouth and didn't forget to ask Chun Yang, "Is this the treatment when you go out with the second young mistress?" Chun Yang was gnawing on a chicken leg. "My young mistress has always treated us like this. If you serve her well in the future, you'll be rewarded." Lai Lai beamed. The coachman and the two guards just kept eating their meat heartily. They only had the chance to accompany the young mistress when she went out, but how many times a month could the young mistress go out? "Old son, aren't you going to eat that chicken leg?" The driver chuckled sheepishly, asked the waiter for some oil paper, and carefully wrapped it up. "I'm saving it for my mother." Chunyang didn't want to interfere, but remembering Aunt Wang's words about bribing people, she put down the chicken leg and wiped her hands. "Eat it. You drove well, consider it a reward." "Waiter, another crispy chicken, wrapped in oil paper to take away." The waiter quickly went to pack it up, and Old Son was very nervous. "Miss Chunyang, this chicken isn't cheap. The second young mistress will be angry with you." "You can't do that." Chunyang smiled. "I'm the second young mistress's head maid. I can make that decision. Besides, my second young mistress is kind-hearted. She'll only praise you if she knows you're taking the chicken back to honor your mother. She won't be angry. She's not that stingy. Eat up." Lai Lai gave her a thumbs up and fawned over her, refilling her tea. "Please take good care of me in the future, Miss Chunyang." "Sure, sure." Old Son received a whole chicken, grinning from ear to ear. The two guards picked their teeth, pondering how to pull some strings to get on the good side of the second young master's wife. After lunch, they went for tea, then watched the Kuju ancient Chinese football match. When they came out, it was already evening, so they decided to have another meal before going back. After dinner, the stars were already out, and there happened to be a night market. Could they possibly go back now? "Let's go shopping." Tang Emo resignedly followed behind. In less than half an hour, they were carrying a huge pile of bags and packages. There was no way around it. Xin An was in high spirits today, finding everything interesting and wanting to buy it. Both guards were now draped with all sorts of items. When yet another item was hung around his neck, Tang Emo groaned inwardly. He knew this woman was ruthless, but he hadn't expected her to be even more ruthless outside. Wasn't she tired? "You know, some of the things at this night market are pretty good. I should come here more often." "What's that up ahead? Fire breathing? Let's go see." Tang Emo rolled her eyes. After walking a few steps, she saw Yan Shimao and his brother-in-law Lu Mingyuan coming out of the tea house. The moment their eyes met, Yan Shimao smiled. "Got some hard labor?" Tang Emo wanted to wave his hand, but found that his hands were full. "I'm keeping Madam company." Xin An turned her head, saw the person, and then turned around. "Young Master Yan, are you also going to the night market?" "Sister-in-law." Yan Shimao was still very polite. "I'm having tea with my brother-in-law. I was just about to go back." Lu Mingyuan nodded politely, knowing that this was the person who had asked Tang Yaoming to seek an official position. Xin An said, "If you have something to say, I'll go back first." "No need." Yan Shimao didn't avoid her and told Tang Emo, "My brother-in-law has agreed to help. We'll wait for news." Tang Emo wanted to cup his hands in thanks, but in the end, he could only bow. "Thank you, Lord Lu. Since you're my second brother's brother, just call me Brother Lu." He couldn't refuse his brother-in-law's request, so Tang Emo seized the opportunity to curry favor. "Thank you, Brother Lu." He casually shoved the things he was carrying into the bag. These were picked out at the night market. "They're not expensive, but they're interesting. Brother Lu, take them back for Sister Yan to play with." "No need to be so polite." Tang Emo stepped forward and lowered his voice. "Brother Lu, please help me. My arms are about to break. My wife's shopping spree is terrifying. I really can't handle it. Yan Shimao laughed from the side, then turned to Xin An to complain. Sister-in-law, second brother Tang can't carry anymore and wants to give away what you bought. Xin An smiled. What can we do? We can only let him be. What if he breaks his arm later and then asks me for compensation? Brother Liu, take these. They're just little trinkets that girls like. They're not worth much. Take them back for your wife to play with. If she likes them, I'll invite her to come and browse them herself. They're quite interesting. Lu Mingyuan smiled as he accepted the pile of trinkets. His wife loved these little odds and ends, and taking them back would please her. Thank you, second brother Tang. Tang Mo exaggeratedly swung his arm. I'm finally saved. All right, I'll take her back first. If we keep going, I'll be half dead. Brother Liu, brother Yan, I'll take my leave now. I'll treat you to tea another day. After exchanging a few polite words, Tang Mo led Xin An away. Lu Mingyuan found their backs rather amusing. Everyone says second brother Tang suffered a great loss by changing his wife choice, but he seems quite happy. Yan Shimao laughed. Perhaps it's fate. I think he and Miss Xin are a perfect match. Brother-in-law, you must help him a lot. Tang Mo is a very honest person. It's just that he's unlucky and doesn't get his father's favor. It's really not easy for him. Chapter 37, Regaining the Old Lady's Treasure. The moon rose above the willow branches, and the hustle and bustle of the night market gradually faded. Xin An, who had enjoyed a carefree day, was satisfied and began to yawn repeatedly after getting into the carriage. I'm so tired. I thought your legs were made of iron. Tang Mo said, rubbing his legs. I'll have to be careful when I take you out from now on. How can you walk so much? Not only can you walk, but you can also gamble. Today, she won 2 taels of silver by placing bets at the football field. Her luck is too good. Xin An, who had just yawned, had teary eyes. How should I know? I didn't feel tired when I was walking. Why do my legs hurt so much now that I'm resting? But I'm in a particularly good mood today. Remember to take me with you when you go out to play in the future, or don't blame me for telling on you. Why are you so domineering? Tang Mo decided not to go out for the next 2 days. He wanted to rest for a couple of days. Suddenly, he wasn't so looking forward to the upcoming trip to the manor. He felt that this person was a bit wild and was afraid that she wouldn't be able to control herself once they got there. Upon arriving at the Marquis's residence, Tang Mo encountered Tang Gang, who was returning home, just as he alighted from the carriage. He cursed his bad luck inwardly, bowed respectfully, and said, "Father is back." Tang Gang's eyes sized him up. Don't tell me you sent someone away this morning and only just returned. Tang Mo replied respectfully. Xin An is curious about all parts of the capital. Thinking she'd be traveling around a lot in the future, I took her for a day. Tang Gang said nothing more and stepped inside. Get some rest. Tang Mo raised an eyebrow smugly at Xin An. How is it? Not bad, right? Not bad. Xin An stepped inside, thinking she'd soak her feet properly when she got back, and walked rather hastily. Tang Mo strode after her, thinking that this woman had just been complaining of being tired and in pain. How could she walk so fast in the blink of an eye? Quick, bring 2 basins of water for a foot bath. The order was given as soon as they entered Qiushi courtyard. Once their feet were in the hot water, they felt incredibly comfortable. Chunlu, who had been idle at home all day, rushed over to help loosen their calves, chattering about the day's events at the manor, especially those at Chunhua courtyard across the street. The eldest young mistress gave her dowry bottle to the young master, and he promptly gave her the key to Chunhua courtyard storeroom. Tang Mo, also enjoying a foot bath nearby, let out a comfortable sigh. So clever. Chunlu didn't understand, but Xin An did. How much could Tang Rong possibly possess? By entrusting his meager belongings to Tao Iran for safekeeping, he could later openly demand money and goods from Tao Iran, leaving Tao Iran with a bitter pill to swallow. However, it wasn't necessarily true. Tao Iran wasn't the same person she used to be, and perhaps she wasn't so foolish. After soaking his feet, Tang Mo handed Xin An a box containing his savings from over the years, along with 2 keys to his storeroom. I'm not trying to take advantage of you, but I understand you have expenses in the courtyard, and I can't let you spend them all yourself. There are a few valuable items in my storeroom. You can use them if needed. Xin An accepted them without hesitation. Even if you didn't offer them, I would have asked you for them anyway. To live comfortably in this mansion, you need to spend money. You can't be stingy. There's something else I need to tell you. The Xin family's residence in the capital is only used for a few days when her parents come to visit. A house that's uninhabited for a long time loses its vitality and decays quickly. I'm thinking of spending some money to renovate it and decorate it nicely, but I haven't decided what to do with it yet. Tang Mo rubbed his hands together, shamelessly leaning closer. When my parents-in-law aren't visiting, it can be used as our separate residence. In the future, we'll definitely make more friends, and we'll need a place to entertain them. This residence isn't convenient. Xin An nodded. It was indeed inconvenient. Any disturbance would quickly be known to the neighbors. Tang Mo had already begun planning how to renovate the courtyard. The key is to create a nice garden, convenient for banquets and conversations. The courtyard where my parents-in-law and Juan live also needs to be renovated, but no one will be allowed in. They can just go in and sweep it every day. It will be convenient for them to stay whenever they come. Pick a few reliable people to live there and take care of the daily management. Xin An agreed. I'll have Uncle Wang come find you later. Leave the specifics of the renovation to him. Tang Mo was about to rest when she asked, "Do you need me to tell the old lady tomorrow morning that you're too tired and want to sleep in a little longer?" No need. She still wanted to win the old lady's favor and gain her support, so she always made sure to have breakfast with her every morning. Besides, the old lady's breakfast is delicious. That's true, and there's a variety of options. I'll go with you tomorrow morning. Breakfast in the mansion was rationed. If you wanted more variety, you had to pay for it yourself. Eating at the old lady's place would save you some money, which was great. Xin An yawned, turned, and got into bed. Aunt Wang, standing outside the door, hesitated, wanting to say something but remaining silent. She couldn't understand the relationship between the two. They seemed quite harmonious, discussing everything and looking very well matched. Sometimes they didn't seem to respect the boundaries between men and women. They had just been sitting together soaking their feet, even seeing each other's toes. With such a relationship, why didn't they live together? Their relationship was truly a mystery. Perhaps she was too tired, or perhaps she was in a really good mood, but Xin An fell asleep almost immediately. When she woke up, she felt refreshed. When she and Tang Mo arrived at Chuanrong Courtyard, they found that Tang Rong and his wife had arrived earlier and were waiting outside the door. "It's unusual for you to arrive so early, elder brother and sister-in-law," Tang Mo said, always eager to tease them. Tang Rong forced a professional smile. "Your second brother and sister-in-law aren't late either. I heard you spent the day out yesterday?" Tang Mo laughed. "Unlike you, elder brother and sister-in-law, who have such promising futures and heavy responsibilities, we can enjoy ourselves as much as we want. By the way, I've been looking for a fine piece of Tianwang stone to carve a seal. I heard you recently acquired a pair, elder brother. Would you be willing to part with them?" He'd been accused of being a snatcher for a long time. It was time to solidify that claim. Tang Rong's fake smile faltered. "Those stones are what I found to carve seals. I wanted one for you and one for your sister-in-law. If you want one, second brother, I can find you an even better one." "Thank you so much, elder brother." Gan Lu opened the door and invited them in to pay their respects. The old lady was drinking water, and a smile appeared on her lips when she saw them. After they greeted her, the old lady asked, "What were you talking about outside?" Tang Mo leaned forward and smiled. Elder brother said he found a pair of Tianwang stones to carve seals, one for him and one for his sister-in-law. He learned that I also like Tianwang stones, so he said he would find one for me too. "I thank you so much, elder brother." The old lady smiled. "Your elder brother is about to go to work at the Ministry of Rights. He won't have time to help you find one later." It just so happens that grandmother has a pair of Tianwang stones, which are useless to her. So she's giving them to you to carve. One for you and one for your wife, symbolizing harmony. Tang Mo never expected such a good thing. He quickly knelt down and kowtowed. Thank you, grandmother. I knew grandmother was the dearest to me. Chapter 38. Father and son each have their own thoughts. The old lady's things were all extraordinary. Ganlu brought out the pair of Tianwang stones, and everyone present was astonished. The stones were lustrous, oily, and translucent, with fine and smooth textures and clearly defined red veins beneath. Is this top-grade Tianwang jade? Ordinary Tianwang stones were already worth 3 taels of gold for 1 tael of Tianwang, while top-grade Tianwang jade was worth 10 taels of gold for 1 tael of Tianwang. It had always been a tribute item. Tang Mo hesitated to take it. Grandson thought it was just ordinary Tianwang stone. It's so precious, I dare not accept it. Tang Rong's gaze was fixed on the Tianwang jade, and he couldn't take it away. The desire in his eyes was impossible to hide. Xin An maintained a faint smile on her face. Her gaze slid over Tang Rong's face, and her lips curled slightly. Even if the aloof and indifferent young master wanted it, he couldn't say it. Seeing him trapped in his own trap, she smiled slightly and felt truly satisfied. Giving such good things to your grandson is a waste. The old lady picked up a piece of Tianwang stone and played with it. Grandma doesn't appreciate this. It just looks like a pretty stone. But Grandma is happy today, so I'm giving it to you. You can't refuse. Tang Mo looked touched. Grandma is so good to her grandson. Grandson. Before he could finish speaking, his eyes reddened. The old lady felt very sorry for him. Look at this pitiful look. He's so lovable. Tang Mo was actually better looking than Tang Rong, but everyone's attention was usually on Tang Rong, and Tang Mo was ignored. Now that he was deliberately trying to please her, the old lady's heart melted on the spot. Who wouldn't like a good-looking grandson who is also close to them? Tang Rong's fists clenched under his sleeves. His pair of Tianwang stones were as different as clouds compared to the ones in front of him. The old lady was really too biased. After some playful banter, Tang Mo happily accepted the pair of Tianwang stones. In front of the old lady, he winked at Xin An. I'll find a master carver to carve them carefully later. One for you and one for me. Xin An feigned shyness, making the old lady laugh heartily. When it was time to serve the meal, Tang Mo said again, Grandmother, I'd like some crispy pastries today. You little rascal, you're treating this place like your dining hall. The old lady laughed heartily, turning to Ganlu, go tell the kitchen, otherwise this little rascal might throw a tantrum if he doesn't get his crispy pastries. Ganlu laughed too. Tang Rong felt he should join in with a smile and say something pleasing, but after a long pause, he managed to say, second brother is still as amusing as when he was little, with a childlike heart. Tang Mo smiled and replied, Father and eldest brother handle everything at home, and I'm rather dull. Besides eating and drinking, I really don't know what else to do. Being able to amuse grandmother is already very satisfying. It's better to avoid upsetting your father in the future. The old lady stood up, and Tang Mo quickly went to help her. Grandson has been changing recently. Next time father wants to hit me, grandmother, you must protect me. The old lady laughed again, and the breakfast was enjoyed in a lively and cheerful manner. However, this was only for Tang Mo, Xin An, and the old lady. Tang Rong and Tao Iran felt like they were sitting on pins and needles. One of them, who had always been the center of attention, suddenly saw his younger brother, whom he had always looked down upon, being so popular, while himself was left out in the cold. The contrast in their feelings was immense. At the same time, they also felt a sense of crisis. They felt that Tang Mo was different after the marriage. In the past few days, he had been quite successful, while they themselves had encountered more and more unpleasant things. After the meal, Tang Mo and Xin An stayed at Chuanrong Hall. They had nothing to do today, so they planned to have lunch at the old lady's place and then go back for a nap. After waking up, they would come back here to wait for dinner. The old lady called them lazy, but the joy in her eyes was undeniable. Back at Chunhua Courtyard, Tang Rong and Tao Iran were both in low spirits. Tao Iran felt guilty. I feel I'm not as good as my second sister-in-law. Have I embarrassed you? Tang Rong chuckled. Don't compare yourself to her. She comes from a merchant family and is more humble. My second brother has always been a bit of a troublemaker, always cracking jokes. Even if they had told you and me beforehand, we still wouldn't have been able to imitate them. The old lady likes that kind of thing, but outsiders don't. Don't overthink it. Your talent and elegance are far beyond hers. Tao Iran smiled. Although it's not very appropriate to talk about people behind their backs, I'm extremely fortunate to have married you today. You're a gentleman, a bright and shining moon. It's hard to imagine you being so humble and ingratiating. Luckily, it's you. At this moment, Tang Rong felt extremely satisfied. The two were very affectionate for a while before reluctantly parting. Even after leaving the house, Tang Rong was still thinking about the pair of Tianwang jade pendants. Sher was even more furious at the old lady's favoritism. In the afternoon, during a conversation with Tang Gang, he seemingly unintentionally mentioned the Tianwang stone, saying, "Top-grade Tianwang jade is only available in the palace. The items in grandmother's possession are truly extraordinary." Second brother is quite pleased. Tang Gang's expression was displeased. He knew nothing about the old lady's possession of Tianwang jade. Back then, your grandfather brought back many fine things from the battlefield. It is said that they were all approved by the emperor. Your grandfather also felt guilty towards your grandmother because of your second uncle's matter, so he gave all these things to your grandmother. The Empress Dowager knew that your grandmother liked gold, silver, and jade. Every time she went to the palace, she would reward her with some. Over the years, your grandmother probably doesn't even know how many fine things she has. This was also a reason for his dissatisfaction with the old lady. The mansion was not well off, and there were expenses everywhere. Occasionally, they had to make ends meet, but she hoarded all those things and wouldn't give any of them out. Looking up at Tang Rong, Tang Gang asked, "What do you think?" He naturally hoped the old lady would bring out all the good things. Even just half would be fine, but he dared not say it aloud, for to say it would be a grave act of filial impiety. Your son has no particular thoughts. Grandmother's things can be given to whomever she wishes. Today, she gave them to my second brother because he knows how to please grandmother. I will also frequently visit grandmother to show my filial piety. Tang Gang's hopes were dashed. He thought that after Tang Rong spoke his mind, he would scold him a couple of times, then talk to the old lady about it, and perhaps she would give him a few things. Tang Rong was also waiting for Tang Gang to say what he wanted to say. He had promised Tao Iran he would give her a yellow jade peony, but he didn't know how to bring it up. Both father and son had their own plans, so the conversation stalled. Tang Gang raised his hand. "I also have an appointment with Vice Minister Wang tonight. Go and prepare." Tang Rong was quite disappointed and could only reluctantly retreat. That evening, after dinner, Tang Mo, Xin An, and Madame Wang accompanied the old lady for a stroll in the courtyard to aid digestion. The old lady was in a good mood and strolled for about half an hour before returning home. Tang Mo was exceptionally attentive to the old lady that day, waiting until she had fallen asleep before leaving with Xin An. Passing the front yard, they saw two limping figures approaching in the dim light of the lanterns, looking rather furtive. Tang Mo perked up and stepped forward, loudly shouting, "Where did these scoundrels come from, daring to sneak into the Marquis's residence?" "Guards." The patrolling guards quickly arrived, and before the two could even speak, a barrage of fists and feet rained down on them, causing cries of pain to erupt. As more lanterns illuminated the area, Tang Mo exclaimed in surprise, "Brother, what are you up to today?" Chapter 39. Tang Rong was beaten into a pig's head. Today, Tang Gang took Tang Rong to a banquet to entertain Vice Minister Wang of the Ministry of Rights. Naturally, there were many people accompanying them. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, someone suggested that they go and relax. As for where to go, everyone's smiles were meaningful. Tang Rong was the only junior present who took the initiative to leave first and was teased by several adults. No sooner had Tang Rong's carriage left than a group of people blocked the road. There were hardly any people on the street. Those people rushed up and started smashing things. They even dragged the young master out of the carriage and beat him. Tang Rong's servant, Qing Ma, had a swollen eye, a bruised cheek, and blood at the corner of his mouth. He was wincing in pain. Halfway through the beating, someone suddenly said they had hit the wrong person. Then they stopped beating me and the young master and even threw us a piece of silver to calm our nerves. Tang Gang, who had been urgently called back, was ashen-faced. Seeing his son's swollen face, he was furious. He looked at Tang Mo angrily and asked, "What happened to you?" Tang Mo replied like a quail, "I came out of my grandmother's courtyard and saw two people limping in from afar. They looked suspicious and thought they were petty thieves, so I called the patrolling guards. Son, I never would have guessed it was my elder brother. It was dark and I couldn't see clearly. Besides, my elder brother is always so dignified and walks with such grace. How could he be sneaking around? Son, I truly didn't mean to." All eyes fell on Tang Rong, who had been beaten the worst. His eyes were swollen shut, his nose was slightly crooked, his hair was disheveled, and his brocade robes were wrinkled and covered in large footprints. Tao Iran was crying uncontrollably. Tang Rong's lips twitched, his face contorted in pain, unable to speak. Qing Ma quickly said. The young master said it was just some superficial injuries, and there was no need to alarm everyone. He said he could just apply some medicine at Chunhua Courtyard, so he deliberately avoided the patrolling people when he entered. It wasn't sneaky. Tang Gang still stared at Tang Mo. "Do you dare say this wasn't intentional?" Tang Mo immediately knelt down, shouting his innocence. "In all these years, when have I ever done such a thing? Even if I occasionally disagreed with my elder brother, I would say it on the spot. And when I met my elder brother outside the Marquis's mansion, he always treated me with great courtesy. I have always remembered what father said. No matter how much resentment I have at home, I can't let people laugh at me outside. Besides, my elder brother and I don't have any deep-seated hatred." Calling the guards was purely a misunderstanding. Tang Gang's anger surged. First, his precious son was beaten into such a state, and he was heartbroken. Second, he was to take up his post at the Ministry of Rights tomorrow. How could he go looking like this? He would have to explain to Vice Minister Wang himself, and if word got out, it would be another laughingstock. The dignified heir of the Marquis's mansion was beaten like this by street thugs. Where was the dignity of the Marquis's mansion? Wang stepped forward to persuade him, "My lord, please calm down. The most urgent matter now is to send the young master back to Chunhua Courtyard to freshen up. The doctor is on his way, and the young master's injuries cannot be delayed, especially his face. Nothing is more important than the young master's injuries." Tang Gang nodded. "All of you leave. The guards who laid a hand on the young master today will each receive 20 strokes of the cane and be fined 3 months' salary. Second son, stay." Wang wanted to persuade him further, but Tang Gang gave her a warning look. She was filled with worry, and Tang Mo gently shook his head to let her leave. When only the father and son remained in the room, Tang Mo was still kneeling and Tang Gang did not speak. At this moment, besides anger, he also felt some complicated emotions. One voice in his heart told him that this was also his son, his own flesh and blood, and he should be kind to him. Another voice said that this son had been troublesome and unruly since childhood, and there was no hope for him. It would be futile to spend time on him. "Do you have any resentment about the marriage exchange?" "No." "Tell the truth." "Yes." Tang Mo felt that these kinds of things should be said frankly. "Your son is not a saint. He can't pretend that nothing happened. My brother did something despicable. He did it on purpose. So you sent someone to beat him up to vent your anger?" Tang Mo replied, "It really wasn't me. I was dissatisfied with him, but I also benefited from it. I also think Xin An is actually quite good. Maybe I could even live a good life with her. I've been trying to spend more time with her these past 2 days. Things have already come to this. What else can I do?" It's not that I can't see that Tao Iran likes my older brother. If she doesn't like me, can I force her? Father insists that I admit something, which is that I was quite happy to see my older brother beaten up like a pig's head just now. I thanked the person who acted on behalf of heaven. His attitude actually calmed Tang Gang down a bit. He felt that this was his normal reaction. If he said he didn't resent or blame anyone, he would have thought there was something wrong. You've been going to your grandmother's quite often these past 2 days, Tang Emo said stiffly. Father doesn't like me, I can't curry favor with him, and no matter what I do, I can't please you. But grandmother likes me, so naturally I have to go. Tang Gang frowned, unsure what to say. Just then, Gon Lu, the old lady's maid, arrived. After a curtsy, she conveyed the old lady's message. The old lady has learned of the young master's situation and has instructed that he be well cared for. As for the second young master, he has spent the entire day with the old lady, fulfilling his filial duty. The old lady said that if the Marquis is in a bad mood and wants to give him a couple of lashes, please be gentle. Tomorrow, the second young master will also be accompanying the old lady. And we still need to prepare for a short stay at the estate. Tang Gang sighed. I know. Tell mother to rest early. It's just a small matter, no need to worry about it. Gon Lu quickly left, and Tang Emo acted as if he had the old lady's backing, which made Tang Gang furious. Go back. Tang Emo got up and left without looking back. Tang Gang put one hand on his hip, that brat. Back at Qiushi Courtyard, Tang Emo was still angry and had the door closed, acting as if it was none of his business. Even after entering, he was still complaining about the old man's favoritism. But after everyone left, his expression changed immediately, and he grinned and approached Xin An. I've done what you asked me to do. Are you satisfied? Is it really you? She wondered why Tang Rong had been beaten up, and why he claimed to have mistaken someone for someone else. The carriage had the Marquis's insignia. You're quite clever. I must say, seeing his pig-faced face made me incredibly happy. Tang Emo said smugly. I arranged this long ago. I thought it would take a while, but retribution came so quickly. Retribution? That's right. Tang Emo said, I am his retribution. Actually, I recognized him at a glance tonight. I had a sudden inspiration to beat him up again. I really wanted to rush up and kick him myself, but alas, my status prevents me from doing it. Xin An personally poured him tea. Second young master truly possesses great wisdom. I admire you. Tomorrow, send some silver to those guards you implicated. This is a good opportunity to win them over. Tang Emo took the tea and took a sip. Why wait until tomorrow? Have them go now. Chapter 40 Tao Iran's Disdain. Lai Lai moved quickly, arriving at the guards' quarters in no time. The guards had already received 20 strokes of the cane, and they lay groaning on the communal bed, harboring resentment but daring not to voice it. Being servants, their masters could punish them with a mere word. Won't the young master cause us trouble later? This was the real problem. The guard sighed. Getting a position as a guard in the Marquis's mansion wasn't easy. Several had been recommended for the job, and if anything happened, the recommender would be implicated. When Lai Lai entered, he was very attentive. Everyone, are you all right? Seeing it was Lai Lai, the group tried to get up, but Lai Lai quickly told them to rest. The second young master felt bad about what happened today and has been thinking about you all. That's why he specially sent me to bring some medicine for your injuries. Knowing that you were fined and lost your money, the second young master has made up for it. He asked me to pass on a message to you all, saying that you were all implicated by him today, and he is truly sorry. The group was flattered. It was all part of his duty. The second young master was only thinking about the safety of the Marquis's mansion. We didn't see the person clearly ourselves. It has nothing to do with the second young master. It's all the young master's fault for acting suspiciously. Second young master, you're too kind. We brothers are too embarrassed to accept this money. Lai Lai put down a bag of silver. I've left it here for you all. The medicine is also here, but it might not be enough. You'll have to go and buy some medicine yourselves. We can't leave any potential problems. With so many people around, I'll head back now. You all rest well. After saying this, he cupped his hands and left. As soon as he left, the others' eyes fell on the bag of silver. Some of them looked expectantly. Looks like a lot. Someone stepped forward and opened it. It was an amount far exceeding their 3 months' wages. If each person divided it into 5 months' worth, they would still have some money left over to buy medicine. Since second young master is so kind, we'll accept it. We'll just keep an eye on things related to second young master in the future. Take it quickly and don't let anyone else know. After receiving the silver, their resentment lessened considerably. The group put away the silver and continued to talk about how the second young master of the manor was actually quite good, and that today's incident couldn't be blamed on him, etc. They had developed a great liking for him. In Chunhua Courtyard, the doctor carefully examined Tang Rong, saying that the injuries were all superficial and had not damaged any bones or tendons. However, the superficial injuries were too severe, and he would probably need to rest for half a month. As for when the bruises on his face would disappear, the doctor said, they will disappear in half a month. Tang Rong felt that this doctor was incompetent. At this moment, he felt that his whole body was in great pain, and he clearly felt that his bones were broken. However, since the doctor insisted that there was nothing wrong, he could not force him to continue treatment. After applying medicine all over his body, he lay down. This time, there were more problems. His chest and back had been hit, and his arm was injured when he lay on his side. He could not lie down at all. The doctor could not do anything about this and could only restrain himself. Who could have laid such a heavy hand on him? It must hurt so much. After Tang Rong finally managed to lie down, the servants withdrew, and Tao Iran, her face streaked with tears, sat on the edge of the bed. What should we do? Perhaps we should ask father to go to the palace and ask the imperial physician to come and see him. I won't be at ease until he's examined. His face, covered in ointment, was a greasy mess of blue and purple, and his eyelids were swollen and shiny. He could only manage to open them a crack. Let's talk about it tomorrow. He closed his eyes, hoping that when he woke up it was all a dream, or that his injuries would have healed. Seeing his horribly injured face, Tao Iran wiped away her tears and got up. You rest well. I'll have someone guard the door. Just call if you need anything. She left to sleep next door. Tang Rong struggled to open his eyes again, tilting his head to watch her retreating figure. He had thought she would stay and keep watch for him. He had thought he wouldn't be able to sleep, but he slept soundly until dawn. When he woke up, he didn't feel anything, but as he became more aware, the pain returned. He wanted to get up to urinate, and Ingwe, who had been keeping watch since before dawn, rushed in. Your Highness, you've suffered. You've been guarding outside the whole time? Ingwe answered vaguely. Your Highness is injured, and I've been so worried I can't sleep. I only feel at ease when I'm guarding you. Young master, does it still hurt? Ingwe was a maid who had served him for a long time, and she had always been attentive and satisfactory. He hadn't paid her any attention lately because of Tao Iran. Now, Tang Rong thought of Ingwe's kindness again and leaned half his weight on her. It hurts. Ingwe shed tears, helping Tang Rong to the toilet before carefully returning him to bed. Seeing Tang Rong's injured face and tears welling up again, she quickly wiped them away. Young master, are you hungry? I made some pig's blood porridge, it's very nourishing. I'll go get it for you. Tang Rong pulled her back. Don't bother, you must be tired after guarding me for so long. Serving the young master is not tiring, Ingwe said, her tears turning into a smile. Young master, please wait, I'll go and bring it. Tao Iran was unwilling to stay by the bedside all night, which gave Ingwe an opportunity. Tao Iran only appeared after Ingwe had fed Tang Rong half of the pig's blood porridge. Upon entering, she saw the two of them looking sweet and affectionate, and her eyes immediately welled up with tears. Ingwe quickly stood up and curtsied. Young mistress, please don't misunderstand the young master. I came because I was thinking of him, not because he summoned me. As she spoke, she quickly handed half a bowl of pig's blood porridge to Tao Iran. Now that you're here, young mistress, I'll take my leave. She acted with great respect and fear towards Tao Iran. Tao Iran frowned slightly, wanting to smash the bowl of pig's blood porridge in her hand. It disgusted her. Tang Rong felt uncomfortable. He was still bothered that Tao Iran hadn't stayed up all night for him and hadn't given him more care. Ingwe has served me for a long time. She's sensible and knows her place. You don't need to worry about her. Tao Iran shed tears, carrying a bowl of pig's blood porridge, and sat down on the edge of the bed. Eat your porridge. At this moment, Tang Mo and Xin An were already having breakfast with the old lady in Chuanrong courtyard. The two had woken up particularly early today, wanting to see the miserable state of Pig Ed Rong up close. They were happy and served the old lady breakfast with extra care, their skills in flattering and ingratiating themselves becoming more and more adept. If it weren't for grandmother saving me last night, I'm afraid father would have beaten me to death. Father is too biased. I was worried too when my eldest brother was beaten like that. How could he say it was me? It's really hurtful. The old lady looked at him with pity. Your father is just worried and confused. Who told you to always act so recklessly? I've changed. Grandma, don't you think I've changed recently? The old lady laughed. That's good. Your father doesn't love you, but your grandma does. Xin An sat to the side with a smile, feeling that Tang Mo's shamelessness was not to be underestimated at all. In just a few days, he had mastered the essence of pleasing the old lady. She also felt that it was really a bit too much for a grown man to act cute, especially a handsome one. If he acted cute towards her like that one day, could she resist? She was just a bit old-fashioned, not indifferent. Besides, the older you get, the more you like young people. This is going to be the death of her. Seeing that the time was right, Tang Mo thoughtfully spoke up. Grandmother, would you like to go see my eldest brother? The doctor said he wasn't seriously injured, but the superficial wounds are quite severe. Just thinking about it makes me ache. The old lady nodded, feeling that Tang Mo was indeed sensible. She raised her hand for Tang Mo to help her, and then, hearing Tang Mo say that they could go to the estate the day after tomorrow, she said, I've already told father that we'll go to the Northern Army after we return from the estate. The old lady was already looking forward to it and instructed Gan Lu to bring some nourishing medicinal herbs along. The group slowly made their way towards Chunhua Courtyard. Chapter 41 Sharing happiness is better than enjoying it alone. Tang Rong didn't want to see anyone, didn't want anyone to see his disheveled state, but unfortunately it was the old lady who came. He could only try his best to appear in good shape, but after being beaten twice in a row, what image could he possibly have? The moment Tang Mo and Xin An saw him, they almost burst out laughing. After sleeping all night, the wounds on Tang Rong's face weren't as terrible, but the colors were darker. His face was all over the place and still swollen, especially his dark circles under his eyes, which looked comical. Both of them clenched their fists tightly, trying hard to suppress their laughter. Xin An could remain silent, but Tang Mo couldn't. He almost burst out laughing as soon as he opened his mouth and quickly turned away and coughed lightly to cover it up. When the old lady saw his face, she was surprised for a moment. Don't move, rest well. Fortunately, no bones were broken and no disfigurement. He'll be back to normal in a few days. Poor thing, such a handsome face. How did he get beaten like this? The bandits probably did it on purpose. Yes, brother, you need to take good care of yourself. Luckily, our ancestors protected you, and it's just a superficial injury. Don't worry about outside matters for now. Your health is the most important thing. Tang Mo was struggling to hold back his laughter, and tears welled up in his eyes. The old lady was even more gratified. Your second brother is really sensible. He cares about you, his older brother. Tang Rong felt incredibly aggrieved. He suspected that Tang Mo was involved in the beating, but he had no evidence. Yet, he still put on a grateful face. Second brother, you're so thoughtful. How could any brother not worry about his brother's injury? Tang Mo was very sincere and even helped analyze the situation. I've been wondering who attacked him. It's not so easy to mistake someone. After thinking about it, could it be because of your appointment at the Ministry of Rights? The Ministry of Rights is a highly coveted position. Your face is so badly injured that it won't heal in 10 days or half a month. Every day you miss your post can cause problems. If the Ministry of Rights needs someone urgently, they can always find a replacement. Brother, think about it. Is there anyone else vying for this position with you? This is called shifting the blame, something Xin An taught him. Although Tang Rong still suspected Tang Mo, he felt there was some truth to what he said. His job at the Ministry of Rights placed great importance on demeanor, bearing, and appearance. Last night, those people specifically targeted his face if he was acting under someone's orders. He thought of something, his face a jumble of emotions, making it impossible to discern anything. Father will investigate. Tang Mo hummed in agreement, thinking to himself that those people from last night had left the city early this morning. How could he possibly investigate? Having enjoyed Tang Rong's disarray to the fullest, Tang Mo helped the old lady leave. Xin An didn't utter a single word the entire time, struggling to suppress her laughter. Back at Qiushi Courtyard, she happily reclined on the chaise lounge. Tomorrow, let's find an excuse to go and enjoy it again. Tang Mo laughed. I almost couldn't hold back just now, it was so hilarious. I wanted to give him a mirror right then and there. Sharing is better than keeping it to yourself. What a pity. He said Tao Iran didn't watch over him last night and went to sleep next door, giving that girl named Ingwei an opportunity. There's definitely going to be some fun to watch later. He felt good as long as the other party was unhappy. He couldn't help being so petty. It's not bad to listen to this every day for amusement. Xin An thought Tang Mo was quite clever, having already placed people around Tang Rong, so his information came quickly and accurately. I want to open a medicinal cuisine restaurant, but I can only send someone after my parents return to Huijiang. Could you help me choose a good location, something respectable and impressive? Medicinal cuisine? Tang Mo became interested. Medicinal cuisine wasn't new. Wealthy families had all eaten it, but there weren't any shops like that outside. Does it need a doctor to oversee it? Of course it does. My father has a doctor who is quite knowledgeable about it. Tang Mo quickly figured it out. Could we open it in my father-in-law's name, and I'll manage it? That way, the profits won't be related to the household, and I can also use it to make more connections. That was what Xin An had been thinking all along. Although she was now living with Tang Mo, they were nominally husband and wife, and they also had a common enemy. It would be easier for her to handle many things if Tang Mo became successful. She looked up at him and smiled. Second young master, you've been doing things very well lately, so naturally I'll give you this face. Tang Mo chuckled, took a step back, and bowed respectfully. Thank you for the reward, Boss Xin. Well, hurry up and arrange things at the estate. I'll handle it perfectly. Xin An was amused again. We can't keep our eyes glued to the other side, we need to actively plan. As for Tang Rong, he got beaten yesterday. Arrange some laxatives for him later. In the future, whenever he's in a good mood, arrange some unexpected events to prevent him from causing trouble. Tang Mo nodded repeatedly. I understand. We'll let him out to work when we need him, and make him lie down when we find him in the way. I guarantee I'll arrange everything perfectly. The two laughed heartily. Tang Gang, who was busy outside, was currently smiling and talking to Vice Minister Wang of the Ministry of Rights. Vice Minister Wang felt uneasy and uneasy. Have you caught who did it? My lord, this matter is one thing, but 1,000 things cannot be done twice. If the young master has made any enemies outside, please resolve them as soon as possible. If this happens again when the young master is about to carry out important business, who can take responsibility for the delay? What if tomorrow they are to receive envoys from other countries and everything is arranged, but the person in charge of receiving them is attacked and beaten to a pulp? Wouldn't that be a terrible thing? Tang Gang repeatedly assured that he would find the person who attacked him as soon as possible and asked Vice Minister Wang to help make things easier and give Tang Rong another half-month. Vice Minister Wang sighed and reluctantly agreed, but now he regretted it a little. Their great Qian dynasty was powerful, and with the opening of foreign trade and the lifting of the maritime ban, more and more foreign envoys had come to pay homage in recent years. The Ministry of Rights had a special office to receive these envoys, and the people there represented the face of great Qian. They had taken a liking to Tang Rong because of his upright posture and handsome appearance. Is the crown prince's face damaged? Just some bruises, no disfigurement. Tang Gang was more worried about this than anyone else. The people who did this are being investigated with all their might. Before they stopped, they said they hit the wrong person. Maybe they really did. Vice Minister Wang thought to himself that Tang Rong was too unlucky. I heard that the crown prince is skilled in martial arts. Did you encounter a master? At the flower viewing banquet this spring, Tang Rong danced with a sword in public, which was incredibly elegant and attracted countless applause. At that time, many families used this to encourage their sons, saying that Tang Rong was both scholarly and martial. Tang Gang didn't know how to respond. How could someone skilled in martial arts be beaten up by a few thugs? Qing Mo had made it clear that those thugs attacked without any method, like hooligans. Vice Minister Wang did not press further, acknowledging that it was nothing more than fancy moves without any real power. Regardless, I urge the young master to take good care of himself. The Ministry of Rights is waiting for him. I have other matters to attend to, so I will take my leave now. Tang Gang's face turned pale and then red, feeling utterly mocked. Chapter 42. A group visits to see Tang Rong make a fool of him. The capital city is never a place where secrets can be kept, especially not the Marquis of Wei Yuan's mansion, which was in the eye of the storm just 2 days ago. News of Tang Rong's beating spread like wildfire, and those young masters from aristocratic families who usually disliked him finally found their amusement. They had lived in Tang Rong's shadow for years. Whenever they made a mistake, their elders would bring it up. That hypocrite has finally met his end. Several idle noblemen gathered at the Huiyu tea house in the city. This tea house was jointly owned by Tang Mo and Yan Shimao, and business wasn't particularly good. Most of the customers were these sycophantic group of spoiled brats. At this moment, one of them was extremely excited. I wonder which hero did this? I heard he was beaten so badly he was screaming. I heard he was beaten to his knees begging for mercy, crying for his parents, and even had 2 ribs broken. I heard he's even blind. Oh dear, shouldn't we go and visit him? This remark was met with everyone's approval. They had someone buy 2 caddies of pastries since guests shouldn't arrive empty-handed, and then went to the Marquis of Wei Yuan's mansion in a grand procession. Moreover, these rascals were either the grandsons of dukes or the sons of high-ranking officials. The gatekeeper of the Marquis didn't dare offend them and didn't even have time to report their arrival before the servants were sent to take them to see Tang Rong for comforting. Tang Rong didn't want to see them. He knew they were there to laugh at him. But he had no choice. Soon, bursts of laughter erupted from Tang Rong's room, and these people were laughing so hard they had tears in their eyes. They didn't have the same restraint as Tang Mo. Brother Tang, you were too careless. You're known for your martial arts skills. How could you get beaten up like this? Perhaps the bandits outnumbered you, and Brother Tang couldn't fight them all. It must have been a fierce fight. I heard that Brother Tang had just come from a restaurant, and he might have been drunk and weak. Brother Tang made a mistake. He should have learned a set of drunken boxing. The group laughed merrily, yet they still acted like they were good brothers with Tang Rong. It's normal for brothers to joke around a bit, especially since they had a backup plan. Brother Tang has suffered a calamity. You must take good care of yourself. That's right, it takes 100 days to recover from a broken bone. You can't be careless. Oh dear, several families have banquets coming up. Brother Tang won't be able to attend. Tang Rong remained silent throughout, his fingernails digging blood into his palms. Someone, seeing Tang Gang arrive, quickly said, "Brother Tang, we were worried about you. Don't worry, we'll do everything we can to find those thieves. Just rest and recover. Yes, we'll definitely avenge you. Take good care of yourself. We'll come see you again another day." The group left, greeted Tang Gang, and swaggered out of Chunhua courtyard. The smile on Tang Gang's lips vanished instantly, and he strode back inside. Tang Rong immediately spoke up, "Father, those people came to see their son make a fool of himself. I know. It was precisely because he knew that he was angry. Rumors were already circulating outside that the heir of the Marquis of Wei Yuan was all bark and no bite, beaten to a pulp by a few street thugs. Tang Rong's reputation was inextricably linked to the Marquis's estate. If his son was disgraced, he, as the father, couldn't escape it either. Your grandfather was a decorated general, his grandson utterly powerless against a few street thugs. To cover up the suspicions outside, you can only say you were drunk. Tang Gang took a deep breath. Drunk, he'd entered the wrong bridal chamber and consummated his marriage with his sister-in-law. Drunk, he'd been beaten without a fight. I hope you never get drunk a third time. Tang Rong closed his eyes. Thinking of the mess he still had to deal with, Tang Gang didn't linger, leaving with a belly full of anger. He ran into Tang Mo and Xin An, who were returning from admiring the flowers with the old lady. Seeing their happy faces only fueled his anger. He lashed out at Tang Mo, yelling, "What are you doing all day? Why don't you go report to the Northern Army?" Tang Mo cupped his hands in greeting. "I need to accompany my grandmother to the estate for a short stay. I can only go after I return. I just discussed it with my grandmother, and we'll set off the day after tomorrow." "Your elder brother is in trouble and you're still thinking about going out to play?" Tang Gang was furious, thinking to himself that he was indeed useless and could not be relied on at all. Tang Mo said, "Brother's injury only looks serious. As long as we family members downplay it and let outsiders see that grandmother is still in the mood to go out for a stroll at this time, they will assume that brother's injury is not serious. Rumors are the most terrifying thing. If we family members are so nervous that we don't even leave the house, the rumors from the outside world will only be more detrimental to brother." Tang Gang snorted, but felt that what he said made some sense. "What do you think is the best thing to do about your brother's situation?" Tang Mo thought for a moment, and then cupped his hands again. "The capital has been peaceful for a long time. It is understandable that brother was careless. He accidentally scratched the corner of his eye during the fight. He will be fine in 10 days or half a month. But the young master of the Chomping Prince's mansion and several other young masters from noble families have already seen what your brother looks like." Tang Mo regretted it. On the way back, he and Xin An had taken a detour to see the fish. If he had known, he could have rushed back faster and seen another show. They're all spoiled brats from the capital. No one will take what they say seriously. I'll find someone to go and talk to them later. Tang Gang then remembered that the man in front of him was also a spoiled brat and even had some influence among them. Then let's get it done as soon as possible. After entering the room, Tang Mo gulped down a cup of tea with a sour expression. Do you think the old man's heart was born crooked? He still had this attitude when asked to do something. Xin An sat down and slowly sipped her tea. There's no reasoning behind favoritism. For example, my parents favor me, and I can be forgiven for anything I do. Why are you so hung up on this? You have a mother who favors you, that's enough. She put down her teacup. I'd like to know if he'll use the reason you gave him? Blaming the capital for not being peaceful enough means he's offending the Northern Army on Tang Rong's behalf. After all, the Northern Army is responsible for patrolling the capital. If you want to gain a foothold in the Northern Army, you'll have to work harder. It's a difficulty, but it's also an opportunity for me, isn't it? Tang Mo wasn't worried at all. Tang Rong had always used him to establish his image as a refined gentleman. Why couldn't he use Tang Rong to gain a foothold in the Northern Army? It's a pity I missed the excitement earlier. He opened the drawer next to Xin An's dressing table and took out some silver notes. I'm going out for a bit, first to my second uncle's, then I'll have dinner with a few people tonight. You don't need to wait for me. You'll have to work hard preparing for the trip the day after tomorrow. Go ahead. Xin An was full of anticipation for the upcoming stay at the estate, but she objected to Tang Mo keeping her savings in her drawer. Aren't you afraid I'll spend all your savings? Tang Mo laughed. Spend if you want. I only have a little money, nothing compared to your generous dowry. Once it's all gone, I'll wait for you to support me. How dare you? Tang Mo nodded seriously. Who doesn't want something for nothing? I'm going to work so you won't feel it's not worth supporting me later. Xin An laughed, truly shameless. Chapter 43: The Wang Clan's Complete Outburst. After careful consideration, Tang Gang made his choice, blaming Tang Rong's beating on the Northern Army's ineffective patrols. Under his influence, the next day, a memorial impeaching the Northern Army commander was presented to the emperor. To avoid drawing too much attention to Tang Rong, the memorial stated only that a thief had assaulted someone in the street, showing utter disregard for the law. It also stated that Tang Rong had actively resisted, but due to the overwhelming numbers, he had suffered minor injuries, unfortunately affecting his cheek and requiring him to recuperate at home. This shifted everyone's focus to the safety of the capital, significantly increasing the pressure on the Northern Army. Commander Liaoji went to the palace that day to plead guilty, officially establishing a grudge with the Marquis of Wei Yuan's residence. Tang Mo's yearning for his father's love died that day. Although he had anticipated Tang Gang's inevitable choice, the moment the result was revealed, he was still devastated. This was a fatal blow from his closest relative, who, knowing he was about to report to the Northern Army, had shown no consideration for his future situation for the sake of his beloved son. If Your Excellency deems Tang Mo insignificant and can completely disregard his life or death, you can simply say so, and my son and I can move out of the manor. It would save you the trouble of constantly guarding us like thieves. Madame Wang erupted, abandoning all pretense of decorum and virtue. Though I am your second wife, I was formally married and carried in through the main gate of the manor in a grand sedan chair. I am not some concubine or maidservant. Tang Mo is still your own son, no less than anyone else. Ask yourself, how have I treated the young master since the day I entered this household? In all these years, have I ever mistreated him? I pitied his mother's early death, and from the time Tang Mo was old enough to understand, I taught him to yield to his elder brothers. Every time the brothers quarreled, I was the one who pressed Tang Mo down and made him give in. I treated him like my own son. But what about you? In all these years, have you fulfilled your responsibilities as a father to Tang Mo? You knew he was going to the Northern Army and you still treated him like this. Tang Gang, you've gone too far. Tang Gang's face turned ashen. Firstly, Wang Shi had always been gentle and understanding, never speaking to him like this before. Secondly, he felt guilty, as what Wang Shi said was true. But even so, he would never admit he was wrong. He doesn't have to go to the Northern Army. The manor can afford to support him. I'll find him another place later. Get out of here. Wang Shi roared. Don't you have the nerve to say those words outside? Do you even deserve to be a father? When have you ever cared about him? Even that job in the Northern Army was found for your beloved son. If your son hadn't shamelessly taken his brother's wife, would you have given him that job? I didn't say it to embarrass you. My good intentions are not a reason for you to take advantage of me. You and your son shouldn't go too far. I don't want to see you again. Get out of here right now. Her roar could be heard throughout the courtyard, and all the servants fell silent. Tang Gang was furious. Stop talking nonsense. Get out. Madame Wang swept the teacups off the table, shattering them at Tang Gang's feet. Enraged, he clenched his fists. Madame Wang took 2 steps forward, closing the distance between them. Hit me. If you have the guts, kill me today. Her eyes were bloodshot, gleaming with a fierce light. Tang Gang was stunned. After a brief exchange of glares, he gave in and stormed off. In no time, the entire household knew that the Marquis had been yelled at by his wife. Everyone had their own judgment, and they gleaned something from Madame Wang's words. The biased Marquis had finally gotten his comeuppance. Tang Mo and Xin An appeared before Madame Wang immediately. Madame Wang dismissed the servants, her expression showing none of the haggardness and sadness they had feared. You know he's biased. Why make yourself so angry? Tang Mo felt sorry for her mother. Calm down, it's not a big deal, I have a plan. Wang put down her teacup and slowly exhaled. I've been waiting for this opportunity, and I just felt today was the right time, so I did this. She didn't finish her sentence, worried that Xin An might be unreliable. Tang Mo said, Mother, there's no need to hide anything from her. Some things can be explained in a few words. Mother just needs to know that she's on my side, and we have the same goal. Xin An sat down beside her. Mother has been waiting for this opportunity all along, hasn't she? Wang asked, somewhat surprised. Xin An said, Father favors his eldest son. Before, the timing wasn't right because we weren't married, but now that we're married, his favoritism has only intensified. After what Mother did today, she can openly favor us from now on, and even if outsiders find out, they'll only understand. Wang patted her hand across the coffee table. What a clever girl, she should be my daughter-in-law. Tang Mo was still a little confused. Wang exhaled a breath of stale air. Before I married into this family, I was full of hope, thinking that we would have a harmonious marriage. Tang Rong lost his mother and wasn't very old. If I treated him well, even if he couldn't treat me like his own mother, I could still earn his respect. What girl gets married with a belly full of scheming? Your father was worried I'd corrupt his eldest son, so he was always wary of me. He'd rather use someone like Aunt Kai, who was clueless and only knew how to bully others, than let me take care of him. Later, I thought, fine, if he doesn't want me to take care of him, then so be it. Anyway, if something happens, it won't be my fault. Unfortunately, I underestimated his shamelessness. If anything happens to his son, it's always because I, as his stepmother, didn't take good care of him. On the surface, I'm the mistress of the Marquis's mansion, and he always gives me face. People outside say I'm valued by him, but in reality, I can't get involved in anything related to his eldest son, and I can't say a word about it. After all these years, I've finally waited for this day. She slowly closed her eyes. Xin An was right. Today, she had acted so recklessly, and some rumors would inevitably spread. When she was heartbroken and her personality changed drastically, she would side with her son in everything. Who could say anything about her? She was forced into it. Tang Mo felt even worse. He and his mother had appeared powerful and privileged in the mansion all these years, but in reality, they had suffered greatly. A sudden thought flashed through his mind, as if he had grasped the path forward. Just as Xin An was about to speak, a servant announced that the old lady had arrived. Xin An immediately rose to help Wang Shi, calling out urgently, "Mother, what's wrong?" "Mother." Wang Shi instantly understood, quickly dipping her fingers into a teacup to dab tea over her eyes. Tang Mo rushed forward, "Mother." He swept her up in his arms and carried her quickly into the bedroom, calling out along the way, "Quickly, fetch a doctor." The old lady heard this voice as soon as she entered and hurried towards Wang Shi's bedroom. Inside, Xin An helped Wang Shi lie down, saying, "Cry. Think about all the pent-up resentment you've endured over the years. The more you cry, the better." Wang Shi immediately began wiping away tears. She was already feeling uneasy. Although she had schemed against Tang Gang, would she have schemed against her own husband if she hadn't been forced into this situation? Tears welled up as she recalled the pent-up frustrations of the past years. When the old lady entered, Xin An was still holding the hairpin she had just removed from Wang's hair. Grandmother, Mother. Chapter 44, Tang Rong's Counterattack. The old lady had come in anger. Wang Shi's actions today had put Tang Gang in an extremely unfavorable position. However, seeing her haggard face and pitiful crying, she felt a pang of pity. With a glance from Xin An, Tang Mo hurriedly stepped forward and knelt before the old lady. "Grandmother, please don't blame Mother. It's all my fault. Mother only said those things because she was angry and upset while protecting me. It's all my fault. Please, Grandmother, don't blame Mother, considering how much she has suffered." Tang Mo's eyes also reddened. The servants attending to Wang Shi were also wiping away tears. The old lady's anger quickly turned into guilt. She knew her own son. He wasn't a good person. "You may all leave." "Yes." The people in the room quickly left, and Wang cried even harder, soon soaking a handkerchief. The old lady sat on the edge of the bed, and before she could speak, Wang said, "Mother, why do you think he treats the second son like this? He is such a good child. Every time he sees his father, he is respectful. It's a pity that the boy has never been liked by his father since he was a child." When he was little, he would always happily go up to his father when he saw him, his eyes full of filial piety. If he helped me with something or was praised by the teacher, he would always want to tell his father, wanting his father to praise him too. But when his father was happy, he would coax him a few words, and when he was unhappy, he would ignore him. Whenever the young master liked something, it never fell into his hands. He was always scolded sternly for not being allowed to compete with his brother. Back then, he always asked me if his father didn't like him if he was naughty. Every time he asked, my heart ached. I blamed me for being a second wife, for being inferior, for even my son being disliked. Tears streamed down her face, her shoulders trembling as she covered her face and cried. Thinking of Tang Mo's childhood, she felt unbearable heartache. Even after such a big incident as the arranged marriage, his father didn't offer him a single word of comfort. From beginning to end, the second son never said a bad word about him. How could he do this? The heir is his son, but isn't the second son also his? They're both sons. Why is he praising one and belittling the other? Today, thinking of all the grievances the second son has suffered over the years, how could he hurt a child like this? The old lady's eyes also reddened. She felt that her son was truly a worthless person, and no wonder Wang Shi was so emotional and out of control today. Don't cry. The old lady took a deep breath. It's my fault for not raising my son well, causing you to suffer. Wang cried for a long time, as if she wanted to cry out all the pent-up resentment she had held back for years. Her eyelids were swollen, and her whole face was puffy. She cried until she could cry no more before lowering her eyes and saying, "Your daughter-in-law is unfilial, causing you so much worry." It's good that you've cried. The old lady sighed. Don't be too sad. Your son is sensible. Now that he's married and has a good wife, he'll have many good days ahead. You look strong but are actually quite pitiful. You're too accommodating to your husband. You need to advise him when necessary and say what needs to be said. You need to be more open-minded. She didn't know how to advise him. Tang Gang's actions were indeed outrageous, but he was still her son, the Marquis of the Marquis's mansion, the pillar of the mansion. He had many things he couldn't control, and had to consider the future of the mansion. Pack your things. Tomorrow you'll come with us to the estate to relax. Don't worry about things at home for now. As for Mo, when you go to the Northern Army, pick out a few treasures from me. With some tidying up, he might be able to establish himself. You have to believe in that boy's abilities. Madame Wang nodded. Thank you, mother. The old lady sighed. I'm sorry, we argued and made a scene today. Let it go. Tidy yourself up, and when you go out, you'll still be a respectable lady of the Marquis. Don't let people laugh at you. Wang Shi wanted to cry again, but the old lady smiled and got up. After leaving, she instructed Tang Mo and Xin An to comfort her. Don't upset your mother any further. The two understood the old lady's meaning and rushed in to check on Wang Shi. The old lady let out a sigh of relief. Go and invite the Marquis to Chuanrong Hall. The Marquis has gone out. Then go and call him back. The old lady had been retired for a long time and didn't want to deal with these matters, but it had come to the point where she had to step in. With Tang Mo and Xin An there, Wang Shi's mood quickly improved. Xin An helped her apply a compress to her eyes, while Tang Mo teased her, successfully making Wang Shi laugh. The family was overjoyed, but Tang Rong and Tao Iran were both frowning. Wang Shi's outburst had put them in an awkward situation, especially Tao Iran. It was already awkward enough that her mother-in-law wasn't her biological mother, and now she'd had a huge fight over Tang Rong. How was she going to face her in the future? Tang Rong hadn't expected Wang Shi's reaction to be so strong. He was the heir of the Marquis's family. Protecting him was essential to protecting the family. His well-being was crucial for the family's well-being. For the long-term benefit, it was only right for Tang Mo to suffer some grievances. Why couldn't she understand this? After such a scene, how could he face outsiders in the future? Help me up. I need to go apologize to my mother. Tao Iran instantly understood his plan. She immediately helped him up, found a veil for him to wear, and then led the others to kowtow and apologize. Just then, the doctor arrived and examined Wang Shi. Wang Shi only complained of chest pain, dizziness, and shortness of breath. The doctor said it was caused by sudden internal heat and advised her to take medicine and maintain a cheerful mood. Tang Emo saw the doctor out and then noticed a group of people surrounding a person wearing a veiled hat approaching. He recognized Tao Iran and knew who she was supporting, but ignored him and only saw the doctor off. Tang Rong stopped in the courtyard, then knelt down and kowed out, saying, "Your unfilial son, Tang Rong, has come to beg forgiveness from your mother." He knelt, and Tao Iran followed suit, as did everyone else who had come with them. A single sentence put Wang Shi in a very difficult position. Inside the room, Wang Shi trembled with anger. Xin An quickly comforted her. "Mother, go to sleep for a while. You've been crying for so long, you must be exhausted." She stood up, smiled at Madame Wang, then turned away in a panic. "Mother has fainted. Quickly, fetch a doctor. Hurry." She rushed to Tang Rong, brother and sister-in-law. "What are you doing? Mother is extremely worried about what happened to you. She's afraid that until the culprit is caught, you'll still be in danger when you go out. Yet you're here confessing your sins. You've already suffered an undeserved misfortune. What wrong have you done? Is she resentful that the culprit hasn't been caught yet? Father is doing everything he can to investigate. Brother and sister-in-law, please get up." When Mother heard you confessing, she thought it was her fault and fainted on the spot. Chapter 45. Tang Rong gets beaten again. Upon hearing that his mother had fainted from anger, Tang Mo, who had just returned from taking the doctor, rushed over and began punching and kicking Tang Rong. Xin An pretended to try to mediate, saying, "Stop it. Big brother isn't here to force mother. Big brother doesn't mean to put mother in a bad position. Stop it." She gave Tang Mo a good idea, and Tang Mo's punches became even more ferocious and faster, shouting, "Tang Rong, don't push your luck. What do you want? My mother treats you better than she treats me. What more could you want? She's sick and you come here to apologize. Do you want outsiders to say that she mistreated you? Are you even human? Do you have any conscience?" The courtyard immediately erupted into chaos, with exclamations and calls for help mingling together. Xin An watched the whole scene with keen interest. Tang Gang, summoned back to the manor, learned of the incident as soon as he entered. By the time he arrived, Tang Rong had already been beaten to the ground, looking utterly disheveled. Tang Mo, like a wolf cub with bloodshot eyes, decided that since things couldn't be resolved peacefully, he might as well go all out. He roared at Tang Gang, "It was me. I did it. I hit your precious son. Kill me. Kill me now." He lunged at Tang Gang, yelling for him to kill him. Tang Gang staggered back a few steps, his head spinning. It was Gan Lu, who was by the old lady's side, who came to control the situation. "Please have a doctor examine the young master. Lord Marquis, the old lady requests that you go to Chuanrong Hall immediately." "Second young madam, the old lady requests that you comfort the second young master and temporarily take over the household management." The agitated Xin An had calmed down. She had almost rushed up and punched Tang Rong twice. "Please rest assured, grandmother, I will handle it." Gan Lu gestured for Tang Gang to leave. Tang Gang took a deep breath and followed her. He heard Xin An arranging for people to carry Tang Rong back behind him, and only felt relieved after hearing her ask a doctor to examine him. "Go inside and stay with mother." After arranging things for Tang Mo, Xin An officially began managing the household. With decades of experience, she quickly got to work. First, she closed the doors to guests, then summoned all the stewards in the mansion, instructing them to silence their servants and forbid anyone from discussing what had happened that day. She also punished a few people who had neglected their work to come and watch the commotion before going to Wang Shi's room. "You see, as long as I don't go along with him, he can drive me to my death." Wang Shi was somewhat distressed. After all, she had genuinely put effort into Tang Rong, but Tang Rong's kneeling today was an attempt to use her to extricate himself from the mire and gain a better reputation. We really can't underestimate the cunning of our young master. If Xin An hadn't thwarted his plan today, people outside would probably already know that she, as the second wife, was intolerant of her stepson, not only arguing relentlessly, but also demanding that he personally kowtow and apologize. The mother and son looked like two defeated roosters. Xin An silently shook her head. Only those who have given their hearts are easily hurt. Neither of them were particularly bad, especially Wang Shi. Tang Rong was only a child when she married into the family. Even if Tang Gang was very vigilant, a stepmother might still have the opportunity to harm a child. Thinking back, Wang Shi had only ever fought for material possessions, and Tang Mo was no exception. They weren't exactly evil people. Mother, get some rest. The old lady will probably want to talk to you again. You need to be well rested to face what's to come. With this incident, tomorrow's trip to the estate would likely have to be postponed, which Xin An found a little regretful. Wang Shi did feel extremely tired. Crying is very draining. You two should go back and rest too. If your father dares to cause you any trouble, send someone to find me immediately. Tang Mo got up and offered a few more words of advice. After leaving with Xin An, he rubbed his aching wrists. He hadn't held back when he beat Tang Rong earlier. He had wanted to beat him for more than a year or two. In Chuanrong Hall, the old lady believed that Tang Gang was solely responsible for today's situation. Given Wang's temperament, if Tang Gang had shown Tang Mo some care, this wouldn't have happened. You're worried about your eldest son being wronged, so you're always on guard against Wang. You're also worried about your second son fighting for the title, causing discord among the brothers and unrest in the household, so you suppress him at every turn. You think you're doing this for the peace of the Marquis's mansion, but things haven't gone as planned. The mansion was peaceful before because Wang and her son chose to swallow their anger. You've gone too far, to the point that they can no longer tolerate it. Today's incident isn't a big deal, but if you continue like this, every day in the Marquis's mansion will be filled with chaos. After Wang's outburst today, let me ask you, how are you and your son going to face this stepmother? Tang Gang wiped his face. He hadn't anticipated today's events. He had expected Wang to resent him, but he hadn't expected her to be so agitated. He thought offering some benefits would appease Wang, as it had always been, hadn't it? Please advise, mother, the old lady said. Have a good talk with Wang Shi tonight, a heart-to-heart talk. Make sure she softens. Tomorrow I'll take her to the estate for a short stay. Once she's in a better mood, this matter will be over. When you come back, have Tang Rong apologize to her. He deserved the beating he received for kneeling today. If you, as a husband and father, are just a little more fair in the future, this kind of thing won't happen again. Tang Gang nodded. He was completely helpless when Wang Shi went on a rampage. Son should go see Madam first. The old lady urged him to go quickly, thinking to herself that this was just bullying honest people. Honest people become cowardly when provoked. She didn't know how to describe him. She also felt that she was really incompetent. If she had listened to the old man and let Tang Gang go to fight on all sides instead of keeping him in the capital for her, who didn't have much experience, to teach him, things wouldn't have turned out this way. I've only suffered because I lacked education. After all, she was illiterate before meeting the old man. Back then, she thought being able to count money was quite impressive. Who could have imagined she would have such good fortune later? The old lady reflected deeply, but it seemed to be of no use. In Chuanrong courtyard, Xin An swaggered in and went straight to Tang Rong's bedside. Doctor, this injury looks worse. Will it leave a scar? Tang Rong, who had just recovered slightly, was beaten again, adding insult to injury. The word miserable couldn't describe his appearance. Xin An felt quite relieved. The doctor bowed and said it was still superficial injury. It looked terrible but hadn't damaged any bones or tendons. Xin An nodded. It's clear that my brother is very healthy. I'm relieved. He had been beaten 3 times in a few days without breaking any bones or tendons. Wasn't that a sign of good health? Make sure to use the best medicine. Money is not a problem. The body wounds can heal slowly, but the facial wounds must be treated as soon as possible. Please, doctor. The doctor nodded solemnly. Second young madam, please rest assured. If the young master's facial wounds are treated with the Imperial Medical Bureau's medicine, they should heal in about 7 days. Before, it was half a month, now it's only 7 days. Tang Rong couldn't help but take a deep breath, feeling that even the doctor had been bribed by the neighbor. Chapter 46, I have nothing to do with her anymore. Sister-in-law, wait a moment. Tao Iran looked somewhat haggard and called out to Xin An, who was about to leave. Xin An stopped and turned around. Is there something you need, sister-in-law? Tao Iran bit her lip and slowly stepped forward. What happened earlier is in the past, and the household has handled it properly. Please, second brother and sister-in-law, be more open-minded and don't dwell on the past. She was expressing her dissatisfaction with Tang Mo hitting Tang Rong. Xin An nodded. Sister-in-law is right. Is there anything else, sister-in-law? Tao Iran shook her head. Xin An turned and left. After walking a few steps from the door, she arrived at Qiushi courtyard. Tang Mo was applying medicine to his fist. He had hit Tang Rong with too much force, so he had inevitably scraped his skin a little. How are you? Looking like a dog. He didn't even look up when Xin An entered, blowing on his injuries. I've hurt myself as much as I hurt the enemy. I'm really suffering. Xin An sat down beside him. They're all superficial wounds, just adding insult to injury. Your punches aren't very good either. You need to practice. You're going to the Northern Army later. How can you go on like this? A master can break 2 ribs with 1 punch, seriously injuring someone. You threw so many punches and only got a few scratches. Tang Mo retorted, saying he was strong and healthy. Xin An laughed. Someone who dies from anger after a few blows, you're telling me you're strong and healthy? Look at you, so petty. Seeing her mocking him again, Tang Mo glared at her fiercely, gritting her teeth. I only died because I fell into the lotus pond and drank too much dirty water, not because I was angry. Xin An nodded seriously. Sewage is fertile, so you're clearly too weak to handle it. She laughed first after saying that, and Tang Mo rolled her eyes so hard they almost disappeared. Then she decided to regain her composure. Your anger is all directed at Tang Rong. Why don't you attack Tao Iran? You're letting her off the hook just because she's a woman. I was just being polite to you, because I was worried you'd be upset. Don't give me that. Tang Mo considered himself a man, incapable of actually seeking revenge on a woman, but that didn't stop him from watching the show. I have nothing to do with her anymore. Xin An sighed, not continuing the argument. Actually, I did think about teaching her a lesson. With my methods, dealing with her would be a piece of cake, wouldn't it? Tang Mo thought she was bragging. Then why are you holding back? Are you waiting for the right opportunity? Or are you not confident? Neither. Xin An said, she is indeed despicable to me. I used to hate her quite a bit, but then I thought, flies don't land on eggs without cracks. The real culprit is Tang Rong. If he were upright, how could he be so easily manipulated? I just want to know, in this life, with 2 people truly in love and without obstacles like you and me, will they be a loving couple or will they grow to loathe each other? In Tang Rong's eyes, Tao Iran from her past life was the most perfect. She was beautiful, talented, and understanding. Their relationship wasn't complicated by interests or mundane matters. They only saw each other's best sides. In this life, without her and Tang Mo, who are dedicated to solving mundane problems, she wondered if they could still enjoy romantic moments together. She wanted to see, and Tang Mo wanted to see too. He glanced back at the house. Grandmother's people just came to say that we're going to the estate again tomorrow, with Mother along. Have you packed your things? Yes. For Xin An now, going out is her favorite thing to do. That evening, Tang Mo was summoned away by Tang Gang's men. Facing his father's suddenly amiable attitude, Tang Mo expressed no dislike whatsoever. If it were before, he might have felt a little hope, but now, the kindness towards him was merely the result of weighing the pros and cons. He pretended to be very angry and sad, and then his eyes reddened, but he stubbornly refused to back down. Finally, he said he wouldn't hold the past against him. When he returned, his face was sour, as if he owed him money and hadn't paid it back. Without saying a word, he went straight to his bedroom, kicked off his shoes, lay down on the bed, and pulled the blanket over his head. Chunying curiously peeked over and came back shaking her head. I wonder what's wrong with the young master. He's so unclean, sleeping on the bed like that. Luckily, he didn't sleep here. The thought that he would eventually sleep here made her uncomfortable. She had just complained a couple of times when Aunt Wang smacked her on the forehead. You can't keep your mouth shut. That's the young master, the master of Qiushi Courtyard. He's only not arguing with you because he's good-natured. If this were any other mansion, he would have dragged you out and given you a beating. Be careful what you say in the future. Don't make things difficult for the young mistress. Xin An raised her eyes. Aunt Wang, from today onwards, everyone who comes to the Marquis's mansion with me must be careful with their words. They need to know what to say and what not to say. Aunt Wang agreed and glared at Chunying. Chunying shrank back and didn't dare to speak. After Aunt Wang left, Xin An said to her, "You're not allowed to talk about him casually anymore. Aunt Wang is right. He's just easygoing and doesn't want to argue with you. He was just in a bad mood today, so he acted that way. You need to be more respectful in the future." Chunying nodded. I know. Actually, we only lost our temper because we knew the young master was easygoing. We won't dare to do it again. She managed to get a good night's sleep. The next morning, Tang Emo led the 3 generations of mother-in-law and daughters-in-law out of the mansion, heading towards the estate after leaving the city gate. The estate bestowed by the emperor was 100 li from the capital. The land was relatively flat and scenic. Although it was early summer, it wasn't too hot yet. The crops were growing well, and people were busy working in the fields. The group had set off from the Marquis's residence early in the morning and arrived in the evening. The 2 generations of mothers and daughters-in-law in the carriage, initially excited, eventually slumped on the soft pillows, feeling dizzy as they got out. Fortunately, the faint scent of grass soothed them, gradually reviving their spirits. The evening sky was ablaze with color, birds flew low, and several dogs trotted along the country path. The estate steward and his men greeted them at the gate, warmly inviting them inside. We made preparations as soon as we learned that the second young master was coming to the estate. However, the estate is simple and not as nice as the one in the city. We hope that you gentlemen will be accommodating. The estate manager was surnamed Yang, the same manager from before. He was a member of the royal family, but now he received the monthly allowance from the Marquis's manor. Tang Emo looked around and thought the estate was quite nice. It was neither too far nor too close to the capital. The environment was quiet, exquisite, and pleasant. The estate was also well built, with flowers planted everywhere, blooming very beautifully. The flowers here are blooming so beautifully. Xin An thought of something and helped the old lady stop in front of a clump of jasmine. These flowers are like snow and their fragrance is sweet. We have some in the manor, but none of them are as fragrant as this one. The old lady picked a flower and smelled it lightly. This jasmine is also called jade fragrance. It smells wonderful. Its refreshing fragrance can relieve the summer heat and help with sleep. She looked around. Why are there so many? The road leading to the manor gate was lined with jasmine. Steward Young stepped forward and bowed. Replying to the old lady, the previous owner of this manor was Prince Jean. Princess Jean loved jade fragrance the most. At that time, the prince ordered the manor to cultivate the best jade fragrance to send to the prince's manor. Over time, we have so many. Prince Jean was the emperor's younger brother. 2 years ago, he offended the emperor and was demoted from the capital. The manor and property bestowed by the palace were taken back. Otherwise, this manor would not have ended up in the hands of the Marquis's manor. Xin An played with the jasmine in her hand, thinking that it was indeed good to go out more often. Now she had another way to go. Chapter 47: A Great Opportunity at the Estate. Since it concerned a demoted prince, who was also the emperor's brother, the old lady didn't continue speaking. Xin An threw down the flowers in her hand and helped her into the estate. Hot water and food had already been prepared there, and the people she brought were busy serving them. By the time they relaxed, the last rays of sunset had disappeared behind the clouds, so they could only rest. Wang Shi wasn't in a good mood and wasn't in high spirits, so she went back to her room early. The people at the estate only knew that Tang Mo was newly married and didn't know that the two slept in separate beds, so they had prepared one room, and there weren't any extra rooms available. The two didn't seem to mind and tacitly agreed to stay together. Once in bed, Xin An said, "Tomorrow, ask if there are any gardeners left on the estate. Have them stay and continue cultivating jasmine." Tang Mo thought she liked it. "Should we dig some up and take them back to plant in the yard when we leave?" Xin An shook her head. "I prefer raising fish to growing flowers. Bring back a few pretty ones and keep them in that jar in the yard." Tang Mo was curious. She didn't like jasmine, but wanted a gardener to plant it. He frantically winked at Xin An, and when she beckoned, he immediately leaned closer. Xin An lowered her voice. "If I remember correctly, Prince Xin will return in 6 months at most, with even greater favor than before. Prince Xin greatly respects Princess Xin. We can bring the flowers grown here to curry favor. I guarantee we'll succeed." Tang Mo slapped his thigh, his eyes gleaming. "Why didn't I think of that?" Back then, he wasn't yet susceptible to such temptations. Ugh, he'd kicked the bucket. "Are you sick?" The spittle he spat out landed on Xin An's face, and she kicked him without hesitation. "Go wring out a handkerchief, and I'll wipe your face." Tang Mo quickly went, returning with a fawning smile. "I was just so excited. I was thinking I was still alive back then. How come I didn't think of that? But how come you remember? This is a huge opportunity for us," he said, feigning realization. "I understand now. People say the older you get the better you remember things from a long time ago. Ouch! What are you doing?" Tang Mo, slapped by Xin An, glared at him fiercely. "If you say I'm old again, see how I deal with you. Grandma, could you at least tell me before you strike next time?" His neck was burning with pain. Tang Mo felt he'd be too ashamed to face anyone tomorrow. She wiped her face, threw the handkerchief at him, lay down, and snorted. "Tell me beforehand so I can strike first?" Tang Mo grimaced, flung the handkerchief far away, and lay down as close to the edge of the bed as possible. There was enough space between them for another person to sleep. He couldn't help it. This shrew, though alluring, was simply too ferocious. He couldn't even entertain any improper thoughts, afraid she'd beat him to death. After lying there for a while, he shifted a little further in, looking cheeky. "You have a good memory. Quickly think of anything else we've overlooked, anything we've forgotten. Like, does our estate have any mines, any treasures? Could we make a fortune?" Xin An turned to face him. "Are you crazy for money? A royal estate, do you think you'd get any treasures? You'd be lucky to get a few potted plants." Tang Mo sighed. "There are so many people who want something for nothing, why can't I be one more?" Both his lives had been so miserable, he had to fight for everything he wanted. Why couldn't someone just deliver it to him? Xin An scoffed. "Want something for nothing? It's easy. You're good-looking, and there are countless wealthy ladies in the capital. If you're willing to risk it all, they'll plaster you with silver notes." Tang Mo rolled his eyes at her. "This young master is very precious. Do you think just anyone can win my favor? Do you think I'd give them that kind of opportunity? Forget it. I'll rely on myself. This life is better than the last, at least I have you. It's much better than when he was fighting alone and someone was holding him back. Going to sleep." Xin An smiled, turned around, hugged the blanket, and closed his eyes. The manor was different from the Marquis's residence. The moon was bright, the stars were few, and the croaking of frogs was incessant. The occasional chirping of crickets added to the sleepiness, and soon the two of them fell asleep. The two of them slowly woke up as the morning sunlight streamed through the window. This was the most comfortable sleep Xin An had had since her rebirth. After waking up, they were too lazy to get out of bed. Seeing that they had already missed the time for paying their respects, they simply gave up and changed into a more comfortable position to continue sleeping. In the courtyard outside, the old lady and Wang were already breathing in the fresh morning air. The old lady smiled and said, "The dishes last night were really good, extremely fresh, and to my liking. What do you think?" Wang smiled and nodded. They were good. The old lady glanced at her. "Since you're out here, don't think about things that bother you. You haven't really relaxed all these years. It's rare for your second son to be so filial and take us out for a walk. We can't let his kindness go to waste. You should relax too. Wang's lips curled up slightly. Of course I'm happy. I was just thinking about how the young couple's relationship is progressing. As she spoke, she glanced at their bedroom door. The old lady chuckled and told her not to worry. Your second son is handsome and charming, and Xin An is beautiful and intelligent. Spending so much time together, they're bound to develop feelings for each other sooner or later. Then it'll just be a natural progression. We, as elders, shouldn't rush things or ask questions. Just watch. All right. Wang sure helped her arm. How about I accompany Mother for a stroll outside and let the two young people wander around on their own later? The old lady smiled. Then let's go. We'll come back for breakfast later. The manor was particularly beautiful in the early morning. The flowers and plants along the roadside were especially vibrant. Ganlu asked the maid accompanying her to pick some to put in a vase, but the old lady stopped her. When you come to this manor, there's no reason to stay indoors all day. Putting them in a vase isn't as interesting as looking at them like this. Steward Young came from afar and said that there was a lotus pond in the manor, which was at its most beautiful. There's a fenced-off area by the lotus pond where many chickens and ducks are kept. I don't know what happened last night, but they laid a lot of eggs. Perhaps it's because of the old lady's good fortune. Everyone likes to hear nice things. The old lady was happy and intrigued, wanted to go see the egg collecting. Wang Shi had never seen it before and also wanted to see it. So, by the time Tang Mo and Xin An finished getting ready and went out, the two of them were long gone. A woman came out smiling and said breakfast was ready, asking if the two wanted to eat now. Tang Mo nodded. Let's eat. After we eat, we'll go for a walk. We still need to see the people on the estate later. The vegetable porridge, scallion pancakes, and golden brown fried eggs were delicious. Both of them had a great appetite and, satisfied, went out smiling. However, they didn't go to the lotus pond. Instead, they wandered aimlessly along the paddy field ridges, feeling exceptionally relaxed. Tang Mo, chewing on a blade of grass, thought about what kind of garden he should build on the estate so that he could invite friends to stay for a few days when he had free time, thus strengthening their relationships. Chapter 48. Tang Mo, the head of the household. As the morning light gradually changed color, the coolness unique to the early morning began to fade. The two people who had been watching the children catch fish on the ridge left reluctantly. Manager Yang was already waiting with the people from the manor. Young madam, do you want these fish? My mother said they're incredibly delicious when coated in egg and then deep-fried. The boy, about half a bucket of finger-sized fish, looked at Xin An expectantly. Xin smiled and said, Your name is Erhan, right? I want these fish. Could you please take them to the manor? I'll have them coated in egg and deep-fried for lunch today. How about I treat you all to some? The children's eyes lit up, especially Urshan's. He had never actually eaten them before. How could a peasant family coat and deep-fry them? Even his mother had only heard about it from wealthy families. He had only dared to ask this because he saw the beautiful young madam being so friendly, hoping to get some benefits for his younger brothers. He put down the bucket and quickly knelt down, kowtowing, Thank you for the reward, young mistress. He didn't forget to tell his underlings to kneel as well. The young boys, all around 10 years old, knelt for a bite to eat. Xin smiled and told them to get up. I think the sun is still high. Why don't you catch some more? Frying more wouldn't be bad. A pack of dogs approached from afar. Xin immediately recognized them as the same group from yesterday evening. Ershan stood up. I'll escort the young master and young mistress back. These dogs don't bite randomly. Tang Mo raised an eyebrow. You've got a good eye, kid. Ershan grinned sheepishly, telling his underlings to hurry up and catch fish. He himself, barefoot, escorted the two back to the estate. On the way, he answered Tang Mo's questions. Xin then learned that they weren't tenant farmers. The estate only had 60 acres and no tenant farmers. These people all had some connection to the people in the Prince Jin's mansion. Even when the Prince Jin's mansion was in trouble, these people weren't implicated and continued to work there. Did Prince Jin come here often before? He would come every year when the jasmine blooms and stay for half a month each time. Erhan looked to be 13 or 14 years old, but he knew quite a bit about the estate. Tang Emo became even more determined, thinking that the jasmine flowers on the estate were indeed beautiful. When they reached the gate, Erhan didn't go in. He bowed to Steward Yang and then ran off. Steward Yang stepped forward and invited Tang Emo in. Our estate isn't very big, only 60 mu. We have 3 agricultural stewards, each in charge of the paddy fields, dry land, vegetable gardens, and fruit gardens. They are all veterans who have been on the estate for many years. When Prince Xin was alive, the grain and vegetables produced on this estate were supplied to the prince. Later, after the prince's accident, the estate's produce was sent to the palace. The palace didn't want the fruits, so we selected some to sell and saved them up to pay the monthly allowance. What Steward Yang didn't mention was that since Prince Jin's accident, the people on the estate had stopped receiving their monthly allowances, and the palace didn't care. They had to find their own way, so he went to the Marquis's residence in person as soon as the estate arrived, mainly to try to get their monthly allowances back. There were a dozen or so people standing in the courtyard, men and women. Steward Yang introduced Tang Emo to them, explaining that Tang Emo would be the master of this estate from now on. The people knelt down and kowtowed. Tang Emo told them to get up, but he didn't sit in the armchair that had been set out. He simply said that although the estate wasn't far from the capital, it wasn't exactly close either. He told them that they could send some seasonal fruits to the Marquis's residence whenever they came into season, and that they didn't need to keep sending them all the time. I've seen the roster. You're all veterans of the estate. Since the former Prince Xin trusted you, I have no reason not to. From now on, do what you did before. Just one thing, this estate isn't big and there are only a few of you. I don't want to see any bullying or oppression of men and women. If I find out, I won't show any mercy. Everyone hurriedly agreed. What Tang Emo didn't know was that Prince Xin was originally strict with his subordinates. There was a steward on the estate who had withheld everyone's wages, and when he found out, he beat him half to death and kicked him out. The families on the estate all knew each other well and got along fairly well. Tang Emo continued, I see that there are too few fruit trees on the estate. I plan to choose a place here and develop it properly so that it will be convenient for gatherings with friends and family. You should come up with a plan in the next couple of days. Also, the young mistress likes the jasmine here, so make sure to take good care of it and plant more. The gardener needs to pay attention. The gardener, who was now in charge of growing vegetables, immediately smiled and agreed when he learned that his skills would be put to good use. Seeing that Tang Emo was easy to get along with, everyone was happy. The biggest fear for servants is that a change of master will completely alter their rules. Besides, the former Prince Jin's manor had treated them well, and although they had suffered hardship, they still remembered them fondly. Especially the former princess consort, Jean, whom they particularly liked. Princess consort Jean was also very kind and good to her servants, so keeping Jasmine fulfilled their wishes. Seeing a servant come out carrying a tray made them even more excited. They had been waiting for their new master to distribute rewards for a long time. Tang Emo smiled and said a few words of affirmation before announcing that everyone in the entire manor would receive a reward. The stewards would each receive 2 taels of silver, and all the men, women, and children who worked on the manor would each receive a string of coins, including newborns. Everyone was immediately overjoyed. After everyone had left, Tang Emo kept Steward Yang behind. As the head steward of the estate, he would be indispensable in handling many matters in the future. Tang Emo was generous and rewarded him with 5 taels of silver. You've managed this estate well. Keep up the good work in the future. This year, there's no need to send grain to the manor. I have other arrangements. I might bring people here occasionally in the future. As mentioned earlier, the garden needs to be developed into something special, something fresh and interesting that will keep people coming back. Steward Yang accepted the silver with a smile. He said that although the estate was not large, it had beautiful scenery. The water used was from a nearby mountain, and there were also mountain delicacies to entertain guests. There was also a lotus pond in the estate. It's been there for quite a few years, and the lotus roots it produces are quite good. The garden will be located next to the lotus pond. There will be flowers and fruit, and you can even fish. We can also build some pavilions. There are chickens and ducks on the opposite side of the lotus pond. Collecting eggs is also a kind of fun. This morning, the old lady and the madam collected a few. We'll raise some rabbits later. Rabbits are pretty, and their droppings will help fertilize the land. Steward Young already had a series of ideas in mind. In his eyes, those young masters had seen all sorts of good things. Naturally, they wanted to see something different here. Take jasmine, for example. The Prince Jin's manor used to grow plenty of it, paying a fortune to cultivate it. Didn't the Princess Jean come here every year specifically to see it? It was all jasmine, but the ones growing on the estate were different. Tang Mo felt the money hadn't been wasted. I'll leave this to you. Go and do it. Oh, by the way, there's a lad named Erzhan today. I think he's quite clever. Let him run errands for me for the next couple of days. He couldn't always rely on the steward, especially since the steward was slicker and not as easily fooled as a young boy. Chapter 49. Madame Tao begins to regret. The matter at the estate was quickly resolved. Tang Mo leisurely crossed his legs and ate a cantaloupe he had just picked from the field. Sweet, want one? Xin An, standing beside him, took a bite. Sweet. Who are you leaving that grain for? Tang Mo spat out the cantaloupe seeds. Naturally, it'll go with the jasmine flowers. When Prince Jean returns to the capital after regaining favor, how can he do without grain? A few pots of flowers won't be enough to show his sincerity. Xin An smiled contentedly. Just then, the woman who was about to start cooking arrived, saying that Erzhan had brought a bucket of small fish with a few boys, saying they wanted to fry them. It'll take a lot of oil. They said it was the young mistress's permission. Xin An put her hands in her pockets. I thought they were catching them interestingly, and they were quite endearing, so I said I'd invite them to eat with us. The woman nodded with a smile after receiving permission. Fish the size of a finger are definitely meant to be fried. Let those boys clean the fish themselves. Young mistress, you didn't see them. Those boys were covered in mud, but they were still laughing happily. Her son was among them, so it would be nice to have a meal of fried small fish with them. Seeing her leave happily, Xin An was also pleased. She turned to Tang Mo and said, You know, I love seeing this kind of thing. You give someone a little something, and they're overjoyed and grateful, instead of feeling like it's your right or that you didn't give enough, which makes it seem boring. Tang Mo understood this feeling quite well. Yes, it makes people feel that giving it to them is worthwhile, and that they could give even more, which makes them feel comfortable. Saying this, she got up. Come on, Grandma and Mother went to the lotus pond, and haven't come back yet. Let's go see how fun it is. For the rest of the time, the two put all those messy things behind them and played happily. They admired flowers and fished with Grandma and Wang Shi, ate fried small fish with the boys, picked flowers and made flower garlands with the girls from the village, and went mushroom picking with others on the mountain. There were always interesting things to do, and the smiles on their faces never faded. They were overjoyed, and those remaining in the Marquis's residence felt much more at ease. First, Tao Iran finally left Chunhua courtyard, leading her maids and servants to stroll around the mansion's courtyard, admiring the flowers. She felt that without the eyesores, the flowers were exceptionally beautiful. Then, Tang Rong was in high spirits, experiencing for a short time the benefits of being in charge, finding even the air exceptionally clear. Even Tang Gang, in his good mood, took advantage of a beautiful maidservant's appearance and forcibly took her in despite her wishes, displaying a rather smug air. This action was secretly despised by many servants, but no one dared to say anything. Madame Tao also took this opportunity to visit, her brow furrowed with unresolved sorrow. She had thought that Tang Rong, as the Marquis's heir, with his excellent reputation, would bring some benefit to the Tao family, but instead, she had been ridiculed. She hadn't left the mansion for several days. What exactly happened? Tao Iran didn't hide anything and told Madame Tao everything that had happened recently. The more she talked, the more her brows furrowed. She never expected the Marquis' mansion to be in such a mess, with so many things happening in just a few days. Your mother-in-law is really cunning. After she pulled this stunt, will you and your husband still have any say in front of her? Having both been through the ringer in the inner quarters, Madame Tao immediately understood what Wang was planning. However, she changed the subject. It's your father-in-law who left himself vulnerable by doing things wrong. Now that people are making a scene, he has no grounds to stand on. As for Tang Rong being beaten, she wasn't too concerned, as long as the job at the Ministry of Rights didn't fall into the hands of others. Tao Iran, her eyes brimming with tears, recounted Xueyu's pregnancy and Yue's exploitation of the situation. Madame Tao was nearly driven mad with anger, yet she could only suffer in silence. Tang Rong shouldn't have been Tao's son-in-law in the first place, and the Tao family had no right to interfere in these matters. However, Madame Tao couldn't understand how a concubine could have taken advantage of them so soon after their marriage. Tell me in detail what happened. Tao Iran explained. Madame Tao was exasperated. You couldn't stay with him after he was beaten like that? Why did you go to live in a separate room? Tao Iran lowered her eyes and remained silent, not daring to say that Tang Rong's appearance was truly terrifying. More importantly, the gentle and refined gentleman she had always admired had suddenly become like that. His image of purity and integrity shattered like a dream in that instant. The impact on her was immense. At that moment, she felt he was nothing special, beaten beyond recognition by a few petty thugs, utterly pathetic. Unable to accept such a stark contrast, she had thought of escaping. Madame Tao, of course, was unaware of her thoughts. She was still saying that this was the perfect time to strengthen the bond between the two, yet she was absent, leaving the opportunity to a maidservant who had served him for some time and with whom he had some affection. Now, with this show of concern, if the maidservant was even slightly clever, I'm afraid you'll be able to drink this cup of concubine tea once he recovers. The thought of concubine and having an eldest son by a concubine made Madame Tao furious, but she had nowhere to vent her anger, and she felt increasingly regretful. Earlier, your father met Tang Mo at the restaurant, who was treating his father-in-law to a meal. He said that Tang Mo was very respectful and ingratiating towards his father-in-law during the meal, and boss Xin An also praised him repeatedly. Later, he found out that Tang Mo had been spending those days with the Xin An family, not only buying all sorts of good things from the Imperial Medical Bureau to offer as tribute, but also carrying large and small packages every time he visited, and even inviting several friends to accompany him to meals. You could say he's incredibly considerate and thoughtful, giving his father-in-law all the respect he deserves. She didn't finish her sentence, but Tao Iran understood what she meant. These past few days, Tang Rong hadn't visited the Tao family except for the day he returned to his mother's home after her wedding, let alone invited her father to a banquet. Madame Tao then asked, how does Tang Mo treat the woman from the Xin family? Tao Iran's eyes darkened, and though she was unwilling, she could only tell the truth. He accompanies her to the morning and evening greetings every day, and even took her out for a day trip, returning only after dark. This time, he took her to stay at the estate for a while. Didn't you specifically take your mother-in-law out for a change of scenery? Tao Iran shook her head. This was arranged a long time ago. Originally, we didn't say we'd take her, but we did later. Madame Tao felt even more distressed, but there was no turning back now. Tang Rong is, after all, the heir apparent, and his father favors him. You need to put in more effort to make him listen to you. Everyone has their ups and downs. After his injuries heal, you'll still need to take guards with you when you go out. He'll only get better when he's better. This is just the beginning. There's a long road ahead. Don't lose heart. These words comforted Tao Iran and herself. Next month, the Duke of Angguo's mansion will have a banquet, and the Marquis' residence has also been invited. You should attend with dignity and poise, displaying your grace and bearing. You'll definitely outshine the Xin family. From then on, you'll be the mistress of the Marquis' residence. Tao Iran nodded. Madame Tao couldn't bear to scold her, and soon the mother and daughter began whispering amongst themselves, discussing how to win over Tang Rong and surpass Xin An. If possible, they would also try to trip up Xin An, so she could take control of the household affairs as soon as possible, and also how to conceive quickly. Regardless of what's in that girl's belly, even if it's a son, he'll be an illegitimate son, nothing to fear. Chapter 50. Tang Yaoming's job resolved. With Madame Tao's guidance and advice, Tao Iran rekindled her passion for Tang Rong. However, no matter how composed and gentle she appeared, the image of Tang Rong's pig-faced man was still etched in her mind. She also took this opportunity to contact several close friends and female relatives from her clan who were getting married, beginning preparations for attending the banquet next month. Tang Rong, oblivious to her change, was anxious every day about when the marks on his face would fade and eager to report to the Ministry of Rights. He also sent people to investigate who was vying for his position there. He had, after all, taken Tang Mo's words to heart. Early that morning, Tang Yong's son, Tang Yaoming, was at home watching his younger brother practice calligraphy. When Tang Yong came over, he saw his son intently explaining the key points of brushstrokes and sighed inwardly. He worried that his son's mindset would be affected by the delayed job application. A moment later, Tang Yaoming came out of the study. Tang Yong hesitated for a long time before asking, "You visited your 2 classmates yesterday. Was that all right?" Although Tang Mo had promised to help with the planning, Tang Yong knew Tang Mo's situation in the Marquis's mansion and was worried that Tang Mo getting close to them would displease the old lady and make his situation even more difficult. If they could find another way to resolve this matter, they wouldn't need to trouble Tang Mo. Tang Yaoming shook his head. There were countless people waiting for appointments in the capital, and many could afford the waiting list fees. Good opportunities were limited, and everyone said they could only try to find a way and couldn't guarantee anything. In contrast to Tang Yong's worries, Tang Yaoming was much more open-minded. If it doesn't work this month, then next month. If it doesn't work next month, then the month after that. We'll get there eventually. It's also my fault for ranking so low. I've thought about it. In a couple of days, I'll go out and find a job to do first. There's no rush. How can you not be in a rush? Tang Yong hated his own incompetence. Although we have the Marquis's mansion behind us, the Marquis's mansion is completely unreliable. We can only rely on ourselves. I've been a coward my whole life. Do you brothers have to be cowards with me too? If all else fails, I'll go to the Marquis's mansion and beg them. There's always a way. Father. Before Tang Yaoming could finish speaking, the steward rushed in. Master, young master, an official from the Ministry of Personnel has arrived. Please go to the front courtyard immediately. The father and son exchanged a glance and hurried towards the front courtyard. The official from the Ministry of Personnel was Lu Mingwan. He took his brother-in-law's request very seriously, especially since he had secretly accepted his brother-in-law's tribute as his private savings. He was quick to act and soon found a suitable opportunity for Tang Yaoming. Originally, he didn't need to come personally, but he wanted to see what kind of person his brother-in-law had recommended. If the person was incompetent, he would have to put some pressure on him. I was unaware of Lord Lu's arrival. Please forgive my lack of hospitality. Tang Yong led Tang Yaoming in quickly, bowing respectfully. Lu Mingyuan nodded politely. I've come today on business for your son, Mr. Tang. There's no need for such formalities. Tang Yong invited them to sit in the main hall. After tea was served, he cautiously inquired whether there was an appointment from the Ministry of Personnel. Lu Mingyuan spoke only after drinking tea. I was entrusted by someone to say that the newly appointed Jinshi, Tang Yaoming, is upright and talented, yet he remains idle at home, which is a real pity. I've come to see him today. Tang Yaoming hurriedly stepped forward to greet him. Lu Mingwan, seeing that he was of decent appearance and had clear eyes, tested him a few questions. Seeing that he answered fluently, he was relieved. The censorate opened a vacancy for a supervising censor half a month ago. Censor Tang, this is your appointment document. Report to your post within 3 days. The censorate? Tang Yong and his son were extremely surprised. Their goal had always been to be appointed as county magistrates, not because they particularly wanted to be magistrates, but because they dared not even dream of a job in the capital. The censorate was divided into 3 divisions: the Grand Secretariat, the Hall of Judicial Review, and the Hall of Inspection. Among them, the Hall of Inspection had the lowest rank but the most power and authority, making it a place many people wanted to go. Even Tang Rong's position in the Ministry of Rights only looked prestigious and impressive, but in terms of substance, it pales in comparison to that of a censor in the censorate, even if the censorate were to have 10 censors. Coming to his senses, Tang Yaoming bowed and accepted the gift with both hands. "Thank you very much, Lord Liu. I will never forget your kindness in promoting me." At this moment, he was already a 7th-rank official in the imperial court, and one with real power. Lu Mingyuan smiled and said, "The censorate has great power and responsibility, and the work is not easy. You should study hard and get the hang of it as soon as possible." As he spoke, he stood up and Tang Yong hurriedly asked, "May I ask, Lord Liu, who entrusted my son with this matter so that we can express our gratitude?" Lu Mingyuan smiled and said, "Ask your nephew Tang Mo and you will know. I have other important matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving now." The father and son respectfully saw them off at the door. Madame Yu, who had chased after them, looked at them with a face full of anger and disappointment. "I've already prepared a generous gift, and you just let the Lord leave empty-handed like this?" The father and son seemed to wake from a dream, filled with regret and anxiety. Overwhelmed by joy, they were both somewhat out of their minds. They've already gone quite a distance. Madame Yu scolded the father and son before asking for details. Tang Yaoming also opened the appointment document and looked at it again and again. Upon learning that her son did not have to travel thousands of miles to take up his post, Madame Yu was extremely happy. She hurriedly ordered people to prepare a sumptuous feast for the family to celebrate that evening. She also sent someone to inform Tang Yaoming's father-in-law of the good news. Tang Yaoming's wife had gone back to her parents' home yesterday, hoping to ask for their help. Sending the news there would make her happy and give her face in front of her family. "Xin An hasn't returned yet, has he? We should thank him properly. He's the most loyal person in the whole household." Tang Yaoming closed the document. "Mother, my cousin doesn't like anyone calling him Xin An. Then let's call him Amo." Madame Yu smiled, and Tang Yong smiled too, happy to have such a nephew. He said cheerfully, "When he comes back, invite him over for a meal." He probably asked someone else to help him. "We'll ask him how much it cost, and we should pay for it. Everyone says this kid is unreliable, but he's quite capable." She instructed Tang Yaoming to keep in touch with Tang Mo in the future. "He's still a brother. His willingness to help shows he's willing to associate with us. You brothers should help each other. The affairs of the older generation are none of your business. Don't worry about them." Tang Yaoming nodded in agreement. He wasn't very familiar with Tang Mo, only knowing that his reputation wasn't good. But reputation is an elusive thing, and there might be other hidden reasons. The whole family was overjoyed about this. Meanwhile, back at the village, Tang Mo was watching the boys play Kuju, ancient Chinese football, with Xin An. The winning team received a prize, and the boys were all very enthusiastic, especially Shan, whom Tang Mo particularly liked. He's strong, fast, and has a bit of a fierce look, but most importantly, he's clever, a promising talent. After watching for 2 days, Tang Mo grew increasingly fond of him. All the boys in the village were under Shan's command and trusted him. If given the opportunity, he's very likely to make a name for himself. Xin An, hearing his praise, said, "If you like him so much, why not take him on? It wouldn't hurt to run errands and inquire about him." Shan's family wasn't poor, but she didn't know if they would be willing. Chapter 51. Tang Mo's attentiveness. Tang Mo was somewhat tempted by Xin An's suggestion. He did indeed need a quick-witted errand boy. "I'll ask him later." The old lady and Madame Wang watched from a distance, delighted to see Tang Mo and Xin An getting along so well. The old lady even said proudly, "I knew they were a perfect match. They can talk and play together, that's fate." Madame Wang nodded with a smile. She hadn't had to worry about household affairs these past few days, and her mood had improved considerably. Seeing her son and daughter-in-law getting along so well made her even happier. However, she said, they're both so playful. Yesterday they hunted some game on the mountain and said they'd roast it this afternoon. I think they're having so much fun they don't want to go back. We've picked up a bunch of colorful mushrooms again. I don't even know if they're edible. The old lady didn't want to go back either, feeling that living on this estate was quite nice, with its vast open spaces, fresh air, and pleasant atmosphere, definitely more comfortable than living in Chuanrong Hall. You should all go back in a few days. The manor can't be left unattended, so I'll stay a little longer. Wang rubbed her forehead, thinking that once she arrived, she didn't want to leave. Although this place is nice, it's not as convenient as the manor. I'm worried about you being alone here. Why don't I stay here with you for a while? You can leave the manor affairs to your second son's wife. I think she's quite capable at managing the household. The old lady didn't agree. This trip was to relax her, hoping to ease the tension between the couple. What would it mean if she stayed on the estate and didn't go back? You should go back too. Second son's wife is still young and doesn't know much about the affairs of the household. As her mother-in-law, you'll have to wait a while if you want to rest. That's settled then. I'll stay for another half a month and then go back. Wang was still worried, so she turned around and instructed someone to go back to the manor and bring back some items that the old lady might need, send the manor doctor, and arrange a few guards to ensure everything was in order. The people who went back were Wang's husband and son. They had come to help oversee the fields on the estate, and after carefully inspecting them for several days, they couldn't find any problems. The land was fertile, the crops were growing well, and everything was well maintained. They didn't see anyone cheating or slacking off on the estate, so there was nothing they needed. It was better for them to go back and start preparing for the renovation of the house. All right, hurry, Erhan, catch up. Hurry. The boys' football match had reached a fever pitch. Tang Emo excitedly stood up, one hand on his hip, and shouted loudly from the sidelines. Xin An was also excited, but thankfully he didn't stand up and wave his arms. Wang Shi was even more helpless and said to the old lady, I don't expect him to amount to anything. It's enough if the couple can live a peaceful life, not cause trouble, and be filial. The old lady smiled. There aren't that many successful people. It's a skill to live a smooth life. Come on, let's go fishing by the lotus pond. The old lady had become obsessed with fishing. Whenever a fish took the bait, she would get excited like a child and could fish for half a day. As evening approached, they roasted wild game. Erhan assigned a group of boys to work, and they did a great job. While waiting for the meat to be ready, Tang Emo asked Erhan if he would like to come with him. Erhan nodded without hesitation, yes, I would. Can I bring one more person? Tang Emo thought he was going to bring a playmate, but it turned out he was going to bring a little girl. To be honest, young master, I have a large family. I'm the second oldest. My father favors my older brother, and my grandfather favors my younger brother. I'm in the middle and not liked by either side. Everyone in my family dislikes me because I'm wild. Of the 3 brothers, I do the most work, eat the least, and wear the worst clothes. My cousin Xia is even worse off than me. Her family took advantage of the fact that the prince wasn't in the capital and the estate was unattended, so they secretly sold her. If it weren't for Steward Young finding out and bringing her back, they would probably have been beaten to death. We live like livestock now, in the woodshed, eating the worst food and doing the most work, getting beaten every day. If you could take my sister with you, young master, we siblings would only have the second young master and the young mistress as our masters until the day we die. Ever since he knew the young master was coming, he had been trying his best to impress him. He had been using every trick in the book these past few days, waiting for this opportunity. Everyone at home was biased. He couldn't finish the work, and there was no food. He felt so stifled. Tang Emo didn't agree immediately, saying he needed to think about it. Erhan was somewhat disappointed, but then became even more eager to please. Xin didn't like the roasted, blackened, and tough game, but she loved the atmosphere. The sunset painted the sky with vibrant colors. Birds were returning to their nests. Everyone was laughing. Even the dog was wagging its tail happily. She unconsciously joined in the laughter. Tang Mo gave her a roasted rabbit leg, glistening with oil. "Here," he said, "I had it marinated and deep-fried, then roasted again. It's crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, and incredibly flavorful." Knowing that although she wasn't from a noble family, she had grown up in wealth and naturally hadn't eaten such coarse food, Tang Mo would never admit that he was catering to her preferences. He was simply thanking her for mentioning Prince Xin, which had given him another path to strive for. Xin didn't refuse. She took the rabbit leg, covered it with her handkerchief, and took a bite. It was indeed crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with a delicious flavor. Seeing how hard she was struggling to eat, Tang Mo snatched the rabbit leg from her hand and put it on a plate. He took out a knife and quickly removed the meat, cutting it into small pieces before handing the plate back to her. "Eat up. Let me tell you, any leg should be eaten directly to get the best flavor. If you don't believe me, take another bite. The taste is different from before." Xin didn't believe him. It was just a leg. How could eating it directly and cutting it off be different? Picking up her chopsticks, she took a piece of meat and savored it, her eyes filled with suspicion. It really wasn't as delicious as before. Tang Mo smiled smugly. "See? You're not as good at eating as I am. I'll buy a crispy chicken and eat it in the house. Just tear off the leg and gnaw on it. That's the real deal." Xin put down her chopsticks. She didn't really know anything about food. "Remember to take me with you if you have any good food or drinks in the future." Thinking about how she had barely left the Marquis's mansion in her previous life, always busy, let alone researching food, it all seemed like a waste. Tang Mo talked animatedly, but he didn't eat much of the roasted wild game in front of him, finding it rather unappetizing. He did finish the rabbit leg meat Xin and had left. That night lying in bed, he brought up the matter of returning home. He had only come for a short stay, and the matter of Prince Xin was already an unexpected bonus. "I need to go to the Northern Army headquarters early. I also need to go back and urge my second uncle on his matter. Won't those two next door cause a ruckus if we're not there?" Xin was reluctant to go back, but thinking that slacking off today would mean even more work tomorrow, he said, "Let's go back. I had Uncle Wang carefully inspect the estate, and he said it's well managed. You've also seen the accounts. The people Prince Xin chose are indeed useful. There's no need to change them. From now on, we only need to ask Steward Yang about the situation when he comes to the city to collect his monthly salary." Tang Mo hummed in agreement, then suddenly felt a stomach ache. He had just eaten a bunch of random things, and his stomach couldn't handle it. "Ouch! I can't take it anymore. My stomach hurts." Chapter 52. A treatment he'd never seen before in 2 lifetimes. Tang Mo's stomachache lasted until midnight, nearly killing him on the chamber pot. There was no doctor on the estate, and the nearest barefoot doctor was 10 miles away. Xin wiped his sweat, fed him sugar water, and even massaged his acupoints. Finally, the pain subsided after midnight. "I didn't eat much, so why did I get this bad?" Xin released his hand. "Don't you think about what you usually eat? That wild game, roasted until it was black and raw, and you were eating meat and cantaloupe in one bite. I've already said I'm too weak to handle tonics, yet you claim to be as strong as a tiger." Tang Mo weakly opened his eyes. "My dear aunt, can you please stop saying I'm too weak to handle tonics? It's the middle of the night, so be careful. What if the black and white impermanents take me away? You'll be a widow then. You'll be so pitiful then." Xin got up to pour some water, then turned and got into bed. "Remember not to put everything in your mouth later. Luckily, you didn't eat those colorful mushrooms. Thank me for saving your life." She yawned and said, going to sleep. Exhausted from tossing and turning all night, the weak Tang Mo couldn't stay awake any longer, and soon the two of them fell asleep. When it was dawn, the old lady and Wang Shi learned that Tang Mo had diarrhea all night, and they were terrified. Chunyang said, "The young master is fine now." The young mistress knows a few acupoints to stop diarrhea, and they are quite effective. It's just that she went to bed too late last night and hasn't gotten up yet. Wang Shi put her hands together and chanted Ba, instructing the kitchen to prepare a light breakfast, and she was even more worried about leaving the old lady there. The old lady said, "I didn't eat anything indiscriminately. Besides, didn't you arrange for a doctor to come? What are you afraid of?" Having only been at the estate for a few days, the old lady's tone and attitude had changed. She was increasingly casual, doing whatever she pleased, though she seemed much more energetic. What could Wang Shi do? She couldn't afford to offend this ancestor. The two in the room slept until late morning. Tang Emo woke up first, opening his eyes to see the person still fast asleep. Intending to get up and drink some warm water, he unconsciously looked at Xin An's face, admiring it for a while before saying, "She's quite endearing when she's not teasing me." He quickly covered his mouth after saying it. How could he have blurted out his true feelings? He hurriedly jumped out of bed, his shoes not even properly on, his legs weak, and he stumbled forward, managing not to make a sound. The thud still woke Xin, and seeing him struggling to get up, she quickly helped him. "What happened?" she asked, touching his forehead. "It's nothing," Tang Emo said, feigning composure. "My legs gave way and I fell. It's all right." Xin breathed a sigh of relief. The fright had completely banished her sleepiness. Tang Emo looked down to straighten his clothes and noticed she wasn't wearing shoes. Her fair feet stood out starkly on the bluestone floor. He pulled her to sit on the edge of the bed, grabbed a handkerchief, and knelt down to wipe the dirt off her feet. If he had said something, it would have been fine, but he didn't say a word the entire time. Xin wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. With a slight bow of her head, she could see Tang Mo's face clearly. Just the sight of a handsome young man tenderly wiping her feet made her mind wander a bit. With this kind of treatment, for the first time in my life, I guess I'm getting older, and I increasingly like younger people. Tang Emo slowly raised his head, Xin feeling embarrassed and confused. Did I just speak? Yes. Tang Emo was still holding her other foot, and a scene inexplicably flashed through his mind. Him reduced to serving an old rich woman, who was quite satisfied with his service. Xin slowly covered her face. "I didn't say anything." Tang Mo's gaze slowly fell on her foot. Chun Yang, who had just opened the door, saw this bizarre scene, one foot inside, one foot outside, neither able to move forward nor backward. Afterward, both of them acted very politely. When they were getting ready to leave the room, they both reached the door at the same time. Tang Emo stopped. "You go first." "You go first." "You go first." "No, you go first." Chun Yang looked on with scrutiny, eager to know what had happened. She watched the two politely defer to each other for a while before opening the other half of the door. "Second young master and young madam can go out together." The two smiled awkwardly, their minds elsewhere as they went out to eat, only silently drinking their porridge. If it weren't for Wang Shi's eagerness to serve them food, they wouldn't have touched their chopsticks. "What's wrong?" Wang Shi asked curiously. Something was off about them. "Nothing."